Chapter 1196. The flag on the city wall changed. The red tiger flag fluttered. Although it was a bit broken and soaked in blood, it looked even more majestic. The smell of blood inside the city gate was so thick that it could not be dispersed. The ground became muddy after absorbing the blood. The soldiers cleaned the battlefield and killed the enemies who were still alive. Just now they did not feel it in the fierce battle. Now they saw the corpses everywhere and the blood flowing like a river. It was like hell. Many people vomited on the ground, but they had to continue cleaning after they got up. Gradually they got used to it. After this battle they were no longer new soldiers. Gu Yannian clearly felt that with the end of the battle and the loss of people, the morale of the army was greatly weakened. However, the quality was improved. Maybe there were more ingenious ways to take down the city, but this was not a personal grudge. It was an all-out war. Only through blood and fire could this army be valuable. The crows did not care about returning to their nests. They flapped their wings and pecked at the corpses. Li Qingshan led his men to take over the inner city, which was the mansion of the Ma family. He put out the fire that was about to start in time and cleaned up a few remaining forces along the way. He also killed a few martial arts people who wanted to fish in troubled waters. Only then did he stabilize the overall situation. He was worried about Gu Yannian, so he returned to the city gate. He saw that the people around him were all tired. Even the left and right protectors were no exception. After all, not everyone had the endless support of the force of Earth. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Sit down and rest." He threw away the broken swords and sat on a corpse. Hearing this, everyone sat down on the ground as if their bones had been pulled out. The left and right protectors did not care about their identity as swordsmen. They hugged their swords and leaned against the wall to rest. Only the thin teenager came to Li Qingshan. He did not care about the blood and mud on the ground and bowed deeply. "What's wrong with you?" Li Qingshan asked with a smile. "Great King, please accept me as your disciple. I thought you were inspired by my righteousness. I did not expect you to have such an idea." Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows, but he wasn't angry. Looking at the black saber in the youth's hand, he said, "Although your saber technique is a little lacking, your saber is not bad." Hearing Li Qingshan praising his saber twice, the thin teenager felt conflicted and gritted his teeth. He suddenly held the blade with both hands. "Lei Lai is willing to offer this blade to His Highness as an apprenticeship gift." "Is this the 7 slaughtering demon blade?" A cold light flashed in the left protector's eyes. "Are you the disciple of the 7 slaughtering demon lord?" The right protector asked. "I am the son of the 7 slaughtering demon lord," Lei Lai said proudly, causing the crowd to gasp. The 7 slaughtering demon lord. Li Qingshan only knew of this name through Fiend Star. He was the lucky one who obtained Fiend Star's power. No wonder the aura of this saber was so familiar. It was probably forged from the metal contained in the demon star. Naturally, it carried the aura of the Azura Dao. However, he smiled and shook his head. "I was just thinking of my own saber. Why would I want your saber? Since your father gave it to you, you should keep it well." Lei Lai let out a sigh of relief. This saber was a family heirloom which meant a lot to him. However, he felt a deep sense of disappointment. Compared with a peerless saber technique, this saber was nothing. He said unwillingly, "I don't know what kind of saber you have, but I dare say that there is no saber in the world that can compare with this one." "You are still too young." Li Qingshan laughed. "How could such a saber compare with the wildflower saber at the end of the road? Your Highness, could it be that you're afraid that my identity will bring you trouble? If that's the case, I'll take my leave now." Lei Lai's pale face flushed red. "Lei Lai, have you ever done anything evil?" "I have been practicing saber since I was 3 years old. There is no chance for me to do evil. Even my father was slandered by the world. I don't care who your father is. It is enough for me to know you. From today on, you are a member of the world society." "Yes. But it is not convenient for me to accept disciples, and you are not suitable to use sabers. Throw this saber away and use a sword from now on." Li Qingshan waved his hand. The left and right protectors looked at each other and nodded. In this way, his identity as the son of the 7 slaughtering demon lord could be concealed. Even if it was exposed, it could be said that he had turned over a new leaf and the reputation of the world society would not be damaged. Li Qingshan did not think so at all. He had never cared about the name 7 slaughtering demon lord. He had only seen through Lei Lai's background with his own knowledge. Everyone in the world regarded the sword as the king of all weapons. A saber, on the other hand, could be taken out by a villager to chop firewood and meat without much practice. There had always been swordsmanship and no so-called saber. At most, it could only be said to be saber techniques. There was no Tao of the saber and there was no dignity to speak of. However, in the Azura realm, the position of the saber was very high. If weapons were born to kill, then the saber would develop this killing intent to the extreme, making it difficult to control. Because it was simple and almost mediocre, it could not bring out its strengths. Therefore, there were not many Azura who used the saber. The saber was the courage of all weapons. Li Qingshan's first enlightenment came from the saber. What? Lei Lai was shocked and angry at the same time. He had been practicing the saber since he was born and waved the saber 10,000 times a day. Today, someone said that he was not suitable to use the saber. You are full of hatred and your heart is controlled by the saber. If you continue to practice, you will only become a madman. He is right. If you don't believe me, you can leave this saber for a while. The killing intent in your heart will naturally weaken. Not everyone is as warlike and bloodthirsty as him. Gu Yinying rode over. Even though she was wearing a silver eagle mask, her voice could not help but warm people's hearts. Li Qingshan licked his lips and grinned. Sometimes I really want to know what it feels like to cut you down with a saber. Other people use a sword to cut off the threads of love. What's up with you using a saber? Gu Yinying joked. Haha, a sword cutting off the threads of love and a saber cutting people. The effect should be about the same. Lei Lai held the saber hilt tightly and his expression changed. At this moment there was a whoosh and a flock of crows flew up in panic. Li Qingshan immediately arched his back and spread his fingers as if he was a beast that had sensed danger. However, a lazy yawn rang out from behind him. A child walked out from behind him. His expression was dispirited and melancholy that did not match his age. He glanced at Li Qingshan. Thank you, sleepyhead. I had such a deep sleep. Oh, what is this place? Little Ming? Li Qingshan revealed a surprised expression because this unknown divine son had become even younger. He looked like he was only 3 to 5 years old and his aura had weakened to below the first heaven's tribulation. However, he did not know how he had walked out of the Azura field that was imprisoned in this world. Luoho Xiaoming put his hands on his waist and looked up at the stars. He seemed to see that this was a small world and said with a disdainful expression, "You are really going backwards. You have the cheek to say that." Li Qingshan laughed and thought, "You are just thanking me. Do you have any gifts?" "Yes, it must let me bring it out." Chapter 1197. Li Qingshan was overjoyed and grabbed the hilt. Ahua. Gu Yinying tilted her head. What kind of stupid name was that? This world is so oppressive. Also, don't call me Ahua, you idiot. Frenzy Flower Sword Soul's weak voice resounded in Li Qingshan's mind. Li Qingshan did not care. He waved his last life Frenzy Flower Blade and slashed in front of Lei Lai. Brat, I'll show you what a blade is. A violent and wanton killing intent assaulted his face. Lei Lai could not help but retreat and fall on his butt. Everyone was shocked. What kind of blade was this? Even though it was heavily suppressed by this world, the saber was not a true living creature. It would not weaken to the extreme and would still retain a trace of its strength. At the very least, its sharpness and toughness would not be greatly affected. In this world it was practically a divine weapon. What made everyone feel strange was the sudden appearance of the child. Just now, everyone could clearly feel the dangerous aura. Even now they were still in shock. The crows circled in the air and did not dare to land. But now he looked so weak and dispirited. Their gazes returned to Li Qingshan. There were too many mysteries surrounding this man. Li Qingshan waved his blade excitedly. Frenzy Flower Sword Soul asked curiously, "What's wrong with you, brat? Why is your killing intent so weak?" Li Qingshan nodded and said, I'm not suited to using a blade right now. I really don't have much killing intent." This world suppressed the tiger demon. Although the ape demon was violent and restless, it was not bloodthirsty. The expressions of the bystanders were strange. Just based on the way you slaughtered just now, you think you don't have any killing intent? Forget it, it's good that you're alive. Frenzy Flower Sword Soul said. Unknowingly, he had already forgotten the thought of counterattacking at any time. Li Qingshan thought for a moment and made a decision. He ordered someone to bring a thick white silk and let the last life Frenzy Flower blade restrain its edge. He patiently wrapped the blade layer by layer. "What are you doing?" Gu Yinying asked curiously. "Feng Dao," Li Qingshan said. He came to this world in order to practice the ape demon transformation. It was easy for him to kill with the last man's wildflower saber. However, he had wasted such a good opportunity. If he wanted to kill them, he might as well kill them in the Azura realm. What was the point of bullying a bunch of weak natives? It was better to maintain a pure heart and not be disturbed by other factors. She can't kill to her heart's content here, and I can't kill to my heart's content either. I might as well not use it. Wildflower Sword Soul accepted it calmly and said, "Hey, don't be so full of yourself. He had to use it even if he had to. If you are defeated by someone, even if you don't feel ashamed, I will. Of course I'm not an idiot. How could I not know how to retaliate when I'm being bullied? You should take a rest first." "All right. Don't let me wait too long." In the eyes of others, Li Qingshan was talking to his saber. It was rare to see a soul weapon in the 9 prefectures, let alone in this remote small world. "I understand." Lei Lai bowed deeply, stood up, and sheathed his saber. Li Qingshan was such a saber fanatic, yet he could still seal his saber. If he continued to be unreasonable, he would be too petty. "However, I am not giving up on saber arts. I am also learning from you to seal your saber and use sword arts to correct my nature. One day I will be able to control it. I hope that when the time comes, Prince, you will accept me as your disciple. We'll talk about it when the time comes." Li Qingshan put his saber on his back and strode toward the Ma clan's mansion. Gu Yenying urged her horse to follow closely behind. Luo Ho Xiaoming suddenly said, "I want to ride a horse." Gu Yenying could already tell that Luo Ho Xiaoming had an unusual background. She smiled and said, "You are called Little Ming, right? Was this name given to you by the person in front?" "You are quite smart." Luo Ho Xiaoming's eyes flashed. He seemed to see something from her. No wonder they were able to fly through the distant void and come to this world. "I'll let you ride my horse. Do I have a gift?" Gu Yenying got off the horse. "If you want to use military tactics to conquer the world, you better coax him." Li Qingshan turned around and said, "Understood." Gu Yenying stretched out her hand and carried Luo Ho Xiaoming onto the horse. As expected, his hellish torture did not have any reaction. This was something even Li Qingshan could not do. As promised, Li Qingshan set up a celebration banquet in the Ma clan's mansion. He rewarded the meritorious people. Gold, silver, treasures, techniques, and secret manuals were distributed like water. After swallowing the Ma clan's 200 years of savings, this bit of reward was like a drizzle. However, it further solidified the army's morale and laid the foundation for conquering the world. With 1,000 miles of land and millions of people, as long as he had some time, it would be easy for him to replenish the power of the divine talisman of great creation. After this battle, it would not take long for the World Assembly to become famous in the world. At the banquet, Luo Ho Xiaoming sat between the two of them without saying a word. He did not drink or eat. He just sat there in a daze, looking depressed. He was very eye-catching. No one knew where he came from. Some people even whispered, "Is he the son of the 2 village masters?" Late at night they returned to the backyard. The 3 of them sat facing each other under a lone lamp. "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Li Qingshan took a sip of wine. This divine son of Azura was so kind as to help him bring out the frenzied flower saber. He was not a Lei Feng. Luo Ho Xiaoming played with the slingshot named Xiaoya. He lowered his head and said nothing. Gu Yenying stood at the side with her arms crossed. She took off her mask and looked very curious. Before listening to Li Qingshan talk about Luo Ho Xiaoming's background, she did not expect him to have such a great background. He was the divine son of Azura of the Rahu clan. Coming out from here, I'm afraid he did not wake up from his sleep. He was scared out of his wits. Li Qingshan took out the Azura field again. If I'm not wrong, the blood-colored whirlpool leading to the Azura realm is gradually recovering, and you are so weak that you cannot destroy it. He still felt a lingering fear when he thought about the giant eye that was spying on him. Luo Ho Xiaoming did not admit or deny it. He only asked, "You said you want to protect me. Are you just saying it casually or are you serious?" "Usually I'm serious. However, if the owner of the eye directly kills his way into this world, you can just treat it as me casually saying it." Li Qingshan shrugged. "If things really get to that point, even if you are willing to risk your life for me, it will be useless. I will do everything I can to protect you. This is all I can promise." "That's enough. Right now I have no choice but to believe you. Obviously you've already noticed that I'm weakening day by day. In the future I might be even weaker than a mortal baby. Even a wild beast can kill me. If I die now, I won't be able to be reborn in the Azura realm." Luo Ho Xiaoming reached out and clenched his fists tightly. However, he was still filled with weakness. He did not have the slightest fighting spirit that an Azura should have. "May I ask, how did you end up in such a state?" Luo Ho Xiaoming was silent for a moment. "Someone stole my heart. Li Qingshan immediately understood that it was not the lump of flesh and blood beating in his chest. Instead, it was the condensation of some kind of spiritual will. As expected, he had not lost his fighting spirit himself. Rather, someone had used some kind of method to steal his fighting spirit. This method was really beyond imagination. It was simply unimaginable. I feel like I'll be dragged into the war of the Azura realm sooner or later. Chapter 1198. Is that so? Li Qingshan looked deeply at Luoho Xiaoming. He understood that Luoho Xiaoming was not talking about the endless bloody battles of the Azura realm, but the war of gods. What, are you afraid? With your current strength, it's indeed too much for you. A rare smile appeared on Luoho Xiaoming's face, a mocking smile. A little. Li Qingshan's answer exceeded Luoho Xiaoming's expectations, but he put away the mocking smile on his face. Very good. How could someone who did not understand fear be brave? Too many Azuras had forgotten this point, including himself back then. Because he had an undying body, because he did not want to be worn down by his fighting spirit, he fearlessly threw himself into battle after battle, killing and being killed crazily, and finally lost his true colors. No wonder you were able to obtain its recognition. I hope you will never forget the fear in your heart. Is it talking about the Azura realm? Yes and no. Gu Yenying interrupted. I have a question. Little Ming, if you're currently being hunted down by a god from the Azura realm, then wouldn't it be a great disaster if he follows the Azura field and finds his way here? Frankly speaking, I don't think a small world like this can suppress a god. As soon as she finished speaking, a strong figure leaped out of the Azura field, but fell heavily to the ground. If not for Li Qingshan reaching out to pull him up, he would have been decapitated by the circular blade. Yin Qing straightened up, somewhat disheveled. This is a small world? How's it inside? Luoho Xiaoming asked. The crack has mostly healed. The passage will reopen soon, and the aura is already beginning to seep in. Yin Qing's expression changed, and she immediately forgot about the heavy shackles this world had placed on her. Originally, she did not have to worry too much. However, she had obtained a drop of divine blood from Luoho Xiaoming, which was equivalent to branding herself as a member of the Rahu race. Once the owner of the giant eye charged in, she would definitely not have a good ending. It was wishful thinking to want to be reborn in the Azura realm. Man, let me go. We're going to destroy the Azura field, Luoho Xiaoming said. Hey, why do I feel like I've suffered a great loss? Li Qingshan was very dissatisfied. He had obtained the Azura field with great difficulty. It had only evolved to its current level after experiencing many great battles. Luoho Xiaoming said lazily, I advise you not to have any other thoughts. You once helped me obstruct him. Just based on this alone, he won't let you off. Don't worry, I said I would protect you. I will naturally protect you. Li Qingshan was not an indecisive person. He tossed the Azura field to Luoho Xiaoming. Luoho Xiaoming weighed the Azura field in his hands, but he was in no hurry to destroy it. Li Qingshan also admired his composure. What are you waiting for? I can use this Azura field to turn your army into an Azura army. Gu Yenying's eyes lit up. After today's battle, the fatal flaw of this army was revealed. This was because they were all made up of mortals. Even with the help of the militarists, they could only suppress ordinary martial artists at most. To deal with innate experts or chi practitioners, she still had to take action. However, she was not very strong normally. Without Li Qingshan's protection, it would be very difficult to defend against the assassinations of peerless experts. Even if Li Qingshan could protect her, the ordinary soldiers could not. If the main camp was constantly ambushed, it would not take long for the morale of the army to be destroyed. In this world where individual strength was greater than group strength, the army had too many flaws. If you got off easy, Li Qingshan said. I traded my horse for this. Gu Yenying smiled. She then asked Luoho Xiaoming, when can we start? No rush. Time passes very slowly here. Go and prepare first. Sky Scar Sword Tears. The next morning, Gu Yenying gathered the army outside the city. Tens of thousands of enemy corpses piled up into a terrifying mountain. Li Qingshan and the others stood on the mountain of corpses and looked down at the dense mass of human heads. Fei Hong tried her best not to look at the mountain of corpses. She carefully asked Li Qingshan, Your Highness, what are you going to do? Don't worry, it's a good thing. Today I'll use my treasures to give everyone benefits. However, how much you can receive will depend on your own luck. Li Qingshan had already understood from Luoho Xiaoming that although this ceremony could turn many people into Azuras, they were still fake Azuras. Not only was their strength far inferior to the real Azuras, if they did not have an Azura's heart, they would very quickly be beaten back to their original form. In fact, they might not even be able to become fake Azuras. He then asked Yin Qing beside him, "Are you feeling better?" "Reporting to your highness, I'm much better." Li Qingshan smiled. "That's good. I'll think of a way to help you recover your strength. As long as there's fighting and killing, it's fine." "I almost forgot. You're a real Azura. After resting for so long, it's time to resume my journey." Yin Qing gazed into the distance. In the thin morning mist, the mountains rose and fell continuously. This place reminded her of her hometown. It was also so narrow and small. She was once as weak as that girl named Fei Hong, but now she possessed the divine blood of the Rahu clan. Even if it was only a drop, it was a qualitative change. Fei Hong looked at her enviously and even a bit jealous. "Qingshan, are they waiting for you to speak?" Gu Yenying asked. Li Qingshan took a step forward and said in a loud voice, "Everyone has received their rewards, right?" "The rising great director," everyone loudly answered, their voices shaking the heavens. "Very good, but that's nothing. What I'm going to give you is far more than that. The galloping horse city behind me is just a small test. We're going to seize the entire world. We're going to make those high and mighty clans and sects, as well as those arrogant martial arts experts, all die. We're going to pile up mountains of corpses and trample all those people who stepped on your heads. Long live the hero king." Following Li Qingshan's words, everyone gradually forgot their fear and sorrow. Their fighting spirit ignited, and their voices shook the earth and the heavens. "You all know that the Fiend Star has arrived. Now all the experts in the world are looking for it in the north, but they'll never find it because the Fiend Star is in my hands. Now I'm going to distribute its power to all of you so that you can also have the chance to become peerless experts like the 7 slaughtering demon lord." Li Qingshan's words silenced the sea of people. Then cheers erupted as if they were going to break through the heavens. Even the left and right protectors were dumbfounded. Their suspicions were answered. As expected, he was related to the Fiend Star. Then their eyes were filled with fervor. Li Qingshan turned around and signaled to Luo Ho Xiaoming, "Let's begin." Luo Ho Xiaoming bit his index finger and lightly tapped on the Azura field. In an instant, the runes hidden in the Azura field suddenly expanded, turning into complicated blood-colored lines. A faint blood-colored fog covered a radius of 10 miles. It contained a strong killing intent, but the effect it brought was completely different from that of the Stone of Slaughter. At this time, Ma Xingkong was leading a large group of people to the Galloping Horse City, but he saw that the sky was dyed blood red. Something happened in the Galloping Horse City. "Everyone hurry up." Ma Xingkong ordered and whipped his horse with all his might. Then he turned to the group of Xiantian masters led by Zhang Yuntian and said, "Everyone please help me this time. Ma family will never forget your kindness." Chapter 1199. The bloody light that reflected the sky made Zhang Yuntian feel slightly uneasy. However, when he looked back, he realized that other than the people from the Ma clan, everyone else seemed to be at ease. Although the Society of the Heavens had a large number of people, the number of true masters could be counted on one hand. Due to the descent of the Demon Star, almost 1/3 of the masters in the world had gathered here. None of the 7 major sects were absent. This was not something that the chivalrous king could contend against. As for the army that was made up of ordinary people, no one would take them seriously. No matter how many ants there were, they were still ants. I would like to see if the chivalrous king really has 3 heads and 6 arms like the rumors say. Even if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms, how can he block Master's great taming tiger fists? Monk Fu Hu laughed and accepted the compliment calmly. There were indeed only a few people in the world who could block one of his fists. The group passed through the dense forest. In front of them was a large river with many ships of all sizes. This was where Li Qingshan had landed. When they saw the scene outside the Galloping Horse City from afar, they were all shocked. The bloody lines crisscrossed in the air. The thick bloody fog shrouded tens of thousands of people. All of them were standing still and facing a hill. The area outside the Galloping Horse City is flat. Where did this hill come from? Just as they had such doubts, they saw through the bloody fog and realized that it was a mountain of corpses. All of them had changed color. Such a terrifying and mysterious scene was unheard of. Ma Xingkong screamed. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. There were many familiar faces in the mountain of corpses. Li Qingshan heard the voice and looked back. They came at the right time. What should we do? I won't move. I won't move. Gu Yenying said calmly. It would be strange if you didn't move. Why don't you look at what's under our feet? Li Qingshan stepped on ahead. It was the old man in the brocade robe who was killed by him. It seemed that he was placed there because he had a higher status. I will not live under the same sky as you. Ma Xingkong's howl traveled across the river. That's true. But then again, why is there a mountain of corpses? Gu Yening looked at Luo Ho Xiaoming strangely. She had thought that he was going to be used as a sacrifice, but it seemed like he wasn't going to be used. Pile it up for fun. Is there no use at all? Gu Yening frowned. In order to pile up this mountain of corpses. She did not sleep the entire night and personally commanded the troops. What can a pile of corpses do? Luo Ho Xiaoming glanced at her in disdain. The other people standing on the mountain of corpses didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They had endured all kinds of emotions to stand here, and it was all because of this brat's casual words. Do you think this is a pile of sand? Li Qingshan patted Luo Ho Xiaoming's small shoulders. Well done. No problem. Li Qingshan, you should also be more serious. The opponents are all experts. Quickly take out your flower, and kill them. Gu Yening said in annoyance. Right now, other than her and Li Qingshan, everyone else was at the crucial moment of turning into an Azura. I'm not going. I just sealed my blade yesterday. If you want to go, go by yourself. Li Qingshan was unhappy. To think that he sealed so seriously yesterday. How could he slap himself in the face like this? If I can go, why would I need you? Don't talk nonsense, go. The army couldn't be mobilized. Right now, Gu Yening's strength was very weak. She definitely couldn't stop so many experts. If not for Luo Ho Xiaoming's sudden appearance and bringing the last resort frenzied blade, even if they could mobilize the army, this battle would be a bitter one. Fine, fine. Li Qingshan shrugged helplessly. Holding the hilt of his blade, he jumped down from the mountain of corpses. The frenzied blade spirit came to his senses and immediately laughed at Li Qingshan. Veins popped on Li Qingshan's forehead. When he reached the riverbank, he was already angry. He shouted at Ma Xingkong, "Old man, what are you yelling about? Is your whole family dead?" You? Ma Xingkong almost fainted from anger. His face turned red and purple. He pointed at Li Qingshan but couldn't say a word. He wanted to cross the river and fight him to the death. Brother Ma, please wait. This could be a trap. Zhang Yuntian said. Ma Xingkong looked back. Other than his own family members, everyone else's faces were filled with fear. The river in front of them was so big that only a few Xiantian realm masters could cross it easily. He was an experienced Jianghu man. He suppressed his anger and said, "I will listen to you, alliance leader." He then said to the crowd, "No matter who kills this bastard and avenge my clan, I am willing to repay you with 10 cities. As soon as he said that, everyone was tempted. 10 cities had a radius of at least 100 miles and a population of hundreds of thousands. It was enough to establish a clan. Ma clan is finished. Zhang Yuntian silently said in his heart. That mountain of corpses was the foundation of the Ma family for almost 200 years. Originally, he thought that the Under the Heavens faction only relied on their numbers to attack the surrounding cities. He didn't expect that the Galloping Horse City would also be so easily breached. They couldn't even defend for a day. Even if they won this battle, their forces would be greatly reduced. The 10 cities were just a small favor. On the other side of the river, the figure with arms that reached his knees matched the rumor. He asked sternly, "Are you Li Qingshan?" "Yes, I am," Li Qingshan said. Zhang Yuntian's expression changed. He pointed his halberd and shouted, "Devil, I thought you were just a hypocrite fishing for fame. I didn't expect you to be so perverse. You made the whole martial arts world your enemy. You are worse than a beast." "You are wrong. I am like a beast, but I am not worse than a beast." In 9 transformations of Celestial and Demon, the phoenix was a bird and the tiger was a beast. Li Qingshan's words were true. Zhang Yunqian's expression became more and more gloomy, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He had never seen such a scene in his life, nor had he met such an opponent. Alliance leader, this Li Qingshan is just a clown trying to buy time. They seem to be carrying out some kind of ritual. Now is the best time to attack. We must not let them succeed. Ma Xingkong said loudly. Almsgiver Ma is right. Since ancient times, good and evil have never coexisted. With the few of us working together, can we not deal with him? I don't think this Li Qingshan is anything special other than his unusually long arms. Maybe he's a hybrid of the White Ape King and a human woman. Monk Tiger Subduing saw that Li Qingshan was emitting an aura that seemed to have entered the innate level, but it was not strong. Even if he had a secret technique to hide his true strength, with a few of them working together, even the White Ape King would be defeated. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly saw his straw sandals and couldn't help but blink, not understanding what had happened. With a thud, his bald head hit the ground, leaving only half of his body standing. Zhang Yunqian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He wondered if he was dreaming. On the other side of the river, Li Qingshan had only waved his blade, and Monk Tiger Subduing was cut in half at the waist. What the hell is that thing on the other side? The others also came to their senses and they almost went crazy on the spot. Chapter 1200. The saber flashed across the river and turned into Li Qingshan. He kicked Fu Hu Monk's body and flipped him over. Bald donkey, you are the bastard. Zhang Yuntian felt like his blood was about to freeze. He was rooted to the spot and could not move. The others were the same. Their eyes were blank and their faces were pale as if they were possessed. Even though the power of the dying flower saber was suppressed, it was still a piece of cake for him to kill a chi practitioner. However, Li Qingshan felt that his power was running out. If not for the frenzied flower saber's cooperation, he would not have been able to use the dying flower saber. Look at you, I really want to devour you. The frenzied flower saber laughed. Devour your ass. Li Qingshan did not care. He raised his saber and walked to Ma Xingkong. You are Ma Xingkong? Demon. Ma Xingkong roared and pulled out his saber. Li Qingshan slashed again and a bloody line appeared on Ma Xingkong's forehead. It went from top to bottom and split into two halves. He fell to the ground. Wells. No one replied. They were all dumbstruck. Li Qingshan glanced at Zhang Yuntian and said, Oh right, you too. What did you say about me just now? Fame-seeking, perverse, worse than a beast. Every word was like a knife stabbing into Zhang Yuntian's heart. His body trembled and a great sense of helplessness filled his heart. He deeply regretted coming to the north and following Ma Xingkong to the south. Even if the Ma clan's people were all dead, it had nothing to do with him. This Li Qingshan was not a demon, he was a demon king. He mustered up his courage and asked, Who are you? And who are you? I am the Martial Arts Alliance leader, Zhang Yuntian. Zhang Yuntian said proudly. Li Qingshan smiled and said, Martial Arts Alliance leader. Alright, let's make a deal. Why don't you give me the position of Wulin's chancellor? Look at how much better my martial arts are than yours. Zhang Yuntian was speechless. The wildflower saber soul muttered, Humph, if it weren't for me you wouldn't be their match right now. I should be the Martial Alliance master. Li Qingshan rolled his eyes and said, I think the title of Master of Wulin is too old-fashioned. It's not as impressive as the chivalrous king. He then said to Zhang Yuntian, Forget it, I don't want to be the Master of Wulin anymore. Give me this saber. What do you think? Are you willing? Zhang Yuntian took a deep breath. The position of Alliance leader. It is not just based on martial strength. It requires at least half of the 4 noble clans and 7 great sects' approval. Ha, you guys are quite democratic. How dare you brush me off? Have a taste of my blade. Wait, there were people from the 4 great clans and 7 great sects here. They're right behind me. If they're willing to serve you as their leader, I'm willing to give up my position. Zhang Yuntian glanced at the corpses of Ma Xingkong and Fu Hu Monk. At the very least, there were 2 families that could no longer object. He had dominated the world and could not be humiliated like this. However, he did not want to die, so he simply threw the problem to others. Seeing Li Qingshan look over, the people from the other sects cursed in their hearts. Good idea. If any of you don't agree with my Hua becoming the Master of Wulin, come out and fight with her. Devil, you and I, poof. A head rolled down. Li Qingshan killed a few more challengers, who overestimated themselves. Finally, there were no more voices of objection. He asked Zhang Yuntian for the Alliance leader's seal and a jade plate with the words Alliance leader engraved on it. He hung it on his saber and ascended to the throne of the Master of Wulin. He pointed his saber at the sky and said, Remember what I said. The Supreme Master of Wulin, the treasured saber Hua, commands the world and no one dares to disobey. Shut up, don't call me Hua. Everything that happened here made the elders of the World Association on the other side speechless. Such a great crisis actually ended in such a joking manner. The crisis has been resolved. Everyone focus, said Gu Yenying. Even though Li Qingshan possessed invincible strength, he needed to establish an organization to unite the world if he wanted to gather the power of belief as soon as possible. Moreover, she could tell that it was impossible for Li Qingshan to fight for too long in his current state. The restraints on a weapon were much smaller, but if he wanted to unleash its true power, he needed the support of the user's power. The Forsaken Immortal Sword had caused a backlash against Elder Tian, and the entire Sword Collection Palace had been sacrificed. Only then did he possess the power to fight. Li Qingshan was unable to provide power to the end of Wulin Blade. Now he completely relied on the power stored in the saber to fight. There would come a time when it would run out. If he wanted to replenish it, he would have to rely on the divine talisman of great creation. Just as she thought that, a nameless power suddenly descended from the sky. It passed through the top of her head and pierced her soul. Gu Yenying felt like she had been struck by lightning. She discovered that the mountain of corpses beneath her and everyone around her had all vanished. Only the blood-red ground extended endlessly. She slowly raised her head, and a single eye filled the sky, staring right at her. At that moment her hawk-like eyes became blood-red, reflecting a black sun and moon. Her presence suddenly changed and a vicious aura flooded the surroundings. Li Qingshan suddenly looked back and frowned. What was going on? The crisscrossing blood-red lines twisted, and the bloody mist churned violently. Yin Qing sensed Gu Yenying's change and took a step back. She cried out involuntarily, Ketu. Rahu and Ketu were two great clans of the Azura realm. Legend had it that their ancestors were born from the same body, which was why they both used the black sun and moon as their totems. The black sun and moon in Gu Yenying's eyes were the exact opposite of Luo Ho Xiaoming's. It was the symbol of the Ketu clan. Yes, apart from the Ketu clan who could chase a Rahu to the ends of the earth. Lord Luo Ho, what do we do? Gu Yenying slowly turned her head and stared at Luo Ho Xiaoming with her blood-red eyes. Found you. The voice was hoarse and sharp, yet inexplicably pleasant. Although it was no longer Gu Yenying's voice, it was still a woman's. You really came. Luo Ho Xiaoming smiled coldly. Do you think you can escape by hiding in a place like this? Look at how weak you are. You're just like a worm. You've saved me some trouble. She reached out to grab Luo Ho Xiaoming's throat. The laws of heaven and earth shattered, and the void distorted. Facing this attack that transcended the void and worlds, everyone could only watch helplessly. It was the same for Luo Ho Xiaoming, but the sneer on his face did not change. Instead it became even more intense. A dark green feather drifted down. It was light and silent, but it left a bloody mark on the giant eye that filled the sky. Luo Ho Xiaoming's sneering face was revealed from within. Gu Yenying woke up from her nightmare and found that she could see the outside world again, but she still could not control her body. Only then did she realize that she had been possessed. This is? The hoarse and pleasant voice was filled with shock and anger. She never thought that there would be something in this small world that could hurt her, even if it was only a wisp of her will. The power in the pale blue feather was negligible, but it contained a vast and lofty will that was far beyond her reach. Heaven-mixing feather. Finally found it? This is just a small gift in return, Luo Ho Xiaoming said. Chapter 1201. The crisscrossing blood-colored lines in the air broke and disappeared at the same time, like a broken heartstring. Luo Ho Xiaoming pursed his lips and remained silent. He became weaker at a visible rate, his face looked even more childish, and his melancholy became even stronger. Gu Yenying's body swayed and fell backward. Li Qingshan flew back and helped her up. Are you all right? Then he asked Luo Ho Xiaoming sternly, what's going on? Gu Yenying shook her head and said in realization, so I'm the sacrifice. Originally she was the same as Li Qingshan, she didn't want to become an Azura. Even if she wanted to become an Azura, she wouldn't do it in such a lowly way. It was Luo Ho Xiaoming who made her stand on top of this mountain of corpses, saying that it was to show her position as the commander of this Azura army, and that was the center of the entire ceremony. It turned out that it was to attract the will of the pursuer to descend on her. This mountain of corpses wasn't useless, at least it fooled her. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, I'm connected to her by blood, if I can't cut off the clues and confuse the heaven's will, she can find me no matter where I go. Li Qingshan said angrily, so you're using us as bait? She should have found you and killed you. Do you think that if she had determined my location she would still descend? She would have directly destroyed this world in the Azura realm, and no one would have been able to escape. Luo Ho Xiaoming touched the slingshot called Xiaoya on his waist, his expression was a bit absent-minded. Then why don't you let me kill you right now and get rid of one of my worries? Li Qingshan swung his dying flower blade. Qingshan, Gu Yenying grabbed his hand that was holding the blade. I'm fine, this can be considered a blessing in disguise. It turned out that when the Kunpeng's feather severed the descending will, a trace of divinity contained in it fused into her soul. In this world, she couldn't see any other benefits for the time being, but she had a better understanding of the inheritance in the Kunpeng's feather. It's not a blessing in disguise. This is part of the plan's reward, Luo Ho Xiaoming said. Should I thank you? Gu Yenying raised her eyebrows. The feeling of being possessed by a god was not a wonderful experience. That's not necessary. This is what you deserve. Actually, if you had explained it to me earlier, I would definitely have been willing to cooperate. She never lacked the spirit of adventure. Once your heart is prepared, I don't know what will happen. This man might not be willing to let you take the risk. Gu Yenying glanced at Li Qingshan, then suddenly looked away. Forget it, this is not a bad result. Li Qingshan slowly put down the blade in his hand, hid the anger on his face and said to Luo Ho Xiaoming, although I made a promise to you, if something like this happens again, don't blame me for being merciless. Luo Ho Xiaoming reluctantly grunted. Apart from this small accident, the ceremony went very smoothly, except for Yin Qing. Apart from Yin Qing, the others didn't even know what happened, completely immersed in the ceremony. When they opened their eyes again, their black pupils were faintly glowing red, carrying some of the characteristics of an Azura. The left and right protectors' auras rose. They even directly broke through to the innate level 9. The other martial artists also more or less improved. The path of martial arts and the path of Azura killing were interlinked, or even fundamentally the same. But the ones who benefited the most were not them but the thousands of soldiers. They had missed the best age to practice martial arts, and would never become experts in their lifetime. But now they were reborn and their bodies were brand new. They had the possibility of advancing further. Amidst the tsunami-like cheers, Li Qingshan looked at the other side of the river. Zhang Yuntian and the others had already disappeared without a trace. He didn't want to kill innocent people, and wanted to take this group of people as hostages to unify the world in the future so there would be fewer obstacles. But he didn't expect such a change, and he didn't know if it was because of the influence of the heavens. If he went to chase after them now, even if he killed one or two, it would be meaningless, and it would waste the power of the frenzied flower blade. Forget it, I'll let them spread my name. I think the effect should be similar. Afterwards, Gu Yenying ordered everyone to dig a big pit to bury the corpse mountain, and the stench lingered for months. On the way back to the city, Gu Yenying asked Luo Ho Xiaoming for information. Is that your mother? There is such a mother in the world. This feather is called heaven mixing feather. What does heaven mixing refers to? But from that day on, Luo Ho Xiaoming didn't say a word, and he looked more and more depressed and dispirited. Li Qingshan felt a little sorry for him, being hunted by his closest relatives. Even if it wasn't the only reason he lost his fighting spirit, it was still a deep impact. But such a thought only flashed through his mind, and he had many things to do every day. Gu Yenying led the army to uproot the Ma family's influence in the north, and the martial arts of many soldiers in the army began to improve by leaps and bounds, causing a qualitative change in the whole army. Gu Yenying's strength also increased, and she no longer needed Li Qingshan's constant protection. Li Qingshan sat in the city, ordering people to copy the biography of the White Ape King, and at the same time gathering and training a large number of storytellers, not only to spread his novel, but also to spread his idea of great harmony, equality for all, so he no longer had to worry about a lack of manpower. He was not in a hurry to expand, but to fully digest the results of the war. Wherever the world developed, the biography of the White Ape King would spread. The power of belief in the divine talisman of great creation increased at a rate of 100 times. Li Qingshan discovered that although this world was much smaller than the 9 provinces, the power of belief it provided was no less than the 9 provinces. The 9 provinces were vast, but his novels could only influence the Clear River Prefecture and even the Rui Commandery, and it was just a form of entertainment at the end of the day. Afterwards, with the chaos of war, even the lives of regular people were in danger, so who was in the mood for entertainment? From then on, the power of belief in the divine talisman of great creation stopped gathering, growing at an extremely slow rate. As a result, Li Qingshan no longer paid any attention to it, focusing on other things. Although the world was small, basically everyone desired the martial arts mysteries hidden within the biography of the White Ape King. He even had the authority to enforce it so that everyone could read and hear the book, so the effects were obviously on a whole new level. And with the complete overthrow of the Ma family's rule, the land was all given to regular people. The name of the hero king was basically like the midday sun in the north. Many people worshipped him almost fanatically. It was said that in a village to the north of Galloping Horse City, there was an old man who did not know any martial arts at all, nor did he know a single word, yet he could memorize the hundreds of thousands of words he had written without missing a single word. Li Qingshan even specially summoned him. Let alone practicing martial arts, the old man basically had one foot in the grave. It was not for the martial arts mysteries in the book at all, so his devotion went without saying. In the end, Li Qingshan rewarded him with many treasures and ordered people to send them back to the village, which led to another wave of memorization. If I can unify this world, I'll definitely be able to elevate the power of the divine talisman of great creation to an unprecedented level. Chapter 1202. Time flew by. Spring left and summer came. It was another full moon night. Li Qingshan sat cross-legged beside the pond under the weeping willow and gazed at the bright moon in the pond. Luo Ho Xiaoming lay on a round rock nearby with his arm as a pillow. The rock wasn't big and his figure was getting smaller and smaller. As he gazed at the sky full of stars, the melancholy on his little face faded a little. It was as if he was pure for the first time, or as if he was about to die. Li Qingshan guessed that he was cultivating some kind of technique similar to Phoenix Nirvana. Because if he really continued to rejuvenate until he became a little tadpole, why would he care so much about his own life? Ever since Luo Ho Xiaoming came out of the Shiraba, he followed him closely. Gu Yenying finally didn't need his protection anymore, but now he had this little tail so he could only continue to be a big bodyguard. He closed his eyes, and his body glowed with seven-colored splendor, illuminating the pond. Half a month ago, the divine talisman of great creation had accumulated enough willpower, and he only had to wait for this full moon night. Pure spiritual power surged and circulated in his body, pushing the devil ape moon fishing art with all his might. His heart was filled with joy and he couldn't help but smile. The devil ape made him feel happy no matter what, and he almost couldn't help but dance with joy and let out a few strange howls. However, he suppressed this impulse and continued to cultivate. As his cultivation continued to deepen, and there were no other changes to restrict him, his appearance became more and more like an ape, and he always looked a little funny when he smiled. Luo Ho Xiaoming turned his head to look at him, his eyes full of mockery. A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his mood was better than ever. He was also guessing the technique that Li Qingshan cultivated. Even though his cultivation was almost gone, his vision was still there. Li Qingshan's change wasn't just in his appearance, but in his quality every day. To him this wasn't anything special. What was special was the aura that the devil ape emitted. Even though it was just a bud, he could clearly feel it. This wasn't an ordinary ape. Instead, it was some kind of fiend god variant or even one of the 4 legendary apes. Once it fully matured, its bloodline would definitely not be inferior to his. If that was all, it would have been fine. Perhaps Li Qingshan was born with a trace of bloodline inheritance. Then, it was constantly stimulated through cultivation. But he had seen it with his own eyes. Li Qingshan had several different auras on him, and each aura represented a bloodline. Each bloodline was almost supreme. Yet, they were able to harmonize perfectly. This was definitely not something he was born with. It could only be the influence of some kind of cultivation technique. However, he could not think of any cultivation technique that could have such an effect even after searching through all his memories. Or rather, it was impossible for such a cultivation technique to exist in the 6 paths of reincarnation and the 3,000 worlds. There was only one possibility left. He turned around and gazed at the stars. His gaze became boundlessly distant, as if he had passed through the Milky Way and reached an even higher place. In his heart there was a kind of understanding. This chance encounter, perhaps, was fate. Haha, success. A burst of laughter suddenly broke the silence. Li Qingshan's ape eyes were wide open, filled with joy. Without the influence of other changes, the cultivation of the demonic ape transformation was unusually smooth. There were almost no obstacles, and he comprehended the first type of demonic ape's supernatural power. Li Qingshan raised his right arm and spread his fingers. He gazed at the bright moon in the pond and then reached for the moon in the pond. He held a bright moon in his hand. The bright moon in the sky, the moon in his hand was still illusory, but it was finally a step forward. One day he would go to the 9 heavens to pluck the moon. Congratulations, Luo Ho Xiaoming said. Li Qingshan was startled. Water flowed from his fingers and splashed into the pond. In the past few months, although the two of them had been seeing each other day and night, they didn't communicate much. It wasn't because of the incident on the mountain of corpses. Since the victim's family didn't care about it, he wouldn't keep it in his mind. It was just that Luo Ho Xiaoming was getting more and more depressed and he did not speak much. He did not even answer 10 questions, so Li Qingshan would not rush to curry favor with him. But today he took the initiative to talk to him, and it was a good thing. It was like the sun rose from the west. Thank you. After a moment of silence, Li Qingshan said, I have something to ask you. Ask away. Can a man live without a heart? I'm not a man. Then what's the difference between a man and a god? There is no difference. I understand. Damn you. Let's go back and have a few drinks to celebrate. Li Qingshan stepped across the pond, picked up Luo Ho Xiaoming, and walked towards the brightly lit mansion. The wind was howling, the dark clouds were heavy, and the mountain rain suddenly came. A small town at the foot of the mountain was suddenly covered by the wind and rain. It was already past the summer solstice, but the top of the mountain was still covered with white snow, which showed how high the mountain was. It was where the Snow Mountain School, one of the 7 martial schools in the world, was located. The wind and rain were like clouds. It was only 3 in the afternoon, but the restaurant was already dark. There were no customers for a long time. The manager was behind the counter doing the accounts, and the waiter was dozing off on the table. The rain had just stopped and a few people walked in. They were all wearing snow-white clothes with long swords on their bodies, looking very heroic. The leader was a woman with a bamboo hat on her head, and a white veil hanging down covering her face. The manager looked up and saw who it was. He quickly came out from behind the counter and bowed. Miss, you are here. Uncle Hong, you are still the same. We are here to take shelter from the rain. Shuebing nodded back. The waiter also woke up and quickly wiped the table and pulled a chair. Miss, this way please. He couldn't help but look up. Even though he couldn't see her face through the veil, he blushed immediately when he looked into her eyes. Shuebing turned a blind eye, and the swordsmen behind her were also used to it. After all, she was one of the top 10 beauties in the world, and it was inevitable that some toads would have wishful thinking. The manager personally served a few plates of delicate snacks. Miss, you came so suddenly that I didn't have time to prepare. My place is not as good as the mountain, so you can have a taste. You are welcome. I often came here to beg for food when I was a child. Although Shuebing had no appetite, she still picked up a piece of osmanthus cake out of politeness. The manager immediately smiled. Yes, you were so young at that time, and in the blink of an eye, you became one of the top 10 beauties in the world. Shuebing stopped eating the osmanthus cake. She had never liked this title, and now she was most unwilling to hear it. The so-called top 10 beauties were just the 4 major families and 7 major sections. Excluding the Pudu Temple, each family and sect had chosen a woman with outstanding appearance. The first thing to be considered was family background, and the last was martial arts. Now there were only 9 of the top 10 beauties left. The Ma family, the number 1 family in the northern region, could no longer produce any beauties, and the Snow Mountain sect happened to be the number 1 sect in the northern region. After the Ma family was destroyed by the world faction, all the sects and families in the northern region were swept away. Now only the Snow Mountain sect was left, and its traditional sphere of influence had been reduced to less than 100 miles. She had brought people to patrol and found that the situation was not optimistic. The legend of the White Ape King, which contains supreme swordsmanship, had already been circulated before the world faction attacked. She believed that it was in this city. Because of the head of the Snow Mountain sect, her biological father had collected a complete set. She had read it carefully and was amazed by the swordsmanship. What was even more amazing was that someone was willing to show such a supreme technique to others so easily, and even spread it vigorously. At first, she had thought that it was someone else's martial arts, so she did not feel bad about it. But her father had asserted that the most exquisite part was not the work of the White Ape King, because even he could not comprehend it, only feeling that it was broad and profound. More pessimistically, if this went on, the legacy of the Snow Mountain sect would be lost even before the world faction attacked. Since there was a way to learn supreme swordsmanship easily, who would want to be apprenticed and live under someone else's roof? The supreme technique of the Snow Mountain sect, the Blizzard Sword technique, had always been learned by only a few people. This time, the disaster brought about by the arrival of the Demon Star was far greater than the last. The order of the martial arts world, which had existed since ancient times, had been destroyed like never before. Even the Snow Mountain sect, a sect with hundreds of years of history, could not avoid trouble, let alone the top 10 beauties. She was lost in thought for a moment, and shopkeeper Hong panicked. Miss, is the snack not to your taste? Old man Hong, what nonsense are you talking about here? Go back and settle the score. A reckless young man waved his hand impatiently, and said to Xue Bing with a face full of eagerness, "Sister, don't worry. With me here no one can hurt you. You brat, you have only learned martial arts for a few years, and you dare to say such big words. Besides, Miss is such a kind and beautiful person, who can bear to hurt her?" Shopkeeper Hong was unhappy. Although he only knew a little bit of martial arts, he was no match for this young man. But this small town and the Snow Mountain sect depended on each other. For hundreds of years, many people had practiced martial arts on the mountain, and there were all kinds of relatives. Even the miss of the Snow Mountain sect had grown up under his watch, so he was naturally not afraid of the prestige of martial artists. This was also the difference between sects and aristocratic families. Sects needed to recruit disciples, not just one family, and they valued reputation more. Moreover, they would not constantly spread out like aristocratic families, and the mountain could not accommodate too many people, so they did not need so many resources. Clothing, food, housing, and transportation were all provided by disciples, as long as they had a certain area of influence. Who else can it be? Of course it's the big devil Li Qingshan. The arrogant young man obviously did not see Xue Bing frowning after hearing this name. Li Qingshan is not a devil, he is a chivalrous king. The waiter who was carefully serving at the side suddenly spoke, which surprised everyone. "Are you crazy? You don't have the right to speak here, go and work." Shopkeeper Hong shouted. "Well, there is a spy from the World Society here. I will teach you a good lesson, and then you will know whether Li Qingshan is a chivalrous king or a devil." The arrogant young man rolled up his sleeves. "Even if you kill me, Li Qingshan is also a chivalrous king, the savior of us commoners." The waiter's face turned red and he stretched his neck and shouted, "All right, stop talking. When the rain stops, we will go back to the mountain to report." Before Xue Bing's voice died away, the restaurant was suddenly illuminated by lightning, and a figure was cast on the ground. Boom! The thunder seemed to explode above their heads, shaking the bowls and plates, and everyone's ears were buzzing. Chapter 1203. He rolled on the ground in a very sorry state before he stood up and shouted, "Boss, bring the wine." Pitter-patter. The rainwater he carried splashed everywhere. Xue Bing's pupils shrank. She released her innate qi to block the water droplets. The others were not so lucky. They had not reached the innate realm and only had inner force. They were drenched by the rain. The exquisite desserts on the table were also soaked and could not be eaten anymore. Looking at the man who had barged in, he was tall and had disheveled hair. He was dressed in a yellow robe, and his sleeves were almost touching the ground. He was supposed to be dressed elegantly, but his chest was exposed and his feet were covered in mud. There was nothing elegant about him. Not to mention his strange appearance. He looked like an ape. The smile on his face made him look even more comical. People could not help but think of the words, "wearing a crown on a monkey." Manager Hong was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at him. It was a small matter if he was drenched by a few drops of rain, but the few plates of pastries that he had prepared were all ruined. He said stiffly, "We don't sell wine here. What do you want to buy if we don't sell wine? Don't joke around. Bring it quickly. I will reward you heavily." "All right, bring some dishes to go with the wine." "I said we don't sell wine here." Although Manager Hong knew that the man was skilled in martial arts, they were at the foot of the Snow Mountain sect. They were surrounded by Snow Mountain sect disciples. Why would they be afraid of a stranger? The reckless young man from the Snow Mountain sect wiped the rain off his face. He was about to ask where this man came from. Was he a spy from the World Society? Xue Bing's warning voice rang in his ears, "Don't speak." The voice was cold, but it was trembling slightly. Looking at the strange man, she suddenly thought of someone. Rumble. Another series of thunder sounded. The cups and plates shook violently. It was as if there was a thunder dragon hovering above the restaurant. The lightning illuminated the inside of the restaurant. The roaring thunder shocked everyone. Only the man stood still. His shadow on the wall bared its fangs and brandished its claws. His face was also flickering. His originally comical face suddenly revealed a cruel and ferocious look. A gust of wind blew into the restaurant and lifted Xue Bing's veil. A pair of limpid autumn eyes stared at the man's long sleeves. It did not flutter in the wind but hung straight down. Her red lips had turned pale at some point. "It's him, it must be him. That murderous bastard. The Devil King who brought chaos to the world." The blood seemed to freeze. Before seeing it with his own eyes, she had never imagined that she would be so afraid. He did not come here to drink, but for the entire Snow Mountain sect. She could almost see the bloody scene in the Snow Mountain sect. And the first to die was this shopkeeper Hong, who did not know the identity of the newcomer and insisted on refusing to sell his wine. He did not even have the courage to open his mouth to remind them. The man suddenly let out a childish laugh, which seemed extremely strange. Everyone shuddered, and shopkeeper Hong also took a step back, saying in shock, What are you laughing at?" The man turned around to look behind him. A young child climbed up from his back and sat on his broad shoulder. He mocked, "I told you to drink so much that you don't care about your life, but they won't sell it to you at all. Let's see what you do now." The summer thunderstorm came quickly, but this bastard didn't hurry to find a house to hide in. Instead, he saw a wine flag and insisted on rushing over, almost causing him to be struck by lightning. "What should I do?" "Nothing." The man spread his hands, turned around and walked to the door. He faced the wind and rain, looking at the snow mountain in the rain. He actually gave up. Although he wanted to drink and wait for the rain to stop, he would not bully an ordinary old man for this small hobby. Anyway, when he reached the mountain, someone would treat him. If that happened, he would chop off the head of whoever dared to be stubborn. "Serves you right." The young child clapped his hands and laughed. Shui Bing's eyes were filled with surprise. Did she see wrongly? In the face of such a scene, the slightly more vicious people of Jianghu would probably kill. Even those with a good temper would want to teach shopkeeper Hong a lesson and force him to bring the wine. However, seeing the giant blade wrapped in white cloth on the man's back, this glimmer of hope had to be destroyed. A few months ago, eldest senior brother had witnessed with his own eyes how Pudu Temple's tiger-taming master and Northern Horse Clan's Grand Clan leader all died under such a blade. Like pigs and dogs facing a butcher, they had no power to resist. Since then, eldest senior brother was somewhat delirious and often woke up with nightmares. And that child was also consistent with the recent information. No matter where he went, he would bring a young child with him. Some people suspected that the child was his illegitimate child with the World Society's leader. In order to avoid disturbing people's hearts, this information was strictly kept secret. Only a few people in the Snow Mountain sect knew about it, and she happened to be one of them. All the characteristics matched. This person must be the hero King Li Qingshan. At least you know what's good for you. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you know some martial arts. Just know what this place is. Shopkeeper Hong pointed at the Snow Mountain outside the door, feeling proud and pleased. Snow Mountain sect. Li Qingshan stared at the white snow on the mountain peak. This was the last nail in the World Society's territory in the northern region. He would personally remove it and test out his new supernatural power. Yes, since you are a martial artist, it is impossible that you don't know. These are all outstanding disciples of the Snow Mountain sect. The one in the middle is the daughter of the leader of the Snow Mountain sect, Miss Shui, one of the top 10 beauties in the world. Shopkeeper Hong raised his hand and introduced. If not for the fact that Shui Bing did not dare to act rashly, she could not help but scold this old man. "Oh." Li Qingshan turned his head and looked at Shui Bing. Shui Bing felt that the pair of spirited eyes seemed to have penetrated the veil and saw her face clearly, or even saw through her entire person. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated and she felt numb all over her body. Shopkeeper Hong lectured Li Qingshan with a serious face. "It's fine if you splashed the rainwater on me, but you didn't even apologize when you splashed it on them. Do you really have no manners? It's just a few drops of rainwater, why are you so stingy?" All right, don't stare at me. I came in a hurry, I'm sorry. Old man, do you want me to wash your clothes for you? Li Qingshan teased Shopkeeper Hong with a smile and reached out to grab his lapel. They were at the foot of the mountain of the Snow Mountain sect, so of course there would be people from the Snow Mountain sect. It was nothing strange. If the leader of the Snow Mountain sect was here, it would save them a lot of trouble. They would not have to go up the mountain. What could a young lady do? Shui Bing felt relieved and ordered her brothers. They didn't do it on purpose, don't be so calculative. Sit down. Uncle Hong, I don't have much of an appetite, you entertain the guests. The few of them were obedient to her and immediately sat down obediently, treating this as an insignificant interlude. The young lady is magnanimous and let you off this time. Hey, let go, don't tear it. I have a wife at home, I don't need you to wash my clothes. Shopkeeper Hong looked at the funny smiling face and could not help but smile. You really look like a monkey, do you want to drink wine? I thought you didn't want to sell? Still not selling, I'll treat you. Hey, I'm afraid you can't afford it. Go out and ask around. My Snow Mountain restaurant has 100 jars of Snow Mountain wine in our ancestral cellar. Take 1 jar and keep 1 jar, no more, no less. How many jars can you drink? But I'll say this first, you're not allowed to use your inner energy to make wine. What's the point of using your inner energy to make wine? Snow Mountain wine, auspicious snow heralds a fruitful year, good name, quickly give it a try. You treat me to wine, I'll treat you to meat, you can use your inner energy to make meat however you like. Look at your impatient face, it's not the feng as in fruitful year, it's the feng as in peak. Using inner energy to make meat, only you can think of that. Since it's raining today and I have nothing to do, I'll accompany you to drink a few cups. Xiaobei, go get the wine and meat. Shopkeeper Hong sat down in a dignified manner and generously gave out his orders. Ah, I used to plow the fields. Li Qingshan sat opposite him and glanced at Luo Ho Xiaoming. See, I came at the right time, right? Someone is treating me to wine, it tastes especially good. Luo Ho Xiaoming pouted, jumped on the table and shook off the rain on his body. Sai, you brought such a young child out for a stroll. Xiaobei, get a towel. He was the one who insisted on following, I had no choice. Hey, hurry up and thank me. Thank you. Luo Ho Xiaoming took the towel, but his heart was filled with a strange feeling. It was the first time in his life that he thanked an ant-like mortal for such an insignificant towel. He suddenly frowned, lowered his head and fell into deep thought. This child is my son. You're my son. Luo Ho Xiaoming jumped up and kicked Li Qingshan's chest. If it was a long time ago, this kick would have destroyed the snowy mountain outside the door, but now it did not even tickle him. Sai, I've spoiled you too much. Please excuse me. Luo Ho Xiaoming glared at him, a longing for power that he had not felt for a long time ignited in his chest. The waiter came over with a pot of wine and a steaming pot of braised meat. You used to plow the fields, why did you stop plowing? Shopkeeper Hong asked casually. I lost the cow so I came out to look for it. Shopkeeper Hong laughed out loud, thinking that he was joking. This is the first time I've heard of your reason for roaming the martial world, but a man's ambition is to roam the world. If you didn't roam the world, you wouldn't have learned such good martial arts. The rain poured down, hitting the roof tiles. It was noisy yet quiet, and the liveliness made it seem even more peaceful. The sound of thunder, on the other hand, became softer. It was not easy to attract thunder in such a small city, and the heavens could not do anything to Li Qingshan, who was in the building. When the wine was poured into the bowl, just as Li Qingshan was about to take it up, Luo Ho Xiaoming suddenly snatched the bowl and drank it in one gulp, which made Shopkeeper Hong's eyes widen. I've never seen such a young child drink so much. Bring another bowl. Li Qingshan asked the waiter to come to the table and said to Shopkeeper Hong, I'm afraid you won't be able to eat it all by yourself. I'll pour wine for you. The waiter came over with a smile, thinking that this man was much cuter than the group of Snow Mountain sect disciples. But of course he was still not as good as the Missy. In the windy and rainy restaurant, a few people with completely different identities sat and drank. Xue Bing looked over, finding it hard to believe that this person was the devil that second uncle mentioned, who stood on the mountain of corpses. Chapter 1204. Missy. Shopkeeper Hong and the waiter stood up hurriedly. The Snow Mountain sect disciples were stunned too. Li Qingshan leaned over the table and munched away. He glanced at her and said with a muffled voice, Sit. She gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine and said to Shopkeeper Hong and the waiter, Why are you standing? Xue Bing sat down and said, You guys sit too. The two of them sat down carefully. Li Qingshan shook his head, Women spoil the mood when men drink. Xue Bing took off her bamboo hat and revealed her face. Her skin was as white as snow and her hair was as black as ink. She was indeed a beauty. She patted the wine jar and a drop of wine fell into the bowl. She opened her lips and drank it in one gulp, revealing the bottom of the bowl. I came uninvited. This bowl of wine is my apology. Junior sister. Senior sister. The Snow Mountain sect disciples were stunned. She had never touched wine before. They had never seen her drink like this. They all stood up. Sit down. Xue Bing shouted. Her fair face blushed, making her look even more beautiful. The waiter at the side did not dare to look at her. The Snow Mountain sect disciples also felt that something was wrong. They slowly sat down and placed their hands on the hilt of their swords. Li Qingshan smiled, You are a heroine. But you are not allowed to turn your vital energy into wine. Of course. Xue Bing felt a burning sensation in her stomach. She gritted her teeth and endured it. This gave her courage and she asked directly, May I know why you are here? To avoid lightning. You are a man, yet you are afraid of lightning? I have no choice. I've done too many good deeds. The heavens cannot tolerate it. Li Qingshan shrugged. I have only heard that lightning will strike evil people. Shui Bing felt the effects of the wine spread and forgot her fear. She gradually felt the benefits of the wine and drank another bowl. Which evil person in the world was struck to death by lightning? It has always been people who kill and set fires. It has always been people who repair bridges and roads. Then are you going to be a person who kills and sets fires, or a person who repairs bridges and roads? Neither. The heavens are unfair. I will do justice for them. During the conversation, Li Qingshan drank several bowls of wine. He finished the jar of wine and said, "Go get more wine." How arrogant of you, sir. Shui Bing's emotions surged. She no longer had any doubts. Only the hero king could say such arrogant words. Who else could it be? Li Qingshan suddenly smiled. But this is a small matter. This is a small matter? Shui Bing asked curiously, then what's the big deal? Looking for cows. Shui Bing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Then you don't need to look for it. I can give you one. Li Qingshan said, little girl, even if you give me 10,000 cows, they can't compare to that one of mine. Luo Ho Xiaoming couldn't hold his liquor. She was dozing off with her hand supporting her head. When she heard this, she suddenly looked at him thoughtfully. Little girl. Shui Bing revealed a strange expression. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's drink. Li Qingshan asked Manager Hong again. Just now, there is one of the top 10 beauties in the world you mentioned. Who are the other 9? Why are you asking this? Manager Hong asked cautiously. I was thinking if I could marry all of these beauties, wouldn't that be great? This was the dream of all men in the world, but no one dared to say it, let alone in front of one of them. You're crazy. Manager Hong shouted, Missy, don't lower yourself to this drunkard's level. How dare you? The disciples of the Snow Mountain sect drew their swords. Shui Bing waved her hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. Then you'll be disappointed. Is that so? There are only 9 of the so-called top 10 beauties left. No matter how capable you are, it will be difficult for you to marry all of them. Missy, are you going to quit and not be one of the top 10 beauties? I don't think you need to be very capable for this small matter. This is a false reputation imposed by the world. If I could quit, I would have done so long ago. However, one of the beauties has already passed away unless you can bring her back to life. That's a pity. To think that someone would be willing to destroy a beauty so ruthlessly. What a waste. Let me propose a toast to her. Li Qingshan took a big gulp of wine. He said it casually, but he didn't think it was a pity. Shui Bing said coldly, are you still trying to hide it? Isn't the person who ruthlessly destroyed the flower your distinguished self? Me? What? Li Qingshan was shocked. He really didn't know. Who would specifically come to talk to him like this? That beauty was from the Ma family. She died at the foot of the Galloping Horse City. It was said that the king of chivalry, Li Qingshan, killed her personally. Ah. There was a commotion in the restaurant. Manager Hong's eyes widened. He stood up and retreated, tripped over the bench and fell on his butt. The disciples of the Snow Mountain sect drew their swords and held them in front of them, but no one dared to step forward. The reputation of the king of chivalry was like the sun in the sky in the northern region. Everyone feared him. This small restaurant suddenly became as terrifying as the devil's domain. Li Qingshan tried hard to recall. It seems so. I've killed countless people in my life. It's really hard for me to distinguish beauty from ugliness. I've embarrassed myself, Miss Shui. But I've killed her. Come, let's drink. So you admit it? Shui Bing asked. She mustered all her courage to continue sitting there. Yes, I'm Li Qingshan. Besides, when did I hide anything? If you asked me, I would have told you. At this point, Li Qingshan suddenly stood up. Shui Bing felt a huge shadow covering her and she almost couldn't breathe. She saw him looking outside the door. The rain has stopped. The summer storm came and went quickly. The dark clouds dispersed and rays of light fell on the snow mountain, glowing with a holy light. Old man, thank you for the wine. This is the money for the meat. Li Qingshan threw a silver ingot, picked up Luo Ho Xiaoming and walked out the door. Shui Bing flew in front of the door. Where are you going? Up the mountain, of course. Can't you let the Snow Mountain sect go? How can I let others sleep next to my bed? You call yourself the king of chivalry and say that you will enforce justice on behalf of heaven. The Snow Mountain sect has never bullied the good like the Ma family. If not, there would be no Snow Mountain sect in the world. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill anyone today. But this is the general trend. If you're not a friend or an enemy, you have to end it. I've never done a bad thing in my life. If I stop you, will you kill me? Little girl, look at what you're holding in your hand. A swordsman dies by the sword. What's there to complain about? Get out of the way. You don't want me to become a sworn enemy of the Snow Mountain sect now, do you? Li Qingshan killed one. He didn't care about killing the second one. He destroyed the Ma family. He didn't care about destroying the Snow Mountain sect. Even if he was innocent and good, he just had to bear the sin. There was no need to blame himself or try to defend himself. His determination to move forward would never change. Even if he was a good person for 10 generations. Buddha is born in all. Those who stand in my way will die. Shui Bing bit her lips. Her expression changed. She sheathed her sword. Get out of the way. Although this man was called Chivalrous King, the word chivalrous could not restrain him. That's good. Li Qingshan brushed past Shui Bing and stepped out of the door. He took a deep breath. The air was filled with the fragrance of the soil after the rain. He stepped on the ground barefoot. He crossed 10 feet with each step and strode towards the snow mountain. Shui Bing used her lightness skill and caught up with him. I'll send you up the mountain. All right, let's continue drinking on the mountain. I hope someone will treat me. Li Qingshan smiled and smacked his lips, as if he was still savoring the taste of the wine. If others don't, I will. Shui Bing could hear the murderous intent in his words. She knew that the Snow Mountain sect's survival depended on today. Senior sister. Junior sister. The disciples of the Snow Mountain sect rushed out of the door. Their figures became 2 small dots as they climbed up the snow mountain. Shopkeeper Hong took a long time to come back to his senses. He was scared and broke out in a cold sweat on such a hot day. That was Li Qingshan. He dared to give him a hard time and teach him a lesson in front of so many people. He really didn't know how to spell the word death. The waiter was so excited that his face turned red. Shopkeeper, did you see that? That's the chivalrous king. If it weren't for his magnanimity, your head would have been removed. Shopkeeper Hong jumped up and took out the martial arts that he hadn't used for many years. He kicked the waiter's butt. You're the one with your head removed. Hurry up and work. The waiter rubbed his butt and said indignantly, wait until I join the World Assembly and learn a peerless martial arts. Let's see if you still dare to kick me then. Shopkeeper Hong smiled bitterly and murmured to himself, you live up to your reputation. Now the Snow Mountain sect is in trouble. Li Qingshan didn't follow the right path. He crossed the river and climbed over the ravine. He crossed the snow line and looked back at the white clouds. After a short pause, Shui Bing caught up with him. She was already out of breath. She had just reached the innate realm, so her genuine qi wasn't as abundant as before. Do you want to rest for a while? Li Qingshan asked with a smile. No need. Shui Bing clenched her teeth. She was now representing the Snow Mountain sect. However, Li Qingshan lay down and basked in the sun comfortably. Shui Bing quickly sat down to regulate her breathing. He didn't deliberately embarrass her. She couldn't help but feel grateful. However, she felt strange. He's here to deal with the Snow Mountain sect. Why should I be grateful to him? Chivalrous King, you went up the mountain alone. Aren't you afraid of getting trapped there? Are you worried about my safety? I'm advising you to back off. Li Qingshan laughed loudly. His voice was so loud that it shook the clouds. Shui Bing suddenly felt that it was a pity for a man like him to be trapped in a desperate situation. She shook her head and felt that it was ridiculous. There were so many people in the world who wanted to kill him. If there was a chance, she wouldn't let it go. However, who could stop him? I'm done resting. Let's go. Voices came from the main hall of the Snow Mountain sect. A man anxiously advised, Leader Shui, your disciple can testify that the devil Li Qingshan has piled up corpses like a mountain. He's bloodthirsty. He won't let the Snow Mountain sect go. Please make a decision quickly and fight against the World Society together. Yes, Master. It's impossible for the Snow Mountain sect to fight against the World Society alone. We can only fight with all the people in the martial arts world. In the hall, a group of elders gathered together. Everyone had a worried look on their faces. Sect leader Shui Hanfeng was silent. At this moment, a man and a woman walked into the hall. Shui Hanfeng was surprised. Bing-er. Chapter 1205. Li Qingshan looked at the 2 people who spoke. They were an old man and a young man. He had seen them outside of Galloping Horse City. They were the innate masters who surrounded the former Alliance Master Zhang Yuntian. They escaped when Gu Yenying was possessed. The young man was a handsome young man dressed in white. He was a disciple of the Snow Mountain faction. The old man was obviously here to persuade them. It seemed that there were still people who were not willing to lose and wanted to compete with him. Everyone in the hall was shocked. The sound of swords being unsheathed could be heard. "Binger, come here quickly," Shui Hanfeng said as he activated the faction's formation. The temperature in the hall dropped sharply. It was the height of summer, but at this moment the air became foggy. Li Qingshan felt the cold air getting heavier. A layer of frost condensed under his feet and quickly spread up. Li Qingshan ignored him. He pointed at the old man who tried to persuade him and flicked his thumb backwards. The old man felt as if he had been pardoned. He dashed out of the door and left. Everyone was shocked. He was a famous figure for many years, but he ran away without saying a word. He did not know that after seeing Li Qingshan kill people, he did not have the courage to face him. He was not afraid of dying in battle, but he did not want to be crushed to death like a bug. "Stop!" Li Qingshan shouted. The old man had just crossed the threshold. When he heard this, he stood there as if he was nailed to the ground. He did not dare to move. Li Qingshan said without turning his head, "Hey, I have spared your life twice. Why don't you say thank you?" The old man's expression changed. He bowed his head and cupped his hands. "Thank you for sparing my life. I can do it twice but not thrice. If it happens again you should join the world faction." The old man raised his head and looked at Li Qingshan's back. He nodded heavily, "All right." He then said to Shui Hanfeng, "Leader Shui, I have known you for many years. I know that you are kind and righteous. You cannot bear to see the Snow Mountain faction end up like the Ma family. You should surrender." He let out another heavy sigh and left without looking back. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who was the one who spoke for them? Li Qingshan glanced at the young man in white again. He was like a mouse that had seen a cat. He shivered and lowered his head, not saying a word. Shui Bing felt a wave of pain in her heart. Was this still the arrogant eldest senior brother of the past? Shui Hanfeng solemnly cupped his hands. "I am Shui Hanfeng, the 19th generation sect leader of the Snow Mountain sect. The chivalrous king has graced us with your presence, and I apologize for not going out to meet you. Sect leader Shui, let's cut to the chase. Do you want to fight or surrender?" Li Qingshan took a step forward. With a loud boom, the great hall trembled and the frost scattered. "I don't know how to fight or surrender. If you really want to fight, then let's do it together. There was no need to be so particular. If you surrender, there will no longer be the Snow Mountain sect. There will only be the Snow Mountain Hall of the World Assembly, and you will still be the hall master." Everyone's heart sank. They wanted to destroy the Snow Mountain sect. If not for the words left by the old man just now, he was afraid that there would be people scolding him immediately. At this moment, they all stepped forward with their swords, showing that they would live and die with the Snow Mountain sect. Only the young man in white did not move. He stared blankly at the ground and murmured, "It's useless. It's useless." Shui Bing no longer looked at him. The eldest senior brother of the past was already dead. He was not killed by others but by fright. She pulled away from Li Qingshan and returned to her father's side. Then she looked back. Li Qingshan stood in front of the hall unmoving like a mountain. The demonic aura he emitted filled the hall, like a black cloud pressing on the snow mountain. It was almost impossible to compare it with the restaurant that was in a sorry state. She thought of the smiling man who was scolded by the manager. But when she looked carefully, she found that there was no change in him. His bright round eyes seemed to always be smiling, but at this moment, there was a playful look in them. Shui Hanfeng took a deep breath. The Snow Mountain sect and the World Assembly will mind our own business. I am willing to give up everything at the foot of the mountain. I swear that I will never be the enemy of the World Assembly. Li Qingshan shook his head. No, I have already said this to your daughter. The general trend is irresistible. If you are not an enemy, then you must be a friend. There is no room for indifference. Shui Hanfeng was also irritated. You are pushing us too far. The Snow Mountain sect has been passed down for hundreds of years. How can it be destroyed in my hands? Leader Shui, you are really stubborn. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are inevitable. Creation, existence, destruction, and emptiness are all things. You can take a long-term view. When I unify the world, there will be no difference between sections. This is the general trend. Those who follow it will prosper, and those who go against it will die. If the Snow Mountain sect becomes the Snow Mountain Hall, it will be more prosperous. It will be reborn in your hands. Li Qingshan opened his arms. He looked like he could swallow the world. The expression on his face did not look like he was saying some heroic words. Instead, it looked like it was natural for him to eat and drink. Shui Hanfeng clenched his fists. He had never encountered such a difficult choice in his life. Suddenly he sighed and waved his hand. The temperature in the hall began to rise again. "Leader, you can't do that. I would rather die than join the World Assembly." The crowd in the hall was furious. Shui Bing bit her lips. Her eyes were filled with tears. Was this man, who was as majestic as a mountain in her heart, going to surrender to that man's shadow? Li Qingshan smiled. "That is a wise move." Shui Hanfeng slowly pulled out his sword and pointed it at Li Qingshan. "Leader Shui, what do you mean?" Shui Hanfeng said decisively. "As the leader, if I surrender without a fight, how can I face my ancestors? I only want a fair fight. I want to see the peerless martial arts of the hero king." "Why?" Li Qingshan could see that he was ready to die. He admired him a little. "Father, don't." Shui Bing said in panic. She would rather him surrender than die. "Leader, you don't have to worry about the rules of Jianghu. Let's fight together." "Bing, stand down," Shui Hanfeng said to the crowd. "If I lose, the Snow Mountain sect will become the Snow Mountain Hall. No one is allowed to avenge me. This is the order of the leader." Li Qingshan smiled. "Sect Master Shui, if I kill you, let alone the others, your daughter will hate me for the rest of her life. If she attacks me, all I can do is give her a swift death. I really can't bring myself to do that. Fine, I respect you as a man who has done many chivalrous deeds. Today, if I touch a finger of yours or take half a step back, I lose. What do you think?" Shui Bing was pleasantly surprised. Her expression was complicated. She didn't know whether she should thank him or hate him. Shui Hanfeng agreed. "Okay, it's a deal." He thought, "Even if your martial arts are peerless, if you can't even touch a finger of mine, how can you win?" His sword made a flower. The bright blue flower did not dissipate. The flower bloomed in the air layer by layer. It was like snowflakes piling up, getting thicker and thicker. His first move was the mega avalanche of the Snow Mountain sect's supreme skill, the bright snow swordsmanship. As expected, Li Qingshan did not move at all. He allowed him to build up his power. Everyone was extremely nervous. Suddenly they heard a yawn. Luo Ho Xiaoming climbed onto his shoulder. He drowsily held his head and looked around lazily. Shui Hanfeng frowned. "I am the leader of the Snow Mountain sect. How can I attack a young child? Is this his plot?" Li Qingshan smiled. "Leader Shui, you don't have to worry. If you kill this kid, it's on me. Watch my sword." Shui Hanfeng made up his mind. He raised his aura to its peak. True Qi surged like a raging wave. Only then did Li Qingshan stretch out his hand. His fingers were slightly open. Waves of demonic energy gathered in his hand, but it did not burst out. Shui Hanfeng suddenly stopped in midair. The dazzling flower of his sword froze. It was as if it was sealed in an invisible amber. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. Everyone's eyes widened. They could not see what move Li Qingshan had used. It looked like he had just stretched out his hand and Shui Hanfeng had been defeated. Just as he said, he had not touched a single finger. "Father." Shui Bing hurried over to support him. Shui Hanfeng pushed her hand away and stood up. His heart was full of resentment. "What kind of martial art is this?" "It's not martial art. It's magic. The first magic of the ape demon transformation." "Magic? Are you a demon?" "Yes and no, no and no." "What is your relationship with the White Ape King?" "Nothing. I just cut off his head." "You lost." Shui Bing shouted at Li Qingshan. "How did I lose?" "You said you would not touch a single finger of my father, but you heavily injured him. Does magic not count?" Sigh. Women are really unreasonable. Why don't you ask your father if I hurt him? Bing, no need to quibble. I lost. Shui Hanfeng could not be clearer. All the injuries he had suffered were caused by the rebound of his true qi. Shui Bing lowered her head sadly, tears streaming down her face. Cheating. Luo Ho Xiaoming curled his lips. Li Qingshan's magic had no offensive power at all. It could not even kill an ant. But the effect of this magic had shocked him the first time he had seen it. This was not some body-fixing spell, but a direct sealing of the void. Shui Hanfeng, the leader of the Snow Mountain Hall, greets the Hero King. Shui Hanfeng stepped forward and bowed. The elders and disciples of the Snow Mountain sect, whether they were willing or not, also came forward and bowed. In the martial arts world, the strong were respected. As the first senior brother of the Snow Mountain sect, the young man in white let out a great sigh of relief as well. He felt like this was the best possible outcome, but he was also worried about whether Li Qingshan had overheard what he had said earlier in the hall and developed a grudge against him. Li Qingshan said, "Leader Shui, listen to my order." "Yes." Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Bring the wine." Shui Hanfeng was startled. He thought it was an important order. "I did not drink to my heart's content at the foot of the mountain. Let's continue. Your daughter said so." Shui Bing remembered what he said at the foot of the mountain and did not know whether to laugh or cry. That night there was a banquet in the hall. Shui Hanfeng took the opportunity to ask, "Your Highness, what do you want the Snow Mountain sect to do?" Li Qingshan pondered for a while and spread his hands. "I also do not know." Shui Hanfeng was speechless. "Did you destroy the Snow Mountain sect just to have a drink? This is too unfair. I was bored in the Galloping Horse City, so I came out to play. I am not the leader of the world, I do not care about these trivial matters. When we get to the Galloping Horse City you can ask him yourself." Li Qingshan said impatiently, "Drink, drink." Shui Hanfeng's eyes widened. He could not suppress his internal injuries and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Father! Father!" Shui Bing rushed forward. "Your father is drunk, quickly send him back to rest." Shui Bing raised her eyebrows. "How is he drunk? He was obviously angered by you. P.S. Chapter 1207. Shui Hanfeng bowed and left. Shui Bing helped him back to the backyard. Shui Hanfeng looked up at the crescent moon in the sky, floating in the sea of clouds. Suddenly tears rolled down his cheeks and he sighed, "Bing, the Snow Mountain sect is gone." As soon as he said this he seemed to age 10 years. "Father." Shui Bing's tears fell like rain. The world is in chaos once the demon star appears. Maybe it's fate. It's not fate. Shui Bing came out from the backyard. A handsome young man came up to her. "Junior Martial Sister, Master, is he okay?" "Sai, that kind of power is not something a human can fight against. Maybe following the World Assembly is the best choice. And this is without the heroic lord using his sword. What a blessing in disguise." "Is the banquet over? Where is the heroic lord now?" Shui Bing asked coldly. "Admiring the moon on the flying snow cliff." "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to make a deal with him." Shui Bing walked towards the flying snow cliff. "You." Eldest senior brother seemed to have realized something. He wanted to follow her, but he could only watch as her figure disappeared. Li Qingshan's legs dangled off the cliff. He looked up at the new moon in the sky and wondered if the moon was the same as the 9 prefectures. Was Little and also looking at the same moon? Footsteps sounded behind him. Li Qingshan turned around and asked, "How's your father?" The moonlight shone on Shui Bing's face. It seemed to be covered in a layer of frost. She cupped her hands and said, "Heroic Lord, you said in the restaurant at the foot of the mountain that you want to marry the world's top 10 beauties." Li Qingshan corrected, 9 beauties? Yes, I like 9. I can be the first. Wives, concubines and servants are fine. As long as you let the Snow Mountain sect go, I'll be yours. Shui Bing puffed out her chest and said sternly. Li Qingshan laughed out loud. "What are you laughing at?" Shui Bing was embarrassed into anger. "I'm laughing at you for thinking too highly of the Snow Mountain sect and underestimating yourself. You should go to Galloping Horse City and meet that World Association leader. She doesn't even care about her own father." Everything Shui Bing had came from the Snow Mountain sect. She thought that Li Qingshan was laughing at her for not being qualified to make such an exchange. Hearing this she couldn't help but feel moved. No one had ever said such a thing to her. It is rumored that the World Society's leader is Gu Yenying. She was the #1 beauty in the world. It's a pity that we didn't get to meet. That was just added by someone else. In her heart there is no such thing as a beauty. That's right, even in front of me she wouldn't be willing to be the second best in the world. "Prince, do you like her very much?" Shui Bing asked. She was curious about the woman who could make him reveal such an expression. What would it look like? Li Qingshan pondered for a moment and smiled calmly. That's right. What if she was here to make this deal? Shui Bing suddenly felt a trace of jealousy. She won't. Then I am different from her. I'm willing to sacrifice myself for the peace of the Snow Mountain sect. If one day you fly high enough, you will find that this snow mountain is just a small mound. But you see, my vision is quite accurate. If it wasn't for this guy, I would have pounced on it now and then denied everything. Li Qingshan brought up Luo Ho Xiaoming again. Luo Ho Xiaoming glared at him. Whatever, I have seen this kind of thing many times. Shui Bing's face turned red. Is this also called the Hero King? Bullshit Hero King, it's just an empty title. By the way, I have a peerless secret book here. It's called Gui Water Condensing Qi Method. Do you want to exchange it? I guarantee that I will not cheat anyone. If you buy it, you will make a profit. Shui Bing was stunned for a moment. She fiercely stamped her feet. No. She came here to sacrifice herself for the Snow Mountain sect, not to sell herself for some peerless secret book. She was almost led into a ditch by this man. It was really infuriating. That's a pity. Li Qingshan had an expression of, "You've lost a lot," on his face. He asked again, "You really don't want to exchange?" "No, I'll take my leave." Shui Bing angrily clasped her hands together. However, she saw Li Qingshan's expression change. He sneered and said, "You have to exchange even if you don't want to." She felt that her body could not move. She was shocked. Was he going to? Li Qingshan walked towards her step by step. He raised his hand and sealed her acupuncture points. The time she could maintain her supernatural power was really too short. Shui Bing saw his face coming towards her. She couldn't help but close her eyes. However, she heard him say in her ear, "Listen carefully." Then she heard a series of incantations. She opened her eyes in shock. However, she saw him smiling mischievously. "Don't say any more. I don't want to listen." Li Qingshan ignored her. He smiled and recited the Gui Water Condensing Qi Method. This was the first incantation that he had learned. He could still remember it clearly. He did not miss a single word. Shui Bing's body relaxed. Her acupuncture points were unsealed. She saw that he had already walked back to the edge of the cliff. She looked at the rising dark clouds in the sky. It was gradually swallowing a new moon. Without turning her head, she said, "All right, I'm leaving. You guard me." "Where are you going? Who's going to guard you? I never agreed to trade. I've already forgotten everything you said." This kind of forceful and overbearing behavior made her furious. However, when she heard that he was leaving, she felt a trace of reluctance. "I know you remember. As for where to go, this hero king naturally wants to be a hero. At the same time, I'll take a look at the other 8 beauties." "You're going alone?" Shui Bing understood. The 8 beauties represented the 5 major sects and 3 major clans. If he were to go, he would probably become the enemy of the entire martial world. 2 people. Hey, don't always ignore Xiaoming. Xiaoming is very important. Li Qingshan lifted up Luoho Xiaoming and shook him vigorously. Luoho Xiaoming squinted at him. His body emitted waves of killing intent. If this went on, his fighting spirit would recover before the red lotus bloomed. "Hero King, there are countless strange people in the world. They all have cunning methods. Even if you have peerless martial arts, you might not be able to escape unscathed. Are you worried about me?" "Of course not. I'm worried that you'll make the Snow Mountain sect the laughingstock of the world. So, I hope that you can defeat all the sects and clans." "Haha, thank you for your kind words." Li Qingshan suddenly frowned and said in distress, "By the way, aren't there any cute little nuns in Pudu Temple?" He had to see the demon star suppressed by Pudu Temple. Extracting the spiritual power from it might help him recover a lot of strength. "Of course not," Shui Bing said impatiently. Li Qingshan clapped his hands. "Yes, they don't have one. I'll give them one. Then we'll have the world's top 10 beauties again." "Are you serious?" Shui Bing widened her eyes at his whimsical good idea. She felt angry and funny at the same time. "Yes, you're the first." Li Qingshan grinned and jumped off the cliff. "I'm not." Shui Bing ran to the edge of the cliff and shouted. She only got a burst of laughter in response. She watched his figure disappear into the darkness. The experience of this short half a day was like a dream. There was fear, sadness, hatred, surprise, gratitude, and admiration. In the end, it was like a joke. No man had ever touched her heart like this. "I hope you can come back safely. P.S. I drank a little yesterday and felt a little emotional. But I also know that there must be a lot of opinions. They think that you're so slow, but you have the nerve to nag here. You're shameless to ask for monthly votes. I understand that the deeper the love, the deeper the responsibility. I've always felt guilty. Even if I tried my best, I still couldn't do it. I didn't even have the confidence to say, I wrote slowly because I wrote well." Chapter 1208. Li Qingshan descended the snowy mountain and sprinted southward. At this time, the benefits of a pocket world became apparent. Relying on the endless power of the earth, he ran hundreds of miles overnight and arrived at the middle realm at daybreak. If not for the thunderstorm, he would have been even faster. The weather was obviously much hotter. A red sun rose from the east and soon became daytime, radiating a blazing light that roasted the earth. Li Qingshan finally stopped. He did not feel tired, but his stomach was growling. He found a main road and walked to see if he could find a city wall along the way to have a big meal. At the same time, he seriously thought about his grand plan. There were no aristocratic families in the Middle Realm, only many gangs and sections. Among them there were 3 great sects: Hoodoo Temple, Mysterious Void Temple, and Divine Wind Sect. There was also the world-famous Black Tortoise City, which was where Martial Union was located. The Profound Void Temple and the Divine Wind Sect each possessed one of the 10 great beauties of the world, but Li Qingshan's first target was the Hoodoo Temple. No matter how he wanted to play around, he would have to increase his strength first before he could play to his heart's content. He had to obtain the Demon Star. However, there was a problem. There were no beauties in Hoodoo Temple. This was originally a joke. If he was just a lecher, there was no need to force a beauty into a monk temple. However, his personality was influenced by the demonic ape. The more he joked, the more serious he became. He threw the serious matter of conquering the world to the back of his mind, leaving it to Gu Yening to think about. However, he was not familiar with this world. Where could he find a beauty? He could not just find a random woman. She had to be qualified, not to mention her appearance. Her martial arts could not be too weak. It would be best if she had a certain reputation and social recognition. However, he did not think about it. Who would recognize a top 10 beauty from a monk temple? However, when he thought about the expressions of the monks, he found it very interesting and could not help but laugh out loud. Rather than being influenced by the demonic ape, it was better to say that his nature was stimulated. Who is behind you? As he thought about it, a bellow rang out from up ahead. A group of guards stopped in the dust, staring at Li Qingshan cautiously as he strode over. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. He was not familiar with this world. But there was always someone he was familiar with, so he just had to ask. A man with a full beard rode his horse forward and thought to himself, "His speed is astonishing, he must be a Xiantian master." The newcomer was definitely not a nobody. We need to be careful. He cupped his hands and said, "I am Ho Zhen of the Changfeng Escort Agency. May I know your name? May I know why you are here?" "Chivalrous King Li Qingshan, I'm here to rob you," Li Qingshan said concisely. Li Qingshan. Ho Zhen looked as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He was so shocked that he almost fell off his horse. The armed escorts were also in an uproar. In the short span of 3 months, Li Qingshan's name had spread all over the world. There was no one who did not know of him. There were even many people in the northern region who praised him. In other places he was a murderous demon king. Li Qingshan walked forward and the escorts retreated. He patted the carriage and asked, "What are you escorting?" "Just some gold and silver." Chivalrous King is rich in the northern region, why would he be interested in a mere escort? Ho Zhen dismounted, his back hunched. His expression was bitter as if he had eaten 3 caddies of bitter medicine. If this was a nameless person, then there would be no famous person in the world. "Let me ask you a question. If you can answer it, I won't rob you anymore." "Chivalrous King, please ask." Ho Zhen's heart sank. He did not think that Huang Xiaolong would be so easy to talk to. This question was either to make things difficult for him or to probe into Martial Union's secrets. Where are the most beauties in the world? No, where are the most beauties in the middle region? Li Qingshan did not want to beat around the bush. Ho Zhen was stunned, wondering if he had misheard. This murderous demon king chased after him just to ask such a question? Li Qingshan raised his hand impatiently, and the carriage flew out, crashing into a large tree by the side of the road. The tree broke into 2 and bright silver scattered on the ground. Ho Zhen quivered, cupping his hands as he said, "Reporting to Chivalrous King, the beauties in the middle region are naturally in Black Tortoise City." "Then what famous beauties are there in Black Tortoise City?" "There is a Miss Husianer in the Myriad Flower Brothel. She is known as a fairy descended from heaven, and she is definitely one of the top 10 beauties in the world." "Then where is Black Tortoise City?" Li Qingshan's eyes lit up again. He never thought there would be such a suitable candidate. He really did not take any effort at all. "Follow this road and head south. Black Tortoise City is less than 500 miles away." Li Qingshan left as soon as he said he would, taking large strides towards Black Tortoise City. For a moment he even forgot about his hunger. Ho Zhen raised his head and looked for a long time. After confirming that the figure had already disappeared into the horizon, he wiped the sweat off his forehead, discovering that he looked as if he had just been fished out of water. An old escort said, "Chief Escort, Isn't Alliance Master Zhang holding a martial arts conference in Black Tortoise City to discuss how to deal with the world faction? And that Wuxia, didn't she announce to the world that no matter who can get rid of Li Qingshan, whether they are young or old, monk or commoner, they will be willing to devote their lives to him? That's exactly what I want to lure him to Black Tortoise City. Right now, all the heroes of the world are gathered in the city. The leaders of the 6 great sects and the masters of the 3 great aristocratic families are all there. That Wuxia is not simple either. I heard that as long as a man has seen her face, he will be willing to lose his life for her. This time he dares to head south to Black Tortoise City alone. He has stepped into a trap. A young escort came over to fawn over him. Chief Escort is really brave. You can still think of such things in such an urgent situation. I'm not afraid of everyone laughing at me, but I was so scared just now that my stomach and legs were cramping. No one would laugh at him. Just now who wasn't scared half to death? Furthermore, there were rumors in the martial world that even Alliance Master Zhang had to obediently give up his position as Alliance Master when he saw Li Qingshan. In his eyes, a mere escort was probably not even comparable to an ant. Everyone was full of praises and praised the chief escort for being wise and mighty. It was as if they had all gone blind. They could not see Ho Zhen's legs, which were still trembling under the sun. Immediately ride my horse back to the escort agency. Use a messenger pigeon to notify Black Tortoise City. Tell them that the great demon Li Qingshan is about to arrive. Ho Zhen knew very well that his mind was blank at that time. He did not dare to say a single lie, so there was no way he could think so much. As for whether the heroes of Black Tortoise City would be able to take down Li Qingshan or whether Miss Wuxia would be in big trouble, that was not something he could care about. After all, he was not the one who would die. In Black Tortoise City, the martial arts circle convention that gathered all the heroes of the world had sunk into a gloomy atmosphere. A moment ago, the old man who was sent to Snow Mountain Sect to act as a lobbyist came back on his 1,000-li horse. He only said one thing. Snow Mountain Sect might have already fallen. I'm leaving. I definitely can't meet him a 3rd time, or else I will have to join the World Assembly. Chapter 1209. Under the illumination of the brilliant lights, a large round table was carved with the word Wu in the middle, surrounded by the carvings of the 12 zodiac signs and the 12 seasons. The outermost part was carved with 12 pictures, namely a whirlwind, a snowflake, a Buddha, and a Pegasus. These were the symbols of the world's 7 major sects and 4 major families. The specially empty seat corresponded to the dragon of the 12 zodiac signs. The chin of the 12 seasons was to commemorate the first leader of the Wulin Alliance, Long Padian. He had single-handedly established the Wulin Alliance and established the order of the Wulin world for hundreds of years. Later he shattered the void and left, becoming a legend. However, he was not born in an aristocratic family or a sect, so he was known to the outside world. Currently, the people sitting here were the leaders of the various families and sections. But now there were 2 more empty seats, a Pegasus and a Snowflake. They belonged to the Ma family and the Snow Mountain Sect. Now everyone knew that no one would come to these 2 seats. There were more people sitting on the periphery. They were the heroes who had been summoned. At this moment, all of them looked at Zhang Yuntian in silence. The Wulin Alliance had been established for hundreds of years. Every time a demonic sect brought disaster to the Wulin world, the Wulin Alliance would convene a Wulin assembly to suppress them. But there had never been a scene like this. The leader of the Wulin Alliance had actually quit. Abbot Fuku of the Pudu Temple chanted the name of Buddha and advised, Amitba, Umsgiver Zhang, you're wrong. I was forced by the situation outside the Galloping Horse City. The position of the Wulin Alliance is not something that can be taken away with just a few words. It's a pity that my junior brother Fu Hu, who hated evil and killed evil all his life, died in the hands of this demon. The head of the Xuanshu Temple also said, what Master said makes sense. A few days ago, there was a rumor that my senior brother also died in the hands of the demon. Now it has been confirmed. His corpse has been transported back from the northern region, but it's badly mutilated. It's really sad to see Li Qingshan, this demon, is too cruel and intolerable. Zhang Yuntian sighed, my condolences, you too. I'm also a survivor of a disaster. I just want to stay alive in this chaotic world. I really don't want to be involved in these Wulin disputes anymore. However, he sneered inside. An important figure from each sect had died to Li Qingshan's hands. Their grievances were basically irreconcilable. The Snow Mountain sect could go with the flow and surrender to the World Union, but they could not. Naturally, he could only resist with determination. The master of the Lu family of the eastern region slammed the table and stood up. That devil is still roaming freely in the northern region. Now is not the time to grieve. Alliance leader Zhang already has half a foot in the sky, but have you ever thought about what will happen to the Divine Wind sect when that devil head goes south? Don't tell me you are going to watch helplessly as it gets destroyed by that devil head? Although the world is big, we have no way to retreat. The Ma family and the Snow Mountain sect are already examples. If we still don't unite, we might as well join the World Assembly now. Forget about bowing down to that Li Qingshan. Why are you still holding the martial arts circle assembly? The other two aristocratic families immediately agreed. The Ma family of the northern region was really miserable. Zhang Yuntian remained silent, but in his heart he thought, you aristocratic families usually do whatever you want. Do you know fear now? Everyone tried to persuade Zhang Yuntian to stay. Normally, the various sects would fight for the position of alliance leader. Now, however, it had become a hot potato. After thinking about it, they could only let Zhang Yuntian continue as the alliance leader. At the very least, Li Qingshan's first attack would not be directed at them. Even if they failed in the end, it would still be the alliance leader and the entire martial union's failure. Zhang Yuntian pondered for a long time. Finally, he said, I can continue as the alliance leader, but I want the Divine Dragon Jade Seal to wield the authority of the Great Alliance Leader. Great Alliance Leader. Everyone was shocked. Since the establishment of martial union, there had only been one Great Alliance Leader, and that was the first alliance leader, Long Padian. Not only did Long Padian wield the power of life and death, but he could also abolish patriarchs and sect leaders at will. Alliance leader Zhang, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. Someone immediately objected. Who would be willing to place their lives in the hands of others? The difference between alliance leader and great alliance leader is only a single word. We are just following orders, so why go through the trouble? It's too stuffy here. I'll go outside to get some fresh air. Why don't you all discuss this properly here? As long as a single person disagrees, I'll immediately retreat from Black Tortoise City and return to the Divine Wind sect to enter closed-door training. Zhang Yuntian flicked his sleeves and left. I don't have that much authority, yet you want me to bear such a heavy responsibility? Dream on. A young girl stood up and chased after Zhang Yuntian. Wind blew under her feet, and not a speck of dust landed on her body. Her movement technique was top-notch, and her appearance was exquisite. If it were any other day, there would definitely be many people cheering for her. Now, however, no one was in the mood to do so. They all lowered their heads and pondered over Zhang Yuntian's words. On the high platform, Zhang Yuntian recalled the night of the Fiend Star's descent. A young girl's voice rang out from behind him. Master, is that demon really that powerful? Could it be that even so many experts couldn't do anything to him? Zhang Yuntian looked at the young girl, and a smile appeared on his face. Shenfeng, you didn't see it, but he's not just powerful. He killed Ma Xingkong across the river, and then he killed Tiger Subduing Monk in front of us. I didn't even see how he attacked. How is that possible? Zhang Shenfeng was speechless. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Even if Long Padian was still alive, he wouldn't be his match. But I believe he's not invincible. If it's a battle of attrition, he might have a chance of winning, but the person leading the charge will definitely die. Then, Master, you must not lead the charge. Zhang Xuanfeng's face was filled with concern. Why would Master do such a stupid thing? Zhang Yuntian sneered. The Great Alliance leader could order others to die. Moreover, he discovered a big secret in the Divine Dragon Jade Seal left behind by Long Padian. It wasn't impossible for him to defeat Li Qingshan. Even if he couldn't win, he could still shatter the void and ascend. At that time, no matter how chaotic the world was, what did it have to do with Zhang Yuntian? Zhang Shenfeng suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Zhang Yuntian said gently, the boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. You don't have to worry too much. Do whatever you want. Yes, with Master here, I'm not afraid of that Li Qingshan. Zhang Shenfeng smiled innocently and thought to himself, do whatever I want? It's not like I'm going to die soon. It seems like I can't even rely on Master this time. Forget it, this has nothing to do with me. When that Li Qingshan comes, I'll immediately pack up and run. It's better than becoming a ghost under the blade of the Ma family's Mississippi Sai. I could have sold my body. After all, I'm one of the top 10 beauties in the world. But I heard that Li Qingshan is actually a monkey. He doesn't know how to distinguish between beauty and ugliness. I'm afraid this trick won't work. Both master and disciple had their own thoughts, but they had the same thought. The day gradually shifted, and the Liu family's patriarch personally came to the bottom of the stage. Alliance leader, everyone invites you to go back. Zhang Yuntian smiled and was about to jump off the stage when he suddenly turned around. A gray pigeon was flying from the north. Chapter 12:10. Jie, there is actually someone who dares to ask this old man. An old man turned around, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth with a sinister green face. Who are you? If you don't know, I'll go ask someone else. Kid, you actually don't know who I am? Go back and prepare for your funeral. The old man waved his chicken claw-like hand. So it's a madman. This wretched heavens, giving me trouble even by asking a question. Li Qingshan cursed. There were so many people on the street and any one of them was a madman. His luck was truly terrible. If he knew this old man's identity, he would know that his luck was not just terrible but downright terrible. This old man was the Five Venoms cult master, an expert of the demonic path who was as famous as the Seven Slaughtering Demon Lord and the Phantom Dancer. His poison techniques were unparalleled in the martial world, and he was even more famous for his viciousness. After the Five Venoms cult was destroyed by martial union, he went into hiding, taking advantage of the chaos in the martial world to reappear. This time he snuck into Black Tortoise City to do something earth-shattering. Just now, with a wave of his hand, he had already poisoned Li Qingshan. You dare curse me? I originally wanted to give you some time to prepare for your funeral. Die now. The Five Venoms cult master's expression sank, and he activated his poison techniques. Li Qingshan felt his palm go numb, and his palm turned blue rapidly. He knew that he had been poisoned, and he could not help but be enraged. He did not provoke anyone and he just asked a random question. Yet he encountered such a thing. If you listen to this old man obediently, you can keep your life. Otherwise, before the Five Venoms cult master could finish his sentence, he suddenly found himself unable to move. A slap landed on his face and he spat out a mouthful of yellow teeth. Who told you to poison me? Li Qingshan pressed down on the Five Venoms cult master and gave him a good beating. He then sealed all of the Five Venoms cult master's major acupoints before lifting him up from the ground. Where is the Myriad Flower Pavilion? The Five Venoms cult master stretched out his chicken claw-like hand, trembling as he pointed in a certain direction. He then narrowed his eyes at Li Qingshan, his heart filled with hatred. He did not think that after roaming the world for so long, even martial union could not do anything to him, he would fail miserably. Fortunately, the other party did not know his identity. Later, when the poison takes effect, I'll make you die a horrible death. How dare you glare at me? Li Qingshan raised his hand and gave him another slap. Then he picked up the Five Venoms cult master and ran away with large strides. If you dare to lie to me, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Greetings, Great Alliance Master. Inside Martial Union's discussion hall, Zhang Yuntian sat on his throne, a solemn expression on his face as he accepted everyone's worship. He had become the second Great Alliance Master in Martial Union's history, yet he was in an extremely foul mood. After everyone had paid their respects, he took out the messenger pigeon and announced, I've just received news that Li Qingshan has gone south alone. He's heading straight for Black Tortoise City. No, he might already be here. Before he finished speaking, cries of alarm sounded out. Everyone's expression changed. As for the group of innate experts who had met with Li Qingshan before, they all looked towards the main entrance at the same time. Seeing that there was no sign of Li Qingshan, they calmed down a little, but they still seemed restless. What should we do? How dare that devil? I'm afraid he has nothing to fear. The skilled are bold. Hurry up and close the city gates. We can't let him sneak into the city. Zhang Yuntian shook his head. If a city wall could stop Li Qingshan, what was there to be afraid of? This was clearly a mess. How could these people still be considered martial arts experts? They were simply a bunch of country bumpkins who would turn pale at the mere mention of a tiger. The mysterious Void Temple Master said, Alliance Master, for you to be so calm, do you already have a plan to deal with this devil? As far as I know, his target isn't here but the Myriad Flower Tower in the city. Myriad Flower Tower? Yeah. He's not here for us but for Wuxia or Amitba. As expected, he's a lecher. Hearing this, everyone involuntarily heaved a sigh of relief. But who knows? He heard that we're holding a martial union conference here. Will he come looking for us? Zhang Yuntian changed the topic and the atmosphere immediately tensed up. What should we do now? Alliance Master, Please give the order. This matter concerns the lives of everyone here, and I can't make the decision alone. Right now we only have two options. Either we rush to the Myriad Flower Tower and fight with that Li Qingshan. Our lives are up to fate. Or we stay here and set up an ambush, waiting for him to walk into the trap, Zhang Yuntian said expressionlessly. The first option was to fight with their lives on the line. As the saying goes, you have the mace, I have the skull. They were betting on Li Qingshan's stamina. But even if they were lucky enough to win the bet, many people here had seen Li Qingshan's speed when he flew across the river. If he wanted to leave, who could stop him? In the end, even if they died, they would most likely die in vain. As for the second option, everyone understood it. Don't be fooled by the beautiful words of setting up an ambush and walking into the trap. They were just hoping that Li Qingshan didn't take them seriously and prayed that he wouldn't come to them. Otherwise, they would still have to fight with their lives on the line. This was really the only option left. Everyone here was a person of status, and they couldn't just run away without even seeing his shadow. What would that look like? The hall fell into an awkward silence. Everyone looked at each other and their faces were all a little embarrassed. At dusk, in front of the Myriad Flower Tower, rows of red lanterns were hung high. The smell of wine and food mixed with the fragrance of cosmetics assaulted their nostrils. Li Qingshan's stomach growled again. He was still carrying the leader of the Five Venoms sect, which instantly attracted a lot of attention. But in the blink of an eye, he was once again immersed in the singing of women. How are you fine? The leader of the Five Venoms sect said in surprise. At this time, Li Qingshan should have died from the poison. With that little poison of yours, how could it do anything to me? Li Qingshan had only used a bit of power of wish. No matter how ingenious the design of the heavens was, its use was still very limited. He then said, looks like your martial arts aren't weak, and you can be considered to have some reputation in the martial arts world. How about it, do you want to follow me? Who exactly are you? Haha, you actually don't know who I am. Li Qingshan stepped into the Myriad Flower Tower, and saw that the upper and lower floors were filled to the brim. There was only a high platform in the middle that was empty. A maid came up to welcome him. Dear guest, today is full, please come back another day. Where is Wuxia? Let her come out, her luck has come. Li Qingshan's eyes swept around and he saw a familiar person upstairs. He couldn't help but laugh. Bring some wine and meat out first, someone help me reserve a good spot. Who are you? How dare you call Lady Xian'er's name directly? The people in the tower were instantly enraged. All of you shut up. An angry roar shook everyone's eardrums, and the true qi contained within was even more shocking. But the person who spoke was not Li Qingshan. Under everyone's gaze, an old man slowly walked down from upstairs. His expression was as heavy as if his father had died. He walked straight in front of Li Qingshan and bowed deeply. This subordinate greets your highness. Chapter 12:11. The building suddenly quieted down. Only the sound of string instruments could be heard. Many people might not know who Prince was, but they knew the identity of this old man. He was a famous figure in the pugilistic world. They thought he came down to teach this madman a lesson, so why did he pay respect to him? Dispense with the formalities. You are quite trustworthy. Li Qingshan patted the old man's shoulder in praise. I am a man of my word. The old man glanced at the big hand on his shoulder and his mouth twitched. He did not want to keep his word, but he was afraid that Li Qingshan would not forgive him. The people in this building were all young men from influential families and sections. If he did not come out to smooth things over and allow them to speak nonsense, they might really anger Li Qingshan. Who knew how many people would die? The young ones are short-sighted and speak without thinking. Please forgive us, Prince. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. Alright, I still don't know your name. I am Tai Xiong. Because I use a pair of judge pens, my friends in the pugilistic world gave me the name, Iron Judge. Tai Xiong did not finish his words. He was called the Iron Judge because he was upright and hated evil. However, he did not have the face to say it now. So it's Brother Tai. A judge also drinks with women? Li Qingshan joked. Prince is making fun of me. I'm just feeling annoyed and wanted to drink a few cups. Tai Xiong normally would not come to this kind of place. Today he was really unhappy, so he came to have some fun. He wanted to see the world-famous beauty Wuxia. He did not expect that he would bump into Li Qingshan again after just one day. He was really unlucky. Since you are called a judge, you should distinguish between good and evil. If you only dare to kill some small evildoers without any backing and ignore the evil Ma family, then wouldn't you be unworthy of your name? Hey, if you are still unwilling, I will spare you 3 more times. Let's drink to our heart's content today. You can make your decision tomorrow. Li Qingshan pulled Tai Xiong upstairs. There were still some guests downstairs. There was no one upstairs who was not a member of the martial arts world. Most of them were young, but there were also quite a few middle-aged and elderly people. However, none of them had reached the innate realm. All the martial artists who were presentable today were holding a martial arts circle convention in the inner city. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded as they looked over. Some people had already vaguely guessed Li Qingshan's identity and didn't dare to move. Among them, those who had tried to coax him were even more frightened to the point that their faces turned pale. Tai Xiong's seat was the best, so he could look down at the stage. He waved off a group of singers and invited Li Qingshan to sit in the main seat. He asked, "How is Brother Xue from the Snow Mountain sect?" "He's already Snow Mountain Hall's Hall Master Xue." Li Qingshan tossed the 5 Venoms sect's master at his feet. The sect master of 5 Venoms did not utter a single word. "Sai, that's good. Congratulations, Your Highness. You've gained another powerful ally." Tai Xiong felt a little better. Xue Hanfeng was much more powerful than him in terms of martial arts, reputation, and influence. However, he still surrendered to the world society. He asked, "Your Highness, why are you here today? Is it for the Martial Arts Circle Convention?" "Martial Arts Circle Convention? Isn't that why you're here?" "No, what is the Martial Arts Circle Convention for? Is it a competition?" Tai Xiong really wanted to slap himself. He didn't expect that Li Qingshan didn't know about such a big event. If he said it, he would be a villain who betrayed his friends and betrayed his enemies. "If you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Someone here will know." Li Qingshan glanced around and the young heroes all shrank. "So I'll say it." Alliance Master Zhang gathered all the heroes in the world for a meeting in the inner city. Alliance Master? Didn't he give up his position to someone else? Li Qingshan flicked the Alliance Master Jade Talisman hanging on the hilt of his saber. Alliance Master Zhang asked to resign, but no one agreed. "So that's how it is. You don't have to say any more. That group of shameless people. What else can they discuss? They're just talking about how to deal with me. When I'm free, I'll go and watch them." Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and revealed a malicious smile. "Your Highness, if we continue to stay here, there will be some trouble. Why don't we go somewhere else and not ruin the mood?" Tai Xiong tried his best to salvage the situation. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Trouble? Even if I lend them courage, they wouldn't dare to come. They should be thanking the heavens if I don't go and find trouble with them." Tai Xiong felt that what Xiao Qin said was true. Yes, let's drink." He quickly filled up Li Qingshan's cup, hoping that he would drink happily and forget about this matter. Li Qingshan drank a few bowls of wine and ate a few large pieces of beef to quench his hunger. He asked, "Where's Wuxia? Why isn't she out yet?" Compared to the Martial Arts Circle Convention, this was more important. Behind the 10,000 Flower House, there was a pavilion and a small exquisite building. Wuxia was dressing herself in front of a mirror. Her face was indeed very beautiful. She had a sharp chin and big eyes, revealing a crafty and intelligent look. She wore a white dress that wrapped around her exquisite and delicate body, causing one's imagination to run wild. Sister is really getting more and more beautiful. However, if you continue to be so slow, the young heroes and young masters outside will get impatient. The green-clothed maid behind her praised. Although her figure was a little skinny, she was still a beauty. Furthermore, she looked similar to Wuxia. "Let them wait. Anyway, it's the last night. I'll enjoy myself before I die. At least I won't waste their affection for me." Wuxia's tone was cold. Among them there are many lascivious people. However, people like young Master Lu, young hero Wang, and the others are serious towards sister. "Sai, I really can't bear to think about it." Serious? They're just lusting after my beauty. If I show my true appearance, will they still be serious? Don't forget how mother died." Wuxia looked into the mirror. The green-clothed maid immediately lowered her head and played with the corner of her dress. Wuxia retracted her gaze. "If you want to take advantage of me, go to the north and kill that Li Qingshan first." However, is it really good to provoke that Li Qingshan? I heard that his martial arts are deep and unfathomable. No one in the world can block a casual slash from him. I said that because of his high martial arts. I'm willing to send anyone to their death. It'll be good for my reputation. But if he kills his way here, what should we do? Why are you so cowardly? This is Black Tortoise City. Besides, he's just a stinky man. Are you afraid that he won't submit to me? At that time we can kill whoever we want and avenge Mother. Speaking of which, why isn't that old poison here yet? I'll go take a look outside. The green-clothed maid immediately ran outside. Wuxia sighed. When her mother died, she was still too young and did not understand this blood feud. However, she could not forget it. Even if it meant working with the dangerous Five Venom sect leader, she would not hesitate. After a while, the green-clothed maid ran back panting and said in a panic, "Sister, bad news. Li Qingshan has come knocking on my door. He specifically wants to see you." What? Wuxia was shocked and stood up. Why did it have to be tonight? Let's hurry and escape. It'll be too late if we're late. The green-clothed maid hurriedly packed her belongings. When she bent down, a red fox tail trailed behind her. What are you afraid of? Keep your tail. After I finish my makeup, we'll go out and meet him. Wuxia sat down again and started grooming herself in front of the mirror. Sister, your tail? Chapter 12:12. Li Qingshan's words made the entire building fall into an uproar again. Everyone present had come for Wuxia. The reward of sacrificing herself to purge a scourge of the martial arts world had added a halo of holiness to her. When they heard that Li Qingshan was here to cause trouble for her, they couldn't sit still anymore. Righteous indignation overwhelmed their fear. Li Qingshan smiled. It seemed that Wuxia was quite charming. She was a suitable candidate. The Five Venom sect's leader, who was lying under the table, also twitched. Cold sweat appeared on Tai Xiong's forehead. This group of young and hot-blooded men had never seen Li Qingshan's terror before. He didn't think that Li Qingshan would be merciful if they were to act rashly for the sake of a beauty. He was friends with their fathers, so how could he sit back and do nothing? However, if he made a move, he would only lose his life for nothing. Lady Xian'er is just young and ignorant. That's why she wanted to make an enemy of Your Highness. Your Highness is magnanimous, so there's no need to lower yourself to her level. Why don't you ask her to come and apologize? She wants to make an enemy of me? Li Qingshan was stunned. Tai Xiong was tongue-tied. His face turned red and purple. He muttered to himself, so he doesn't know. So he doesn't know. This is interesting. Just half a day ago I didn't even hear the name Wuxia. Why does she want to make an enemy of me? How does she want to make an enemy of me? This. Tai Xiong's mouth was filled with bitterness. He couldn't answer. He felt that everyone was looking at him with disdain. If you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Li Qingshan waved his hand at a table next to him. There was a young man in a brocade robe holding a folding fan. Speak. Lu Zixio would rather die than betray Lady Xian'er. Lu Zixio's face was filled with pride. Even though his heart was filled with bitterness, he didn't want to lose face. Everyone in the building cheered. As expected of young Master Lu, Lu Zixio cupped his hands in front of his chest in all directions. Although his face was a little pale, he had a great spirit of disregarding life and death. His cheers grew louder and louder, as if they were going to break through the terrifying haze that Li Qingshan had cast. Senior Tai, I respect you as a martial arts legend of your generation, but I didn't expect you to be such a despicable person who fawns upon those in power. You really don't know what's good for you. Tai Xiong was anxious and angry. Could it be that he had endured this humiliation just to preserve his own life? I just want to let you know that not everyone is afraid of death. Li Qingshan looked at this scene with a playful expression. Luo Ho Xiaoming woke up from his sleep and said impatiently, "Stop being so noisy. Kill them all." Although the voice was tender and weak, it made the voices in the building quiet down, proving that most people were still afraid of death. Li Qingshan stood up and walked forward. Lu Zixio secretly swallowed his saliva and suddenly felt that his legs were a little weak. He stretched his neck and shouted, "Hero King, even if you can kill me as a person, you can't kill my love for Miss Yen." Before his voice died away, a big hand came at him like a dark cloud. It was so fast that he couldn't react at all. He couldn't help but close his eyes and said, "My life is over. Miss Yen, did you see that?" With a swish, there was no scene of broken tendons or broken bones, no scene of blood splattering, no scene of brains bursting, and no tragic scene of a dead body on the spot. Lu Zixio only felt a chill all over his body, but he didn't feel the slightest pain. He couldn't help but open his eyes and found that everyone was looking at him. A familiar figure appeared on the stage below. Her mouth was slightly open and her face was full of shock. It was Wuxia. She never expected to see such a scene. As soon as she came out, Lu Zixio stood upstairs naked. It turned out that Li Qingshan's grab did not hurt Lu Zixio at all, but all his clothes were torn off. He was really naked. It's a little small. Li Qingshan looked down with a mysterious smile and returned to his original position, leaving the naked young master Lu there. Lu Zixio's white face was so red that it seemed like blood was about to drip out. He suddenly let out a hysterical scream and jumped out of the window. Thinking about it, this scene today would definitely repeat itself in his nightmares countless times. Miss Xian'er. Everyone noticed Wuxia's arrival. Tai Xiong's face was ashen. This Wuxia was really daring to come out. She was really a femme fatale. Li Qingshan glanced at Wuxia and hooked his finger at a black-robed young man. Tell me, how is she going to go against me? Demon, I don't know anything. Just kill me. The black-robed young man gritted his teeth. Compared to being so ugly, he would rather die. Chivalrous king, there's no need to interrogate others. Why don't I tell you? Wuxia dragged her long dress and floated up to Li Qingshan. She glanced at the leader of the Five Venoms sect below the table and couldn't help but be stunned. Oh, tell me. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and looked at her from head to toe. He felt a sense of déjà vu. I declare to the world that no matter who takes your life, young or old, married or not, I, Wuxia, am willing to marry him and serve him for the rest of my life. Wuxia held her head high as if she was going to face the danger. She exuded a holy and pure aura that moved everyone present. However, she also revealed her graceful figure. Enemies really don't meet unless they're not enemies. Li Qingshan finally knew that there was such a reason behind it. He walked around Wuxia and said, your appearance is not bad, your figure is good, and your martial arts are passable. Other than the fact that you're a little venomous, you really fit the bill in every aspect. Venomous? Wuxia's heart skipped a beat. No man had ever evaluated her like this before. It made her feel naked. Luckily, the other party didn't seem to have any killing intent. He wasn't as cruel as the rumors said. As long as he didn't have any perverted thoughts, everything would be easy. She took a deep breath and said, Chivalrous prince, if you want to kill me, do as you please. I, Wuxia, will not resist. However, please spare the innocent people in this building. Her words moved everyone in the building, but they also felt ashamed. He was a man, but he needed a woman to protect him. What kind of man was he? They all pulled out their swords, wanting to fight to the death with Li Qingshan. Everyone, don't be impulsive. Xian'er isn't worth it. She shouted and thought to herself, a bunch of idiots, come and die. Li Qingshan frowned. He didn't see anyone else in his eyes and said to Wuxia, your thoughts are really vicious. I don't know what chivalrous prince is talking about. Wuxia's eyes suddenly widened. A sharp pain came from her abdomen. Li Qingshan punched her in the stomach and said with a smile, do you understand now? Wuxia slowly knelt on the ground. She didn't think that he would really hit her. Everyone's eyes widened. They didn't think that a man would actually hit her. Sorry, I couldn't hold back this punch. You remind me of a hateful woman. However, I think you can still be saved. You just lack a lesson. Li Qingshan lifted her sharp chin and said, although you want to deal with me, I won't kill you. I will give you a great benefit. I will make you one of the top 10 beauties of Pudu Temple to fill the vacancy of the Ma family. Then I will take you in. What do you think? Wuxia was completely speechless. She almost forgot the pain in her body. What kind of great benefit was this? What did he mean by one of the top 10 beauties of Pudu Temple? Tai Xiong's mind was in a mess. What was going on? Did he come south alone for this? Amitba, lady whose virtue is truly admirable. The great chivalrous prince wants to bully a woman like this. How despicable. A low and sorrowful Buddhist chant sounded. A monk and a man stepped into the building. It was Abbot Fuku and the mysterious Void Temple Master. After a round of discussion, Martial Union decided to wait for the hare in the inner city. They were afraid that the hare would come and knock down the tree. However, while others could choose not to come, they couldn't. If they avoided their enemy when they were just inches away, how could they have the face to stand in the pugilistic world? Li Qingshan smiled and said, there really are people who dare to come looking for trouble. Abbot Fuku said, if I don't go to hell, who will? The mysterious Void Temple Master said, Li Qingshan, did you kill my senior brother? Also, the blood feud of Master Fu who must be avenged. Li Qingshan rubbed the back of his head. Who are you guys talking about? Speaking of which, who are you guys? Your Highness. Tai Xiong suddenly spoke, explaining the whole story and the identities of these two people. He then sighed heavily and said, "Why did you guys come?" Chapter 12-13. Demon. The head of the Mystic Void Temple was talking about a blood feud, but Li Qingshan was talking about women. He was infuriated. "Look at how angry you are. Your senior brother brought this upon himself. He received so many benefits from me and now he wants to harm me. He's a dog that won't be tamed. And you, monk, your junior brother can be considered a monk, but he dares to curse? Don't you know what bad words mean? If I don't teach him a lesson on behalf of Buddha, I'll be a monk disciple in vain." Li Qingshan lifted Wuxia up again and said to Abbot Fuku, "As an abbot, your lack of discipline is already a crime punishable by death. However, don't you admire her character? As long as you take her in and become one of the top 10 beauties in the world, I'll spare your life. And you hurry up and hand over that person or you'll die too." Wuxia closed her eyes, tears rolling down her cheeks like raindrops on a pear blossom. It was truly a pitiful sight. "Demon, let go of Miss Yen. We'll fight him to the death." The young masters and heroes were enraged. With the support of these two elders they felt much more courageous. Li Qingshan smacked the back of her head. "Stop pretending to cry." Wuxia's tears flowed even more. "I'm not." She hadn't been treated like this in many years. She felt wronged and she couldn't help but feel afraid when she realized this man wasn't under her control. "Then hold it in." Li Qingshan glared, and Wuxia immediately stopped crying. She pursed her lips and looked pitifully at Li Qingshan. "That's right. Today is your wedding day." Li Qingshan smiled and rubbed the back of her head. Wuxia lowered her head, not saying a word. "Demon, die." Just when the young masters and heroes couldn't take it anymore, Abbot Fuku took a horse stance and stretched out his arms. He roared like a great bell, his voice traveling 10 li away. A golden light slammed into Li Qingshan. It's the lion's roar. This roar could directly kill an opponent, and the 7 demons of Yen Mountain had died to this move. He was known as the one roar killed 7 demons. Li Qingshan just shook his head. "It sounds like a dog barking." Out of the corner of his eye, Zhang Xian saw Wuxia covering her ears with a pained look on her face. He did not use her as a shield. It was just a little shock from the aftermath. It shouldn't be like this. Looking down, there was something hanging down from the fiery red dress. Like a big tail, it lowered its head and sniffed hard at her neck. Through the thick makeup and faint body fragrance, it actually smelled a trace of demonic aura. Strange. How could he transform without going through the heavenly tribulation? After transforming, unless he was beaten into his original form, he would not casually reveal his fox tail. But when he thought about it, he realized that Wuxia was probably the same as Gu Yenying. She was also a hybrid of human and demon, and the fox demon race was innately good at bewitching and illusionary forms, not true transformations. So it's a vixen. What did you say? Wuxia's body trembled, and her face turned pale as she hurriedly retracted her tail. Everyone felt that Li Qingshan was really crazy. At this time he still dared to tease Miss Yen, but they could not help but feel that he was indeed worthy of being called the Hero King for being so calm in the face of 2 great experts. At this time, a bolt of lightning illuminated the entire 10,000 flower tower. The mysterious Void Temple Master let out a low roar and used the mysterious Void Temple's supreme technique, the 5 Thunder Palm technique. Lightning leaped between his 2 hands and crackled. Abbot Fuku shattered his kasaya, and his muscles bulged as if they were plated with a layer of gold. However, Li Qingshan did not even look at them. He said to Wuxia, "I said you are a vixen." To others, these words might have sounded like flirting, but Wuxia's expression dimmed. Knowing that he had seen through her, she did not dare to quibble. She pursed her lips and sent a voice transmission. "Since your highness knows that I am not a beauty, why do you not let me go?" "Haha, I think I made the right decision to come here today." Wuxia saw that there was not a trace of disgust on his face, and that his round eyes were shining. She could not help but feel confused. Was there really a man who did not mind her identity? Abbot Fuku rose from the ground and broke through the floor. He threw out a string of prayer beads, which turned into specks of golden light and whizzed over. This string of prayer beads had a total of 108 beads. They were refined from the relics left behind by the eminent monks of the Pudu Temple. Not only were they astonishingly powerful, they could pierce through stone and iron, but they could also change their trajectory in the air, making it impossible for people to dodge. Throughout history, who knew how many great evils had died to them? The mysterious Void Temple Master's hands danced with lightning, but he flashed to the feet of Li Qingshan, intending to attack from above and below. Your Highness, let me go first. I will only be a burden to you, Hu Xian'er said anxiously. The lightning and prayer beads already caused her to feel fear from afar. If she was affected by them, she was afraid that she would be exposed. If these two smelly fish and shrimps can harm a single hair on your head, I will write my Li character backwards. Li Qingshan's gaze pierced through the thick floor and he pressed down with his right hand. The mysterious Void Temple Master was just about to send out the lightning in his hand, but his right hand suddenly couldn't move. It was nailed into the air and the lightning in his hand exploded. Lightning is not that fun. The mysterious Void Temple Master and Shui Hanfeng had the same problem. They both wanted to use a powerful move to instantly kill him, so they used their moves to the limit. However, although lightning was powerful, it was the hardest to control. If it was interfered with by a divine ability, it would immediately go out of control and cause a backlash. He looked back at the prayer beads that were attacking him. Isn't it just a set of weak spiritual artifacts? Just as he was about to counterattack, a strong gust of wind came from behind him. The 5 Poison Sect Master, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly leapt up and let out a strange toad-like cry. Surging true energy condensed into a scorpion tail that stabbed towards Li Qingshan's back. 5 Poison's demonic art. Tai Xiong turned pale with fright. He had also participated in the battle against the 5 Poison Sect, but he had never recognized that the old man lying on the ground was the 5 Poison Sect Master. The 5 Poison Sect Master had been beaten black and blue by Li Qingshan, and he had lost all his teeth. As the saying goes, beat him until his mother doesn't recognize him. Who would have thought that the great demon who had run amok in the world would be lying on the table like a mangy dog? He had also carefully covered his face. If Hu Xian'er hadn't been thinking about him, she definitely wouldn't have recognized him. The 5 Poison Sect Master was at the 10th level of the innate realm. In terms of cultivation, he was actually above Li Qingshan and had long since broken through his meridians. However, after knowing Li Qingshan's identity, how could he dare to act blindly without thinking? After lying on the ground for a long time, he had finally waited for this opportunity and immediately prepared to escape. However, for some reason when he thought of that beating, a wave of resentment rose in his heart, and he sent out this fatal attack. Without looking at the consequences of this attack, he used the peerless movement technique of the centipede and fled out of the building. Li Qingshan, you dare to disrespect this old man? You brought this upon yourself. I almost forgot about you. Get back here. Li Qingshan didn't even turn his head as he reached out and grabbed out. The 5 Poison Sect Master's figure paused, and the power of hope transformed into a giant hand that grabbed him back and used him as a shield. The 5 Poison Sect Master's eyes widened, a golden light flashing in them. He could only revolve the 5 Poison's demonic art with all his strength and release his true energy to form a defense. But in a moment of panic, it was comparable to an all-out attack from Abbot Fuku. Chapter 12-14. Text online reading site domain mobile phone reading click 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 click. Blood splattered all over the 5 Poison Sect Master's body. The thick green liquid splattered on the floor, causing a puff of white smoke to rise. Li Qingshan smiled. It was no wonder why his face was so dark. As it turned out, he had refined his blood into poison, turning himself into a poison person. He could kill just by extending his hand. However, with that, the prayer beads would be soaked in poisonous blood, so they would probably be quite damaged. For a mere Qi practitioner to be able to control so many spirit artifacts, he must have refined them into life artifacts. Although they could display astonishing power, if they were damaged, the backlash would be quite severe. Sure enough, the Fuku monk's face changed drastically, going from golden to red. A mouthful of blood suddenly sprayed from his mouth, and it splattered several meters away. The golden color on his body dimmed, returning to its normal color. He pointed at Li Qingshan reluctantly. You dash. Then he collapsed to the ground and fainted. The mysterious Void Temple Master's body was scorched black. He lay motionless on the ground. Li Qingshan threw the half-dead 5 Poison Sect Master to the ground. The entire building was silent. Everyone looked at Li Qingshan as if they were looking at a monster. In the blink of an eye, the 3 great experts of the righteous and evil paths had all been defeated by him. It was as easy as playing a game. In truth, he had only truly attacked twice. Abbot Fuku and the mysterious Void Temple Master had both been seriously injured by the backlash. But in the eyes of the bystanders, this kind of method was simply amazing. Wuxianer's eyes widened. Li Qingshan suddenly smiled. He lowered his head and deeply kissed her lips, opening her pearly white teeth and tasting her fragrant tongue. Wuxiener moaned and closed her eyes. She accepted her fate and did not struggle or resist. Her face was dyed with an intoxicating blush. The youths upstairs and downstairs looked like they had lost their parents, but no one dared to speak again. Li Qingshan said, "I just now. Do you agree?" He then whispered, "If you dare to put on an act again, I will pull out your fox tail." Wuxiener lowered her head and said in a mosquito-like voice, "N. K." Li Qingshan smiled and ordered Tai Xiong to move the mysterious Void Temple Master and Abbot Fuku in a row. The three of them did not die. The backlash from their own techniques and natal spiritual weapons was not enough to kill them. Instead, it was the five poison sect leader who was the most heavily injured. He only had one breath left. The mysterious Void Temple Master and Abbot Fuku woke up. They glared at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan kicked the master of the Five Venoms cult on the ground. "Why stop playing dead? Let's talk about you. Speaking of which, what are you thinking? How dare you attack me? What are you thinking? Why do you still dare to attack me?" He was confined by this world and his reaction speed was very slow. Although it was not dangerous, it Saint had blocked. Although it wouldn't be dangerous, it would still be embarrassing. Moreover, it would give others an unrealistic feeling that he could also win. The Five Poisons cult master snorted. "Heroic king, please spare my life." This old man, this lowly one was confused for a moment. "I am willing to join the world under the heavens faction and serve king like a dog." Tai Xiong said, "Wangya. Absolutely not." The Five Poison sect's leader was cruel and vicious. He loved to kill the innocent. "It will definitely bring shame to Wangya." Li Qingshan said casually, "Then let's kill them." The leader of the Five Poison sect hurriedly said, "Your Highness, don't fall into the trap of sowing discord. This old man Tai's body is in the World Guild, but his heart is in Martial Union. I have a deep grudge against Martial Union. The reason I took the risk to come to Black Tortoise City this time is to deal a blow to Martial Union." "Oh, what is it?" Li Qingshan was curious and he felt Wuxiener in his arms tremble slightly. The Five Venom sect's master said viciously, "I want to poison all the little bastards in this building to death." As soon as he said that, the entire building was in an uproar. If it were not for Li Qingshan's sudden appearance, who would be a match for the Five Venom sect master? They would all have been killed. How venomous! Tai Xiong sucked in a breath of cold air. Originally he felt that meeting Li Qingshan was extremely unlucky. Now that he thought about it, if not for Li Qingshan being here, his life would have been in danger as well. On the ground, the mysterious Void Temple Master and Abbot Fuku looked at each other, shock appearing on their faces. They had placed all their attention on Li Qingshan, neglecting the other demons. However, he had been hiding all this time, so how could he know the situation in Black Tortoise City? "Tsk, you call this a big matter? If you said that you were going to poison all the people participating in the Martial Union convention to death, I would still give you some respect. What's the big deal about bullying a bunch of little bastards?" Li Qingshan raised his hand about to slap down. The Five Venom sect's master shouted, "Niece, save me." Wuxiener's body trembled and she lowered her head in silence. "This is all your plan. If you did not lure me here, how could I have suffered such a disaster? Now that you've climbed up a high branch, you're not even willing to help me? What?" Everyone turned pale with fright. Their gazes converged on Wuxiener, filled with disbelief. "Ha, I knew you were up to no good." Li Qingshan smacked the back of her head again, then kicked the Five Venom sect's master to death. "Don't make such bad friends in the future. Miss Wuxiener, this can't be true." "Yes, I did it. I took revenge for my mother. Everyone from Martial Union deserves to die." Wuxiener's face was filled with hatred. "Could you be the illusion dancer's successor?" Abbot Fuku suddenly came to a realization. "Amitba. Benefactor who, your mother used her illusions to incite chaos and slaughter. She deserves to be punished. Also, Benefactor Li, you claim to be the Hero King, but you do not know that your actions will bring chaos to the world, and how many people will die because of you. What I'm doing is the same as Buddha, making all living beings equal? No, I'm even higher than Buddha. Buddha only talks about it, but I bring true equality, allowing everyone in the world to have the opportunity to learn peerless martial arts. I'll make all the sects and aristocratic families that oppress all living beings collapse and disintegrate. I'll beat these born noble brats down from the clouds and make them compete with their servants. That's right, I want the world to fall into chaos. Li Qingshan said boldly, not believing in Buddha. Amitabha Benefactor's demonic nature is so deep that it cannot be purified by Buddha. If you're alive, you'll sink into the sea of bitterness, and if you die, you'll fall into hell, never to be reincarnated. Damn it, you're cursing me now that you can't beat me. Since you can't purify me, find someone else to do it for you. Li Qingshan crouched down and patted his bald head. He pointed at Wuxia beside him. Look at how evil she is. She's in need of the influence of the Buddhist Dharma. Hurry up and accept her as your disciple, and I'll spare your life. Wuxia had a strange expression on her face. He was still talking about this. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face. Abbot Fuku, I'm willing to become a disciple of Pudu Temple and listen to Buddha's teachings every day. The title of Martial World's Top 10 Beauties was a title that even her mother had never obtained. Chapter 12:15. Li Qingshan stood up and shrugged. He raised his right foot and was about to stomp down on the bald head. Your Highness, please wait a moment, Tai Xiong said. Wait for what? Master Fuku has always been benevolent. Not only is he a famous figure in the martial arts world, but he also has an extraordinary position in the hearts of tens of thousands of sons of Buddha. If I kill him now, I'm afraid more people will become enemies with the world faction. You mean he can kill me but I can't kill him? Li Qingshan's expression darkened. Tai Xiong broke out in a cold sweat. He braced himself and said, Your Highness roams the world, who can stop you? But there's no benefit in killing him, so why kill him? I can persuade the master again. Who knows, he might change his mind in a few days. All right, for the sake of compassion, I'll give you 4 days. At that time, if he's not willing to turn back, even if all the sons of Buddha are standing in front of me, I'll definitely kill him. Li Qingshan retracted his foot. Tai Xiong heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly helped Abbot Fuku up and channeled his vital energy to heal. Abbot Fuku kowtowed and thanked him. Li Qingshan let them be. This kind of injury couldn't be healed in a few days. Since this monk still wanted to live, he might change his mind. He said to the mysterious Void Temple head, It's your turn. The mysterious Void Temple head was heavily injured. His body emitted a burnt smell. The backlash of the power of lightning wasn't easy to bear. He knew he would lose this battle before he came, but he didn't expect to lose so miserably. Li Qingshan asked Wuxia, What's the name of the beauty of mysterious Void Temple? Young Miaozhen, also known as Fairy Miaozhen. Is it not enough to have me? Wuxia lowered her head, seemingly angry and resentful. Don't give me that. We've only known each other for less than 2 hours, why are you pretending to be so affectionate? Of course it's not enough to have you. We're going to gather the world's top 10 beauties. Besides, you're not the world's top beauty. Go away. Li Qingshan's tone didn't sound like he was hunting. Instead, he sounded like a child who was determined to gather a set of cards and let go of Wuxia who didn't belong to the set. Wuxia pouted. What a weirdo. Li Qingshan said to the mysterious Void Temple master, Oxnose, hand over your disciple, Yang Miaozhen, in exchange for your life. Devil, don't even think about it. Li Qingshan immediately raised his foot and pointed at Tai Xiong. Shut up. Tai Xiong was about to open his mouth to persuade him, but he could only shut his mouth when he heard this. Look at how smart this master is. He didn't even say a word. Those who drown are good at swimming, and those who are beaten to death are those who talk back. The chivalrous prince, Yang Miaozhen, is here, please show mercy. A female Taoist wearing a crown walked in from outside. She had an indifferent expression on her face. She was tall and had no makeup on. Her gait was like that of a crane and she looked very elegant. Oh, another one. Li Qingshan smiled. In less than 2 days he had already gotten 3 of the top 10 beauties. His progress could be said to be godly. Yang Miaozhen climbed up the tall building with an indifferent expression. She bowed to Li Qingshan and the mysterious Void Temple master respectively, as if she did not see the miserable state the mysterious Void Temple master was in. Good, you're here to exchange for this Oxnose life, right? Li Qingshan asked. Miaozhen, no, I'd rather die. The mysterious Void Temple master said. Yang Miaozhen lightly shook her head. Not at all. Then you're here to collect his corpse. Not at all. I want to play a game of chess with Prince. Chess. This 10,000 flower pavilion is a place of elegance. This Wuxian often tests people here with the four arts. It is difficult to determine who is better in the four arts, so we can only fight on this chessboard. If I win, please let him go immediately. If I lose, he will belong to Prince from now on, and I will not go back on my word. Regardless of whether Yang Miaozhen won or lost, her expression was indifferent. Li Qingshan said, "If I stretch out my hand, do you think you can escape? What's the point of playing chess? It's easy to suppress others with force, but it's difficult to win them over with virtue. Just now, after listening to Prince's righteous words, I feel deep admiration in my heart and wish I could follow you. However, my cultivation comes from the mysterious Void Temple, so how can I just leave like this? I have to put in some effort. I believe that Prince is a virtuous person and will not disappoint Miaozhen. If Prince is not good at chess, you can ask Miss Wuxian to do it for you. Her chess skills are also famous." Yang Miaozhen spoke tirelessly, neither servile nor overbearing. This kind of attitude could actually arouse a man's desire to conquer her. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "You really know how to talk. If I win against you, I won't start a massacre if I'm happy. Regardless of the outcome, I'll protect this ox-nosed life and even give myself a chance to win. Prince is wise and far-sighted, far surpassing me. Presumably your chess skills are also far superior to mine." Wuxian whispered, "Prince, be careful not to be tricked." "My chess skills?" Li Qingshan drank the wine in the pot in one gulp and then waved his hand to clear the table. "Bring the chessboard." A moment later, the blue-clothed maid brought the chessboard over and threw herself into Wuxian's arms. "Elder sister. Is this your younger sister?" Li Qingshan asked. "Reporting to Prince, she is." "What's her name?" "Wuling. Take good care of her. If I accidentally kill a beauty, at least I'll have a backup." Yang Miaozhen's eyes flashed. Li Qingshan snickered inwardly. She wasn't as calm as she looked. The two of them sat facing each other and were supposed to play first. Yang Miaozhen said, "Prince's chess skills must be extremely high. Could you allow me to play first with black?" "Up to you. Although I haven't played many games, it's more than enough to beat you." The mysterious Void Temple Master was lying on the ground, sneering inwardly. This demon had such big words, but he didn't know how good Yang Miaozhen's chess skills were. Chess skills were different from martial arts. It depended on one's talent. Yang Miaozhen had a cold temperament and had no interest in martial arts. Besides cultivation, she was only obsessed with chess. When she was 13 years old, she won against the mysterious Void Temple Master. After she turned 15, she never lost again. At this time, a gust of wind blew into the building. A young girl came riding the wind and directly went upstairs from the window. She cupped her hands and said, "Your Highness, elder sister Yang, can I also play?" "You are?" Li Qingshan asked. "This little girl is Zhang Xianfeng from the Divine Wind sect. I happen to be one of the top 10 beauties." Zhang Xianfeng had changed into a man's outfit. She looked valiant and heroic, but her heart was filled with bitterness. She hadn't come here willingly. A moment ago, she had wanted to escape from the city and get as far away from Li Qingshan as possible. However, she had been caught by Zhang Yuntian and sent here to be a gambling stake. "Oh, what do you want to bet with me?" Li Qingshan smiled. It really had come to him without any effort at all. "Let's bet on the saber behind your highness." Zhang Yuntian stood at the top of the inner city wall, looking in the direction of the Myriad Flower Pavilion. Before Li Qingshan obtained that saber, he did not have such strength. He had relied on brute force to break open the city gates and a bloody battle to capture Galloping Horse City. "Xianfeng, don't blame your master for being heartless. This concerns the life and death of the entire martial union. Since Li Qingshan has the heart to collect the top 10 beauties, with your intelligence and dexterity, keeping your life should not be difficult." Chapter 12:16. A beam of red light soared into the sky, tearing through the night sky. Killing intent swept through like a gale. Zhang Yuntian's expression changed. That was from the direction of Myriad Flower Tower. Did he attack? But just now, two top experts had entered and fought with him, but there was no such change. What did Xianfeng do to anger him? Li Qingshan was not angered. The one who was angered was the wildflower saber soul. The killing intent that erupted instantly turned Myriad Flower Tower into a Shura killing field. Everyone's expression changed. Some even wailed in fear. Yang Miaozhen could no longer remain calm. There seemed to be thousands of soldiers roaring in her mind. Her body trembled like a leaf in the wind. Many of the young masters in the tower crawled under the table. They could not resist the terrifying killing intent. Zhang Xuanfeng's face turned pale. He involuntarily retreated and fell on his butt. Li Qingshan grabbed the saber hilt. Don't be so agitated. Just now the violent killing intent was slightly restrained. He said to Zhang Xianfeng, little girl, you are not worthy to bet with my saber. Yes, I am not worthy. Goodbye, Sister Yang. Take care. Zhang Xianfeng jumped up and turned to escape. Stop right there. Do you still want to leave after saying such arrogant words? Li Qingshan's lips curled up. You are not worthy to bet with my saber. But look, there is a monk here. He is Abbot Fuku of Pudu Temple. If you can win him back, he will definitely thank you. Come. If you place your bet, leave your hand. Yes. Zhang Xianfeng turned around with a sad face and slowly walked to Yang Miaozhen's side. Abbot Fuku put his palms together. Amit Ba. Thank you, almsgiver Zhang, for saving this poor monk. No need to be so polite, Abbot. This is what I should do. Who would want to save an old monk? Zhang Xianfeng said again, Your Highness, why don't we make the chessboard public and let the people in the city see your Highness's superb chess skills? Are you afraid that I am cheating? Fine, up to you. A moment later, a large chessboard made of cloth hung outside the tower. With a clang, a black piece fell on the board. Yang Miaozhen made the first move. Your Highness, please? What is the name of the saber behind Your Highness? End of the road, Wildflower. Li Qingshan casually put down a piece. The end of the hero, this name is a little inauspicious. Yang Miaozhen glanced at him. This step was completely out of order. Could it be that he really doesn't know how to play chess? After pondering for a moment, he decided to go his own way. A saber is a weapon of murder, how can it be auspicious? He was a hero. What's there to be afraid of? Li Qingshan placed his chess piece again. He didn't even think about it. Well said. I wonder who His Highness is. What kind of martial arts do you practice? I'm not practicing martial arts. Aren't you the same? Your Highness can tell that I don't like to fight with others. That's why I don't like martial arts. Instead, I cultivate the supreme mystery scripture of Taoism. Yang Miaozhen's hand that was holding the chess piece paused slightly. She revealed a surprised expression. The other person walked the same path as her. She paid a great price for her cultivation. She didn't take a step out of the Xuanshu temple for 20 years because she didn't have the ability to protect herself. When she went to Jianghu, it was very likely that she wouldn't be a match for a postnatal expert. She also never participated in the sect's martial arts competitions. She didn't even want to fight with others, even if she was mocked behind her back for having a body full of true qi but not knowing how to use it. She believed that she walked a brilliant path and looked down on those competitive martial artists. She thought that they were just a bunch of wild dogs fighting for food. That was why she was probably the person who cared the least about Li Qingshan's reputation. At most, she thought that he was just a vicious wolf. Until this moment, you have a good temperament and are suitable for cultivation. Li Qingshan glanced at her. Under the deterrence of the wildflower saber's murderous aura, she was the fastest to recover. Her temperament was very good. Actually, from the moment she stepped into the building, he could feel that her temperament was different from ordinary people. She was closer to a cultivator than a martial artist. Although there was no clear boundary between practicing martial arts and cultivation, their fundamental goals were completely different. Practicing martial arts was to defeat the enemy, while cultivating qi was to live a long life. One was brave and ruthless, while the other was to cultivate one's character. The latter's path was naturally longer, but in this small world, it was clearly not as practical as the former. If one couldn't survive one battle after another, how could one talk about living a long life? If Yang Miaozhen didn't come from a large sect like the Xuanshu Temple, she wouldn't have the qualifications to make such a choice. She wouldn't even have seen a decent qi refinement method. He taught the Gui water condensation method to Xue Bing because her identity allowed her to not pursue her current strength. Instead, she would be able to pursue a longer-term development and have a greater chance of transcending tribulation and ascending. She's just naturally cold, Yang Miaozhen said. This was the evaluation that many people gave her. A warm-hearted person is not suitable for cultivation. The path of a martial artist is very exciting, but the path of cultivation is destined to be lonely. It was rare to meet a cultivator in this small world. Li Qingshan couldn't help but look at her in a different light. With her talent and temperament, if she had been born in the 9 prefectures, she would definitely have greater development. I originally didn't believe that Your Highness would walk the same path as me, but now I have no choice but to believe. But, Your Highness, are you lonely? If I'm not lonely, why would I stir up trouble and make the world restless? Li Qingshan said frankly. Trapped in this small world, even if he could do whatever he wanted, he was still a prisoner. Separated from little, and even if there were millions of people cheering and worshipping him, he was still lonely. Yang Miaozhen revealed a surprised smile. If I had the ability, I might be like Your Highness. You will have the ability, or at least be stronger than everyone here. This old man's life isn't worth risking yourself. Coincidentally, last night I also said similar words to someone else. Was it Miss Xuebing? That's right. Then, Your Highness, what did you use in exchange? Qi training technique. Qi training technique. Is it similar to the Taishin scripture? Recite the Taishin scripture for me. Yang Miaozhen hesitated for a moment before reciting it. In the Xuanshu temple, the Taishin scripture wasn't really a secret. Outer disciples could comprehend it as they pleased, but no one was willing to practice it. Li Qingshan listened quietly. He found that it was similar to the innate qi condensation technique that he had practiced in the beginning. At least, the innate qi condensation technique was simple and straightforward. It could only be regarded as an introductory course for cultivators. It wasn't like the Taishin scripture, which was extremely mysterious and didn't even know how high the sky was or how deep the earth was. It's hard to understand, full of nonsense, making something that was originally simple complicated. Perhaps the author didn't understand it. After casually pointing out a few mistakes, Yang Miaozhen suddenly felt enlightened. Her eyes shone with naivety. So it was this technique that had a problem. If the head of the Xuanshu temple wasn't lying on the side, perhaps he would have changed the bet to a qi training technique. If you win, I'll give you a technique, but unfortunately you've already lost. Chapter 12:17. Yang Miaozhen looked at the chessboard. It was not the middle of the game yet, and she had the upper hand, trapping his big dragon. The white chess pieces were still disorderly and scattered. Zhang Xianfeng couldn't help but say, Your Highness, don't trick us. Who knows how many people are watching this game? If you don't believe me, then continue. Li Qingshan blinked his eyes and returned to his playful and mischievous self. He picked up a pot of wine and gulped it down. He already knew the entire game of chess. He had not played many games of chess before. In the beginning he just played randomly, but afterwards he used the divine talisman of great creation to power the spirit turtle transformation. Compared to the complexity and profoundness of formations, deriving the variations of a game of chess was as simple as it could get. Yang Miaozhen deliberated over her next move, but she appeared even more cautious. Li Qingshan did not even think about it and casually agreed. He was bored of waiting and asked Zhang Xianfeng, Isn't the sect leader of Divine Wind sect the Wulin Alliance leader Zhang Yuntian? It's my master. Oh, he sent you to test me? Zhang Xianfeng was speechless. Your master is really a good-for-nothing. Zhang Xianfeng expressed his agreement, but he was very worried. Yang Miaozhen's chess moves became slower and slower. Her body leaned forward slightly, clearly putting all her effort into the game, but her brows furrowed deeper and deeper. It was as if there was an invisible force suppressing the chessboard. No matter how she struggled, she could not escape from the other party's trap. Halfway through the game, Li Qingshan said, If you don't admit defeat now, you'll be struggling at death's door. Yang Miaozhen admitted defeat and took off the yellow crown on her head, letting her fine black hair flow freely. This was to show that he had become a monk and returned to secular life. Your Highness's skill in chess is the best I've ever seen in my life. Miaozhen is sincerely convinced. From now on, I'm Prince's woman. At this point she couldn't help but blush. After all, she was a young woman. However, Miaozhen still has a presumptuous request. You want me to let this ox nose go? That's not it. How could I dare to make such a request? I only wish for your Highness to bestow upon me the qi refinement method so that I can continue cultivating. Yang Miaozhen bowed deeply to the head of the mysterious void temple. Miaozhen is incompetent, she can't save him. This can't be blamed on you. I hope you can take care of yourself, the mysterious void temple head said. If anyone thinks that you don't know the ways of the world, then they're the dumbest. Ox nose. Fortunately you have a good disciple. I'll spare your life today. Go back and think about it. Do you want to throw the profound void temple into the tribulation flames for a personal grudge? Burn everything to ashes. Li Qingshan laughed heartily. He picked up the mysterious void temple master and threw him out of the window. At this moment, over 1,000 people had gathered outside the building. Someone hurriedly caught the mysterious Void Temple Lord and sent him back to the inner city. If he didn't dare to punish them, he would only be seen as weak and easily bullied. However, if he were to kill indiscriminately, it would only incite more hatred and resistance. In the end, the situation would be completely out of control under the influence of the will of the heavens. Li Qingshan didn't have any killing intent in his heart. He didn't intend to kill anyone on this trip south. The 5 Poisons sect master had fallen into his hands and courted death again and again. It wasn't a bad idea to use him to establish his might. He came to the balcony and said loudly, "Listen up, people of the world. I, Li Qingshan, will change this world. There will no longer be nobility or lowliness, class or oppression, sects or aristocratic families. Everyone will be able to create their own careers with their own 2 hands. If you want to learn peerless martial arts, go to the north." These words were like a hot summer wind blowing through the crowd and the entire city. Who didn't want to learn peerless martial arts? However, even if they were from aristocratic families or sects, how many of them were qualified to learn peerless martial arts? And this hero king Li Qingshan wasn't a murderous demon king like the rumors said. Instead, he had uncovered a huge conspiracy, killed the 5 Poison sect master, and saved everyone in the building. Li Qingshan glanced at the inner city wall. It was empty. Zhang Yuntian was no longer there. He turned around and waved his hand. "Go. Don't forget what happened today. Good and evil, right and wrong, how can we just look at the surface?" The young heroes in the building felt as if they had been pardoned and fled the building. However, a few of them bowed to thank Li Qingshan. A seed had been planted in the heart of the martial arts world. It would eventually take root and sprout, destroying the entire martial arts world. Amit Ba, the world is in chaos. Abbot Fuku sighed. What you gave was exquisite dharma, happiness in the afterlife. What I gave was peerless martial arts, the power of the present. Why don't we see who is more compassionate? Hero King, I can take this almsgiver who is my disciple, but the ceremony can only be held when we return to Pudu Temple's Mahavira Hall. Abbot Fuku lowered his eyes. Li Qingshan blinked and said with a smile, "That's a good monk. But don't worry, this Black Tortoise City is also a historical city. Since you're here, how can you not visit it? Rest well, master. Tomorrow take me to the inner city to have a look." That night, Li Qingshan stayed in Huxiener's embroidery building to teach this evil vixen a lesson. Yang Miaozhen visited quietly, wanting to ask for the qi refinement method. She glanced out of the corner of her eye and saw a child sitting outside the door. It was the child who often followed Li Qingshan. He was holding his cheeks in boredom, thinking about something. Hu Ling'er was squatting on the other side of the door, covering her ears with her hands, her face red. Yang Miaozhen also heard the sound coming from the room. She couldn't help but blush and spit. When she thought that she would face the same fate, her Taoist heart couldn't stay calm. She hurriedly walked back to the room. Zhang Xianfeng was waiting for her there. "Sister Yang, you're back. Let's leave while that devil is messing around with the demoness. We lost, how can we leave? If we just leave like this, His Highness will definitely vent his anger on Xuanshu Temple and Divine Wind Sect." Yang Miaozhen didn't seem to care much about keeping promises and sects, but she was still concerned about the qi refinement method. In any case, the other party was a cultivator. No one could understand her feelings. It was like finding an oasis in a desert, and she was able to believe in her own Tao. "Forget it, if you don't leave, I'll leave. I don't want to do that kind of thing with a monkey." Zhang Xianfeng jumped out of the window and flew away. Monkey? Yang Miaozhen couldn't help but laugh. Thinking about it, he really did look like a monkey, but his spirit always made him forget what he looked like. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Xianfeng flew back. An old man stood outside the window and said in a deep voice, "Miss Zhang, if His Highness hears this, you'll suffer." Zhang Xianfeng was shocked and angry. "Senior Tai, what are you doing here instead of watching Abbot Fuku? His Highness said that the monk can run but the temple can't. He only told me to watch you. You're helping a villain?" Although she was one of the few experts of the younger generation, she was naturally no match for Tai Xiong. "You insisted on coming to gamble, what does it have to do with me? Since I've joined the World Conference, I should be loyal to my duty. This is also for the sake of the martial arts world." Tai Xiong said expressionlessly. If Zhang Xianfeng escaped, Li Qingshan would definitely go to Divine Wind Sect to hunt him down. Divine Wind Sect's sect master Zhang Yuntian just happened to be the Martial Union's alliance master. In the end, who knew what kind of trouble would be stirred up? If they were not careful, rivers of blood would flow. He had to consider the overall situation and nip this danger in the bud. What an iron-faced judge, I won't leave. To be continued. Chapter 12-18. Inside the red candle tent, Wuxia was obedient after being taught a lesson. She meekly lay in Li Qingshan's arms, panting lightly. Her white and tender skin was dyed with a layer of red. Her large eyes narrowed into a pair of seductive eyes, but the color of her eyes had become orange fox eyes. Li Qingshan's large hand traced down her smooth and wet back, grabbing onto a fluffy red fox tail. Her pointy fox ears trembled and she coquettishly said, "Don't touch this lowly one's tail." "I want to touch it." Li Qingshan grabbed and twisted, stubbornly like this. "Is Prince not afraid of this lowly one's appearance?" Wuxia raised her fox ears. "What's there to be afraid of?" Li Qingshan said disapprovingly. She could be considered to have perfectly retained the characteristics of a human, but this made her look even more wild and seductive. Wuxia covered her mouth and laughed. "That's right, Prince is similar to me like a baboon. If you don't dislike me, I won't dislike you either." "You're the one who's like a baboon." Li Qingshan not only retorted with his mouth, but also his hands. He grabbed the red fox tail and slapped her buttocks, leaving a clear palm print. "Li Qingshan, I've already given myself to you, but you still hit me." Wuxia's face was full of grievance. In her life, which man wasn't polite to her, but this man just had to hit her without any tenderness for the fairer sex? "I hit you for your own good, to help you correct your evil intentions." Li Qingshan yawned, using her legs as a pillow, and said without sincerity, "How was my evil intentions? I did it to avenge my mother." Wuxia immediately straightened her back, and her breasts trembled slightly. "Your mother is the phantom dancer, right? Didn't you hear the monks say that your mother caused chaos in the martial arts world? Serves you right to die." It was clearly that group of men who were lustful and killed each other. "How can you blame my mother?" Wuxia bit her lips and her breasts rose and fell. "Heh, you dare say that your mother didn't deliberately provoke them? Do you think I don't know the temperament of demons? Since you're already dead, there's no need to dwell on it." Li Qingshan could completely imagine what a fox demon that did not abide by human etiquette would do. Not to mention being dissolute, even a normal woman would want to entice a group of stupid men to fight for her, let alone a fox demon that was proficient in illusions. The group of spare tires fought to the death. It was to bring chaos to the martial arts world. "My mother's illusions are invincible. If she wasn't betrayed, how could she have died?" Wuxia's face was filled with sadness. "Betrayed by your father? How did you know? Otherwise it wouldn't be considered a betrayal. Playing with other people's feelings and in the end being played with. This could be considered retribution. Speaking of which, your father was also wronged. If that's what I'm doing. If he suddenly found a fox in his bed, he would definitely be so angry that he wanted to kill someone." Li Qingshan felt a chill just thinking about it. "You're talking nonsense. My mother once consumed a stalk of transformation grass. She was no different from a human, but later she accidentally revealed her true form. Transformation grass." Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. "Do you have more?" It had to be said that as the ape demon transformation continued to improve, he was indeed becoming more and more like an ape. It was no longer just at the level of having a strange appearance. He himself did not mind, but if he continued to transform, he would definitely be treated as a demon like the White Ape King. Under the influence of the heavens, it would definitely become a form of rejection and opposition, which would be detrimental to his process of unifying the world. "Of course there's more, but you have to first admit that my mother didn't deserve to die," Wuxia insisted. Li Qingshan glared at her. "I think you're itching for a beating again." Wuxia's face was full of resentment. "Sai, can't you treat me better? Fine, I'll tell you. My mother once left 2 stalks of transformation grass for us sisters, along with all the treasures she had accumulated throughout her life. They were all devoured by that man, so the transformation grass is useless to humans. I'm sure she still has it. Alright, when we get to the Pudu temple, we'll immediately go look for the transformation grass and kill that heartless father of yours to avenge your mother. How's that? I'm good enough for you, right? Really? That's great." Wuxia threw herself into Li Qingshan's arms and cupped his face in her hands. "Your Highness, I'm already yours. Please don't betray me." "Don't worry, why would I betray you? You won't be able to sell them for much." "You." Wuxia was so angry that her long, shapely eyebrows were raised. She wanted nothing more than to bite him. Li Qingshan laughed heartily. He turned her over and pressed her under his body. The world is vast and the Tao is boundless. We'll eventually be separated. Come and enjoy yourself with me. At least we didn't meet in vain. Wuxia let out a low moan as she endured his invasion and conquest. She stared at the slightly comical ape face and silently said, I know you won't betray me because you don't care about it. You've never put me in your eyes. Just a game. You even hit me, scolded me and bullied me. But if I say that I'm sincere, I'm afraid you'll laugh at me for pretending. On the snowy mountain, Shuebing was meditating and cultivating. She was transforming the blizzard qi in her body into Gui water qi. Li Qingshan's words seemed to contain some kind of magic. The Gui water qi condensation method flowed in her mind without missing a single word. This technique might not be some kind of secret technique, but it was born in a world of cultivators. After thousands of generations of refinement, it perfectly balanced the difficulty and speed of cultivation. It also didn't demand too much of the cultivator's natural endowments. It could be considered one of the most universal techniques. To some extent, it was even more valuable than the boundless ocean art that Li Qingshan had cultivated. At least it was more suitable for this world. During the day she discussed it with her father. Shui Hanfeng was also full of praise. He said that although the lethality of this method was not as good as the blizzard sword art, it was gradual, well-prepared, and had a deep understanding of the way of water. It had a greater chance of reaching the innate 10th tier or even the void-breaking realm. Moreover, the attached spells were very strange and ingenious. If used properly, the power might be even stronger than martial arts. If her blizzard qi condensation method was not close to completion, she would definitely switch to this set of methods. But she spoke out the concerns in her heart. Li Qingshan had forced her to buy and sell. Shui Hanfeng could only sigh. It's my incompetence that I can't protect you. As for whether or not to cultivate this set of methods, it's up to you. But I think this Lord Chivalrous has a loose temperament. He likes to joke, but he is not a lecher. If you refuse, he probably won't use force. You can still marry your senior brother. Haven't you always liked him? Marry my senior brother? No, the meaning of my life is not to marry and have children. I am more important than the Snow Mountain sect to give birth to the next leader. This was the belief instilled in her by that man. Besides, there was no Snow Mountain sect anymore. So she decided to start cultivating the Gui water qi condensation method. She completely transformed her qi into the Gui water qi condensation method. Then she couldn't help thinking, is this an exchange? I don't know when he will come to collect the debt. What should I do then? Then she thought with some disappointment, I don't know where he went. Is he in danger? Or maybe it was just a joke. He has already left me behind. For the first time in her life, she understood the feeling of lovesickness. Once upon a time, the mountain village boy who looked at a beautiful woman from afar also had the charm to make people fall in love at first sight. Even though the current him was like a wild monkey. To be continued. Chapter 12-19. Yang Miaozhen sat on a praying mat as the morning sun shone into the room. This set of skills is called Yi-Wood Vitality Method. Listen carefully. Li Qingshan held a bowl of soy milk in his left hand and a meat bun in his right. He ate and drank while passing down the Yi-Wood Vitality art. After he was done, he ordered Abbot Fuku to lead the way to the martial union in the inner city. Along the way they attracted the attention of the entire city. The streets on both sides of the street were filled with people, coming to see the legendary hero king. Wuxia Yang Miaozhen and Zhang Xianfeng attracted even more attention. Wuxia walked with light steps, looking fragile. This was the aftermath of being taught a lesson. Yang Miaozhen's mind wandered, focusing on comprehending the essence of the Yi-Wood Vitality art. Zhang Xianfeng frowned, looking left and right from time to time, looking for a chance to escape. However, when the group arrived at the inner city, there was no one in the city. Giant trees towered into the sky, casting their shade on the red walls and green tiles. Only the sound of cicadas could be heard. It was a desolate place. Li Qingshan laughed aloud and wandered around the city randomly. He saw a large statue that was consecrated in an ancestral hall. A valiant young man wielded a sword in his right hand and held an imperial seal in his left, sitting on a throne. There were 2 rows of statues below. There were monks and Taoists of both genders, standing upright like subjects serving their king. The last one was the current alliance master Zhang Yuntian. What is this place? Abbot Fuku said, this is the martial union hall, where the past alliance masters are worshipped. What about the one in the middle? It's the first Alliance Master Long Padian who created it. Before Abbot Fuku could finish, Li Qingshan had already walked up. He kicked the statue over, shattering it into pieces on the ground. Monk, I know you're not willing to submit, but if you dare play any tricks, the statue in the temple will be destroyed. Abbot Fuku was silent. All right, let's go to Pudu Temple. The alarm in Pudu Temple rang. 108 martial monks held their staffs and set up an Arhat formation. All the experts in the temple gathered together, waiting. The sun was high up in the sky. The sun was blazing. All the monks were sweating. He didn't know if it was because of the heat or because he was nervous. At the very least, there were a few senior monks who had stepped into the innate realm who were not afraid of the cold and heat. However, no one would feel that it was a disgrace to have such a performance. It was just that the name of the demon was too famous. He had forced the Snow Mountain sect to surrender. He captured Abbot Fuku and the mysterious Void Temple Master in 2 or 3 moves. Shi Feng had killed the leader of the Demonic Path's 5 Poison sect and forced the entire martial union into retreat by himself. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a person? Now, Pudu Temple was about to face a catastrophe that had not been seen in 100 years. No one knew if there would be any survivors after today. A gray-robed monk hurried to the Hall of Great Strength. He no longer cared about etiquette and said in a panic, "The devil has reached the foot of the mountain." Again. Yes. A moment later, another gray-robed monk rushed over. "The devil has arrived at the mountain gate." Again. However, after 2 hours, the devil finally reached the mountainside. The sun rose high in the sky. The monks became more and more impatient. They believed that this was a psychological attack, deliberately stalling for time to put pressure on them. Moreover, it had succeeded. Many of the monks' robes were drenched, and they looked as if they had just been fished out of water. Their morale was greatly reduced. That demon must be afraid of using such despicable methods. An old monk asserted. That's right. Order the disciples not to relax. Don't fall for that demon's trap. However, this had nothing to do with Li Qingshan. It was Wuxia who had repeatedly complained that she wanted to rest. Last night, she had experienced her first experience. Even with her half-fey body, she had been tormented. Moreover, she had rushed all the way from Black Tortoise City to here. She was completely exhausted. No matter how overbearing Li Qingshan was, he couldn't force her. Forget it. Today is your wedding day. If you want to rest, then rest. He could only slowly walk up the mountain. He didn't look like he was here to cause trouble, but more like a mountain climber on a sightseeing tour. Finally, at 3 in the afternoon, Li Qingshan stepped into the temple. The sun was already setting in the west. He ignored the monks in the temple and walked all the way to the Hall of Great Strength. He turned back and said to Abbot Fuku, "We're here." The Arhat formation surrounded them, and they could no longer retreat. They were ready to go. In front of the Hall of Great Strength, the old monks said together, "Greetings, Abbot." Abbot Fuku ordered, "All of you stand down." Yes. Even though the monks were unwilling, they couldn't disobey. They thought to themselves, is the abbot really going to submit to the demon? Smoke curled up in the hall. The giant Buddha's eyes were half closed, overlooking all living beings. His golden body shone brilliantly. Wuxia also felt a trace of awe in her heart. She didn't dare to be negligent and knelt at the feet of the giant Buddha. Abbot Fuku ordered someone to bring a razor. Wuxia immediately covered her fine black hair and looked at Li Qingshan pleadingly. There's no need to shave her head. Let her be a layman disciple. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Abbot Fuku didn't say anything else. He asked solemnly, Wuxia, as long as you live, do not lie. Can you uphold it now? Wuxia hesitated for a moment and glanced at Li Qingshan. She whispered, no. Li Qingshan also said, if you can't, then you can't. It's really difficult to make a fox demon not lie. It's wishful thinking to make a woman not lie. Next one. As long as you live, do not steal. Can you uphold it now? Wuxia became bolder when she saw that someone was backing her. No. Abbot Fuku didn't waste any time and continued, as long as you live, do not kill. Can you uphold it now? No. Wuxia shouted. She still had a great feud to settle, so how could she not kill? Abbot Fuku closed his eyes. As long as you live, do not lust. Can you uphold it now? Li Qingshan laughed aloud. That's obviously impossible. Alright, that's it. Abbot Fuku opened his eyes and said coldly, Almsgiver Hu, since you can't follow any of these Buddhist commandments, forgive me for not accepting you as a disciple. Tai Xiong's expression changed drastically. He shouted, Master. Wuxia was stunned. She sneered in her heart. I'll kill all of you bald donkeys. Zhang Xianfeng pondered. Will I have a chance to escape when things get chaotic later? Yang Miaozhen was still deep in thought and didn't notice the changes in the outside world. The smile on Li Qingshan's face didn't change. Good monk, use whatever moves you have. Don't tell me that you're just stubborn. Buddha is merciful. Subdue the demon. Abbot Fuku put his palms together. His voice was loud and majestic, reverberating in the hall of great strength. The Buddha behind him surged with golden light. It turned into a golden ocean and swallowed Li Qingshan. Power vow. Li Qingshan's eyes reflected the golden light. Pudu Temple was not only a 1,000-year-old ancient temple, but it was also the Buddhist holy land of this world. The power of vow gathered here was like a mountain or an ocean. Although there weren't many changes, this terrifying power was enough to make Li Qingshan not underestimate it even if he wasn't confined by the world, let alone now. Abbot Fuku activated all of it. He wanted to kill Li Qingshan at all costs. His expression was ferocious. Chapter 12:20. When Li Qingshan was still young, he had once witnessed the Peachwood prayer sword in the Dragon's Gate sect. It was only worshipped by the disciples of the sect day and night, but its power was already extremely startling, completely exceeding the abilities of cultivators. Afterwards, he witnessed the fearless great Buddha in the Chan monastery of Devanaga. If it were not for little An's Buddha slaying sword, he would basically be invincible. If he still did not know how to be vigilant after suffering twice, then he would be wasting the ape demon's cleverness. However, he was also taking a gamble by coming to the Grand Hall. He was gambling that the people of this world did not possess the ability to convert the power of belief into a killing move. At most, they could only unleash it like this and they would not be able to control it. This was not a power that Qi practitioners could control in the first place. And he won the bet. Such an ownerless item, please lend it to me for a while. Li Qingshan took out the divine talisman of great creation and plunged it into the golden sea with a trail of rainbow light. It immediately dyed the sea red and purple. He said sternly, "Evolve." The mountainous power of belief turned into surging spiritual qi and surged towards him. The dense light was visible to the naked eye, rushing out of the grand hall and competing with the sun. The overwhelming spiritual qi did not originate from the power of belief in the divine talisman of great creation and did not belong to Li Qingshan, but it was not affected by the confinement of the world either. Li Qingshan opened his mouth and sucked in a deep breath. He swallowed the surging spiritual qi and powered the ape demon transformation at full strength, converting the spiritual qi into cultivation. The ape demon transformation suited his personality very well. He had basically comprehended the first layer already. What he lacked right now were spiritual qi resources. With an ape's howl, Li Qingshan's fur grew at a visible rate. His arms became thicker and longer. A hairy face with a thunderous mouth already resembled an ape's. There was even a tail protruding from the back of his bottom. His form was closer to an ape demon than a human. The spiritual qi condensed from the millennia of power of belief was so turbulent. Li Qingshan had only forcefully devoured a third of it, yet he already felt like he had eaten too much and could not digest it in time. Even with his tough body, this was already his limit. The surging spiritual qi dispersed. Li Qingshan said to the dumbfounded Wuxia and the others, "Don't just stand there. This is a benefit." Wuxia immediately reacted and began to meditate. Yang Miaozhen took this opportunity. After converting all the Taishan genuine qi in his body into Yiwood genuine qi, his Dantian sea of qi suddenly became empty, but it was immediately filled with spiritual qi. Zhang Xianfeng didn't want to run anymore. He would be a bastard if he didn't take advantage of the situation. Tai Xiong was overjoyed. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Even the young fox demoness, Hu Linger, could not be bothered to maintain her human form. When Abbot Fuku saw that his ultimate move could not do anything to Li Qingshan, he fell to the ground. His face was ashen as he shouted, "All monks listen up. Slay the demon." More than a dozen figures rushed out from the back of the temple. All of them were innate masters. The glorious temple was filled with murderous intent. The one with the highest cultivation was a white-browed old monk. He was already close to the Xiantian 10th stage. He brandished a dazzling golden Buddhist staff, and struck down towards Li Qingshan's head along with an evil wind. "Slay the demons and protect the temple." All the monks rushed into the main hall. Their expressions were almost fanatical, and they rushed towards Li Qingshan with all their might. Li Qingshan raised his head and looked at the Buddha. He chuckled and turned the remaining power of vow into an invisible will. It swept through the Grand Buddha's hall and affected the entire Pudu temple. All the monks were stunned. In their eyes, Li Qingshan suddenly became dazzling, as if a Buddha had descended. He was awe-inspiring and inviolable, and they could not help but stop in their tracks. Abbot Fuku's face was full of struggle, but his will quickly collapsed under the impact of the will. The white-browed old monk's eyes were blank. The golden Buddhist staff stopped above his head and could not fall anymore. Hu Xian'er and Yang Miaozhen also looked at Li Qingshan in a daze. Tai Xiong's heart was filled with endless admiration. Zhang Xianfeng had never liked Li Qingshan's monkey-like appearance, not to mention that he had become even more monkey-like now. At this moment she felt that he was more handsome and stalwart than any man she had ever seen in her life. An unprecedented feeling sprouted in her heart, and it quickly grew stronger. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, but it made the entire Pudu temple quiet. The cicadas' cries also quieted down. Only Luo Ho Xiaoming was unmoved, and he looked at everything around him with a playful expression. This was like a tyrant forcing himself on a bough. This move swept through all directions and the effect was similar to a charm. However, Li Qingshan had never learned the art of charm, so he did not know what seduction and control was. It was all about crushing people with brute force. It was almost like directly raping people's minds, making men worship and women fall in love. In fact, Li Qingshan had an idea. He originally wanted to turn the remaining power of vow into spirit stones, and then slowly absorb it for cultivation. However, this power of vow did not belong to him, so he could only turn it into nothing. When the dust settled, Abbot Fuku walked forward and prostrated himself, as if he was facing a statue of Buddha. This poor monk greets the king. All the monks knelt on the ground. Greetings, king. Didn't you see me as a devil? Li Qingshan asked. He was also curious about the effect of this move. This poor monk is slow-witted. Please punish me, king. Haha, I finally cured your stubborn disease. From now on, you are the hall master of Pudu Temple. Li Qingshan laughed. It was a pity that the people from Martial Union did not come, or he would have calmed the martial world. King, with your merciful heart, you used a thunderous method to punish evil and make all living beings equal. This poor monk is willing to follow you and work like a dog. Good, all of you get up. Li Qingshan waved his hand and all the monks stood up. However, there was a trace of confusion in the depths of their eyes. It was not easy to forcibly change the will of others. If one had great perseverance, he or she would be able to wash away the brand sooner or later and restore his or her original appearance. However, such people were in the minority. However, the brand could also become deeper and deeper. It could be imagined that most of the people here would have unparalleled respect and loyalty to him for the rest of their lives. However, it was quite boring when he thought about it. He never liked to play the role of a god. He looked deeply at Hu Xian'er and Yang Miaozhen. I hope you can break free soon. Then he glanced at Zhang Xianfeng. As for this traitor, he would deal with him tonight. Hall Master Fuku, the World Society advocates freedom of belief. The disciples of the temple can continue to stay here to cultivate. You can take a few senior monks and report to the northern region. Let's see what arrangements President Gu has. Yes, thank you for your magnanimity, King. Fuku heaved a sigh of relief. After all, it was his life's faith. If Li Qingshan insisted, it would immediately trigger the most intense conflict in his heart. It was not impossible to break this brand. Li Qingshan really wanted to give it a try, but in the end he decided not to do such a boring thing. Okay, take me to see the legendary Fiend Star. King, please follow me. The Fiend Star is suppressed in the bitter lake behind the main hall. Chapter 12:21. A surge of spiritual energy filled with murderous intent almost dyed the sky blood red. It had an aura that Li Qingshan was very familiar with, reminding him of an old enemy, Strong Stone. This stone was indeed the stone of slaughter from the Azura path. Oh? Luo Ho Xiaoming's expression changed. What's wrong? Let's go and see. Li Qingshan was curious and let Abbot Fuku lead the way. The group passed through the Hall of Great Strength and arrived at the backyard of the Pudu Temple. There was a small lake hidden in the dense bamboo forest, sparkling under the light of the setting sun. There was a stone tablet beside the lake with the words Bitter Lake engraved on it. Li Qingshan felt that the spiritual energy here was very rich, as if he had returned to the 9 provinces. He understood that the killing intent of the Stone of Slaughter had been suppressed by an array formation, allowing only the spiritual energy within to be released, transforming this small lake into a land of spiritual energy. Reporting to Your Highness, the demon star is at the bottom of the lake. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a splash. Li Qingshan jumped into the lake and swam toward the bottom with his arms open. The lake was more than 10 feet deep, and there was a deathly stillness in the water. There was almost no trace of fish or shrimp. As the murderous intent grew stronger, Li Qingshan knew that he was close to his target. In the darkness, a dot of red light gradually grew larger. A giant cone-shaped stone was quietly inserted into the bottom of the lake, glowing with a dark red light. Found it? Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. He kicked back and shot straight toward the giant stone. At this time, there was a roar in front of him, and a surging undercurrent attacked him. Wuxia and the others looked into the distance with concern. Suddenly, the lake water seemed to be boiling, and the faint roar of beasts could be heard. Your Highness. Wuxia looked back angrily at Fu Ku. Bald donkey, is this another trap of yours? Fu Ku's face was also filled with fear. I really don't know. With a bang, the water surface exploded, and a giant black shadow shot into the sky, landing heavily on the edge of the lake, crushing a bamboo forest. Zhang Xianfeng arrived on the wind, but found that it was a giant turtle with a cracked shell, on the verge of death. There's actually such a monster in the lake. Fu Ku exclaimed. The bitter lake was originally the release pond in the temple. As it sank into the Stone of Slaughter, the fishes and shrimps in it began to kill and devour each other. Even though the monks were merciful, this was for the peace of the world and the development of Pudu Temple. He had no choice but to sacrifice them. However, he did not expect that there would be a survivor, who had been hiding at the bottom of the lake and had cultivated into a monster by absorbing the spiritual energy in the Stone of Slaughter. It became the guardian beast of the Stone of Slaughter. The lake calmed down. The surging murderous aura became more and more intense. A dark red reef rose from the surface of the lake and quickly grew larger as it approached the lakeside. That is the Stone of Slaughter, Monk Fu Ku said. Even after all these years of suppression and dilution, it still caused everyone's blood to boil, and a faint desire to kill rose within them. Fortunately, they were all innate masters, so they had a certain level of resistance. Only Hu Linger moaned, Sister, I feel terrible. Ling, go further away. Don't come close. Walala. Water flowed down from the giant rock. Li Qingshan carried the Stone of Slaughter on his body and walked up step by step from the bottom of the lake. Your Highness. Li Qingshan came to the shore and slowly put down the Stone of Slaughter on his body. It still made a muffled sound, showing its weight. It is indeed a good spirit stone. It's a pity that too much spiritual energy has dissipated. This Stone of Slaughter was so strong that even steel that had been tempered 100 times couldn't compare. It seemed to have been tempered in some way, but it didn't seem like a magic treasure. Besides, there were countless Shura divine weapons in the Azura realm. Who would use a big stone as a weapon? He shook his head and didn't think about it. With this Stone of Slaughter, his ape demon transformation would definitely improve. However, he hadn't had time to digest the spiritual energy he had just swallowed, so he wasn't in a hurry. Smart. A young and tender voice spoke up, causing everyone to be startled. Luo Ho and Little Ming walked up and patted the huge Stone of Slaughter. What did you say? I said it's mine. Luo Ho Xiaoming showed a look of nostalgia. You want to take advantage of me? I obviously carried it out from the bottom of the lake. If you don't believe me, turn the stone over and see. Li Qingshan pushed the Stone of Slaughter to the side doubtfully. Sure enough, he found a dark sun and moon totem underneath. It was the totem of the Rahu clan. He suddenly remembered that Luo Ho Xiaoming had shot a stone from a slingshot and instantly killed Dumo Hun. If that was the case, everything could be explained. A normal stone naturally wouldn't come from the Azura realm by itself. It also wouldn't have such a strong killing intent. It also wouldn't have been able to turn into a monster like strong stone with a powerful force. After pondering for a moment, he waved his hand to dismiss everyone. Only the two of them were left by the lake. Li Qingshan asked, What exactly is going on? What do you mean what is going on? I was just shooting it for fun. Luo Ho Xiaoming carelessly touched the slingshot on his waist named Xiaoya, and said, The 6 paths of reincarnation are connected to the other worlds. It's easy to hit it. Li Qingshan was speechless. Even without the barrier of the void, this was a cross-realm attack. Just how fierce was this Azura divine child in the past? The legend of the demon star descends and the world plunges into chaos. was just a child's game of shooting sparrows. And that monster General Strong Stone who massacred dozens of cities and killed countless people. That stone of slaughter in the 9 provinces, was it also you who shot it? Other than me, who else would be so bored? Luo Ho Xiaoming tilted his head and squinted his eyes as if he was sleepy again. So you also know that you are bored. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Wait, I've only stayed in 2 worlds and you shot the stone both times. This can't be a coincidence, right? The 3,000 worlds was the collective name of the great 1,000 worlds, the medium 1,000 worlds and the small 1,000 worlds. As for the specific number, perhaps only the gods and Buddhas in the 9 heavens knew. Unexpectedly, 2 worlds had stone of slaughter. Either it was really a coincidence that he encountered an extremely small probability event, or he had shot a large number of stone of slaughter. Obviously, the latter was much more likely. And without using the spirit tortoise to deduce, one could guess how large the number was. Even if half of the 3,000 worlds had stone of slaughter, the probability of encountering it twice in a row was only 1 in 4. Suddenly he felt that Luo Ho Xiaoming's words were not entirely true. No matter how bored a child was, he would only shoot sparrows and not every leaf on the tree. Moreover, such a workload was almost equivalent to shooting every leaf in the forest. Even for the gods it was not an easy task. The amount of time and energy spent was inestimable. Was it just for fun? Luo Ho Xiaoming spread his hands. Now you know how bored I am. But why is it so big? Falling into this kind of small world, it will naturally appear big. Chapter 12:22. Seeing this, Li Qingshan stopped talking. He suddenly had a feeling that he was being watched. He couldn't help but look around, only to see the setting sun and the bamboo forest. At this time in Pudu Temple, no one would disobey his orders. With a thought, he walked over to the motionless giant turtle thrown on the shore and kicked its shell. Come out. The giant turtle didn't move. Li Qingshan yelled, if you don't come out, I'll break your shell and make soup out of you. A giant turtle head stretched out of the shell, its horns protruding like a dragon's head. A pair of dark green eyes was carefully watching Li Qingshan. You can understand what we're saying? The giant turtle hesitated for a moment, then nodded. So, you heard what we said just now? Looks like I'll have to kill the turtle to silence it. How do you taste? Li Qingshan licked his lips. The giant turtle was so scared that it quickly shrank its head back. Just kidding. You look like you have the blood of a spirit beast. No wonder you have such intelligence. It's rare in a world like this. Forget it, I'll spare your life. Follow me and run errands. Li Qingshan returned to the stone of slaughter and sat cross-legged with his back against it. He refined the spiritual energy in his body while absorbing the spiritual energy in the stone. 3 days later, the sun was high in the sky. The morning bells and evening drums rang in Pudu Temple, and all the monks came out to form a formation. They were no longer nervously facing the enemy, but reluctantly sending him off. An exquisite hut slowly passed through the crowd. Li Qingshan sat in front of the hut, waving to the monks. Thank you for your hard work. His cultivation had increased to the next level. His appearance had become more and more like an ape. His body was covered in thick dark gold hair, and he squatted there without a care for his image. With a tail wagging, he looked even more like an ape than the White Ape King had been. Now, even without the divine talisman of great creation and the last frenzy blade, he could fight the White Ape King. There was nothing in the world that could threaten him anymore. We are willing to serve the great king. The monks looked determined and fanatical, not caring about Li Qingshan's appearance at all. Li Qingshan patted the base of the house. Old ninja, hurry up. Big Turtle immediately quickened its pace and moved forward. It turned out that this small house was built on the back of this giant tortoise, and Li Qingshan once again displayed his profound naming skills. He named the turtle Old Ninja, because he was able to stay in the backyard of Pudu Temple for so long without being discovered. It could be said that he was very patient. However, he was probably the only one who knew if he was affected by the memories of his past life. Perhaps it was because of the conversation between Li Qingshan and Luo Ho Xiaoming. Big Turtle Ninja was very obedient and willing to work without complaint. His steps were steady and powerful as he squeezed through the temple gate and climbed down the mountain. Watching Li Qingshan's figure disappear on the mountain path, Fu Ku felt a sense of loss in his heart. It was as if he had done something wrong, but he didn't know what it was. Tai Xiong said, "Master, we should also set off." Therefore, Monk Fu Ku ordered the monks, "Announce to the world that Pudu Temple will be changed to Pudu Hall, and then immediately set off for Galloping Horse City in the north. Report to Guild Leader Gu. Big Turtle climbed down the mountain and crossed the mountain gate. It began to gallop at full speed, carrying so many things on its back. It was even faster than a galloping horse and still very stable. As expected of a spiritual beast. Without your help, it would be really troublesome to carry so many things. The big turtle growled in response. Li Qingshan returned to the Lion Palace. Not only were there the most beautiful women in the world, but there was also the wealth that Pudu Temple had accumulated over the years. Wuxia was in high spirits as she checked. Your Highness, those monks are really good at plundering. Monks also need to eat. Do you know where your heartless father is? Although Li Qingshan didn't hate his current appearance and even found it very interesting, he wouldn't let go of the opportunity to return to his human form. Wuxia's expression changed slightly, and Hu Ling also raised her head. What, do you regret it? No, I've waited for this day for too long. As you wish. On the evening of the second day, Big Turtle came to a beautiful mountain, in front of a magnificent mansion. It wasn't filled with murderous intent as he imagined, but a peaceful atmosphere. Before Li Qingshan could call the door opened a gap. Is that the king outside? Yes. The gap widened a little, and a handsome boy came out of the door, carefully handing over a letter. My master went out to travel and said that if you come, everything here will be given to you. This is the letter he left for you. Li Qingshan opened the letter, and a few lines of elegant handwriting appeared. He glanced at Wuxia and read out loud, Your Highness, it's my honor to have you here, and I've long heard of your heroic name. I wish I could drink and get drunk with you. However, I've been thinking about the past and I can't sleep. I'm filled with regret, and I only wish to wander the world and live incognito. Beautiful maids, catamites, fresh clothes, and horses are all here as dowry, and I hope that you treat my two daughters well, Dongfang Yu. He asked Wuxia, what do you think? Wuxia looked like she was struggling, unable to make up her mind. Yang Miaozhen said, as expected of young Master Meiyu. This short letter not only flatters His Royal Highness and expresses his unwillingness to be enemies, but also expresses his remorse and apology. Drifting in Jianghu and hiding his identity is considered atonement for his sins. In the end, he even gave up all the things that could be coveted by others. He really has an exquisite heart. No wonder the phantom dancer enchantress fell in love with him. Li Qingshan said in disdain, What exquisite heart. It's all about looks. If he looks like me, even if he has 9 or 10 apertures, it'll be useless. Your Highness, you do know your limits. Yang Miaozhen smiled, but her eyes were filled with affection. I'm a man of strength. Let's go in and take a look. If there's no transformed grass, we'll have to look for him. And the transformed grass was indeed inside. That young Master Meiyu didn't leave any traces of trouble for her. Wuxia looked at it in a daze as if she was unwilling, but also unable to bear it. Think about it. Since I've promised you, even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, it'll be useless. Li Qingshan was used to seeing the spiritual flowers and plants of the 9 prefectures. He didn't think that there was anything special about it. He stuffed it into his mouth, chewed on it, and walked into the house. Half a day later, he walked out of the house. The girls waiting outside were stunned and their eyes shone. Li Qingshan returned to his North Moon form, but his other demonic transformations were suppressed, so there were still many changes. His scarlet hair had turned dark gold and his round eyes were the same color. His arms became slightly longer, but they did not seem excessive. In an instant, he turned from a wild monkey into a handsome man. Now I'm a man of strength and an idol. Li Qingshan smiled and his monkey tail swayed behind him. That was a souvenir he kept behind him. He then asked Wuxia, have you thought about it? Wuxia's expression dimmed and she remained silent. Then forget it. Wait here. Li Qingshan left. A few days later he came back just now and threw a human head in front of Wuxia. It was the head of a man. Even though the face was hideous, one could still see how handsome he was when he was alive. Wuxia took a step back, and her face was filled with both joy and sadness. Your Highness. Chapter 1223. The luxurious garden actually contained even more treasures, antiques, and paintings than the Pudu Temple. Unfortunately, it was still unable to save its owner's life. Li Qingshan placed everything on the turtle's back. The 4 legs of the turtle trembled, unable to support it any longer. It just lay on the ground and looked at Li Qingshan pleadingly. Li Qingshan kicked him. You bastard, get up. You can't even carry so little. How useless. Yang Miaozhen could not bear to see him like this. She tried to persuade him, Your Highness, there are carriages and horses here. Don't force him. What do you know? I'm helping him cultivate. I don't know what kind of spiritual beast he is, but there's a sense of burden in his bloodline. These burdens are the best cultivation. Li Qingshan turned to the turtle and said, If you don't want to get up, then just lie here and wait for your death. I don't want the things on the back either. The turtle let out a growl and slowly stood up again. It walked forward step by step, but it was extremely difficult. Li Qingshan leapt onto the turtle's back again, and the turtle stopped again. It could not take it anymore, but Li Qingshan's words suddenly rang out in its head. Li Qingshan passed on some of the methods to circulate qi from the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression to it. The demon qi all over the turtle condensed, and its footsteps immediately became more stable. It nodded at Li Qingshan in gratitude. A group of carriages followed behind the turtle, forming a long procession. Hu Xian'er stood where she was without moving at all. She held a head in her hands. Hu Ling-er accompanied her silently from the side. Zhang Xianfeng whispered, Your Highness, aren't we going to wait for her? Leaving this vixen behind was obviously for the best. Time waits for no one. Don't worry, she'll catch up. Don't look at me like that. I was originally a heartless person. I wonder who's bold enough to take this great head. Li Qingshan's laughter was clear, spreading out in all directions. So what if I betray the entire world? What's there to be ashamed and regretful about? As a man, he had to carry the burden and advance. When Yang Miaozhen and Zhang Xianfeng heard that, they felt their minds clear up. They felt indescribably relaxed and happy. Hu Xian'er shuddered. She let go of the head and kicked it away. With a plop, it landed in the stream and drifted away. She grabbed Hu Ling-er and followed the procession. She leapt onto the turtle's back and threw herself into Li Qingshan's arms. They traveled north until they reached Galloping City. Everyone in the city knew that the hero king had returned, so they welcomed him. Before he even arrived, his deeds had already spread throughout the world, and the northern territory was also at peace. Arriving at the world meeting, Gu Yenying stood in the courtyard with a smile in her white clothes and a folding fan in her hand. Congratulations, congratulations. Your cultivation has recovered a little again. Looks like you've benefited quite a lot. These three must be the legendary 10 great beauties of the world. Hu Xian'er couldn't say it out loud. She thought that she was already the most beautiful woman in the world. Even Yang Miaozhen and Zhang Xianfeng, the two top 10 beauties, seemed a little feminine when compared to her. However, when she saw the legendary leader of the world society, she suddenly felt a sense of shame. It was the difference between a wild fox and a divine eagle. So she really is the most beautiful woman in the world. He must like her very much. Where's your mask? Li Qingshan asked. I don't need it anymore. Gu Yenying said. With the establishment of the Azura army, she controlled the power and did not need to worry about small problems caused by her appearance. Li Qingshan ordered people to unload the things on the turtle's back. Gu Yenying's eyes brightened. Okay, I'm in need of money. The construction of the Northern Territory required investment everywhere. Why did you suddenly become a money grubber? This is not the breadth of mind a rock should have. Li Qingshan smiled. He had been short of money for more than 10 years, but she probably didn't know what money was from the day she was born. It was funny that she was so concerned about money now. It was like a princess suddenly starting to work in the fields. You don't know the cost of rice and firewood if you don't manage the household. You're happy being a shopkeeper, but you don't know that there are many things in this world. It's like a hero is stumped by a penny. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. Gu Yenying waved her hand. She was using her own way to sharpen her mind. The heart of a rock was very high, but if she forced herself to imitate it, she would only make herself look high. She would be like a dog instead of a tiger. It was better to calm down and do things in a down-to-earth way. And from the feedback she got from the rock feather, her choice was also correct. Before the rock turned into a rock, it also floated and sank in the sea. After a while, all the leaders of the World Society were summoned to the meeting hall. Shui Hanfeng, Fu Ku Taixiong and the others were there. Together with the original members of the deity Sword Villa and the warriors who came from all over the world to join them, it could be said that there were many masters and heroes. Even if it was evaluated in the traditional way, the World Society was already the biggest society in the world. It was far better than any sect or family and could unify the martial arts world. The change in Li Qingshan surprised everyone, but they quickly accepted it. After all, they were not standing here because of his appearance. They cupped their hands and bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness." Only Shui Bing's eyes were a bit more resentful. When Li Qingshan looked back, she lowered her head again and hurriedly reflected on herself. "We have known each other for less than a month and spent less than a day together. At most, it can be considered as a chance meeting. Why is it like this?" But he said that he wanted to gather the top 10 beauties in the world. It turns out that he was serious. Then I am also one of them. What a hateful man. But he looks really good now. Lei Lai stepped forward and said, "Your Highness has defeated martial union in the Middle Region and subdued the Snow Mountain sect and Pudu Temple. Now no family or sect dares to oppose our world society. Why don't we send troops south and unify the world?" Gu Yenying asked, "What do you think?" Among the people with the highest cultivation and status in the hall, the left and right protectors were obsessed with swordsmanship. They did not care about this matter. Shui Hanfeng was originally worried that the disciples of the Snow Mountain sect would be sacrificed in the war of the world society. But now, it seemed that Li Qingshan could single-handedly defeat the remaining 3 families and 5 sections. There was no need to worry at all, so he said nothing. "Amit Ba. I don't think so. Now that the northern region has not been stabilized, rashly conquering the south will only cause chaos and countless deaths. It is not in line with Your Highness's chivalrous way. Bald Donkey, I think your body is in the world society, but your heart is in martial union. As the saying goes, a long night is fraught with dreams. If we give martial union a chance to breathe, who knows what kind of trouble they will cause." Lei Lai said coldly. The death of the 7 slaughtering demon lord was definitely related to the Pudu Temple. Otherwise, the Fiend Star would not have sunk into the bitter lake. "Shut up." Li Qingshan slammed the table and scolded, "Brat, you sure know how to talk now. This is the place to talk. If you want to take revenge, find another place to duel with Hallmaster Fu Ku. Don't think he can do anything to you just because he can't do anything to you. A duel is a duel. Why would I be afraid of him?" Lei Lai's face turned red. "Duels are not allowed in the world society. Hallmaster Lei, you insulted Hallmaster Fu Ku. Later you will receive 50 strokes of the cane," Gu Yenying said. "Yes, Guildmaster." Lei Lai lowered his head and accepted the order. His anger disappeared without a trace. Even a blind man could see his abnormality. Even though he knew it was hopeless, he could not go against her order. Shui Hanfeng had also noticed his daughter's abnormality. He could not help but sigh. This man and woman were both peerless. Who could escape their charm and resist their power? Hallmaster Fu Ku's words are reasonable. Even if we can unify the world with force, we can't avoid massacres. Many people will be disappointed in the world society and even doubt the chivalrous king's chivalrous way. Only by doing something in the northern region can we break the rumor that the Fiend Star has descended and the world will be in chaos. I hereby swear that if the people of the world are not willing to submit, the world society will not take them by force. Guildmaster is wise. I admire you. To be honest, I used to believe such rumors until I saw the king's chivalry and the Guildmaster's magnanimity. Just now, I realize my own shallowness. I am willing to serve you and return peace to this world, so that all lives are equal and good and evil will be repaid. Monk Fu Ku's expression was sacred. Li Qingshan also felt a little strange. His chivalrous way was both righteous and selfish, but he was not as serious as this monk. He did not know if it was because of the influence of the spiritual imprint, but it was clear that Gu Yenying's decision had increased his loyalty. Li Qingshan also agreed with Gu Yenying's words. Being domineering had always been the fastest way, but it was also the most unstable. In this world, this instability would be magnified to the extreme. Unifying the world was easy, but what would happen after unifying it? It could be imagined that under the influence of the will of the heavens, there would be many rebellious forces everywhere. If they used force to suppress it, it would only cause more hatred and hostility. In the end, it would become a tyranny. As the saying goes, those who are tainted by the country are the rulers of the country. Those who are tainted by the country are the kings of the world. In his previous life, a certain country was already a heaven-like existence in the eyes of other people, and its citizens were full of complaints. Now to them this world was a huge bait. If they forcefully swallowed it, they would definitely be hooked by the throat. Since that was the case, it was better to leave martial union. It was better to leave the enemy outside than at home. In the end, even if they really raised a tiger, even if the enemy stepped on dog shit every step, they could still be dealt with a sword. The two of them had the same opinion, so the others naturally could not object. When the crowd dispersed, Li Qingshan grabbed Xue Bing's hand. As expected, you have cultivated the cultivation technique I gave you. It seems that you have obediently agreed. What do you think of me now? Your Highness, please conduct yourself with dignity. Xue Bing's face was bright red, and she looked at Xue Hanfeng for help. Xue Hanfeng smiled bitterly. My daughter, oh my daughter. If you're determined to fight back, I'll draw my sword right now and fight you. No matter how powerful Li Qingshan is, we'll just die together at worst, but what am I supposed to do with you like this? However, he could not just stand there and watch. He also said, Your Highness, please conduct yourself with dignity. He then took a step and left. My daughter, for the sake of the Snow Mountain sect, please suffer some grievances. Father. Xue Bing wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Li Qingshan laughed. Are you trying to go back on your words? Chapter 12:24. At the Peach Blossom Fairy, the west wind was strong. The peach blossoms had long fallen, leaving only a patch of dead wood. A middle-aged man stood in the wind and looked towards the north. His eyes flashed with deep-rooted hatred. He was actually still very young, but the worry wrinkles on his face and the white hair on his temples made him look very bleak. He could never forget what happened 15 years ago. That was the happiest moment of his life, but also the saddest moment. On the day of his wedding, the one he loved was taken away. Li Qingshan. He could not help but whisper the name. Hatred made him tremble. Perhaps there was also a deep fear. This was not cowardice. That devil. Fiend Star. It could make any brave and fearless person in the world feel fear, and it could also stop the crying of an ignorant child. Thinking of this, he touched a broken bone in his bosom. It was originally one of his ribs, and now it was engraved with runes. He rubbed the bone with his fingers. He clearly remembered every rune on it, because he had sacrificed 7 ribs to refine it. In the end, he could only use it once. This killing bone was a secret of the tribe. It required the refiner to personally cut open his own flesh and carve incantations on the bone. Then it would be nourished in the body for 7 years. After it was taken out, it would require another 7 years of worship before it could be considered complete. By condensing a venomous aura into it, one could kill without a trace. One could curse the enemy to death with just a finger. Even if the enemy had peerless martial arts, they would not be able to escape. However, very few people refined this killing bone. Unless there was a deep hatred, who could be so heartless to wait for 14 years? If one focused on martial arts, he might be able to take revenge in 10 years. However, his current opponent was that devil. He could not be defeated with any martial arts. Only by using this killing bone would he have a glimmer of hope. That beautiful face appeared in his mind again. Hatred overwhelmed his fear. He silently said, 15 years, it has been a whole 15 years. Wu Huan will definitely take revenge for stealing my wife. Hey, the one over there, are you coming or not? A boatman in a straw raincoat stood at the bow. He roared at Wu Huan. Go go. Wu Huan was shocked. This roar contained innate qi and was as loud as thunder. The other party was a Xiantian master. Could it be that he had run into an eccentric person who lived in seclusion? Suppressing all his hatred and fear, he stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. Innate? The boatman stroked his beard and sized up Wu Huan. What are you going up north for? If I want to join the World Assembly, how much does it cost to cross the river? Haha, come on up, it's free. Wu Huan boarded the ferry and asked, Brother is also a member of the Tianxia Society? That goes without saying. The boatman said proudly, and the pole touched the riverbank. The ferry flew towards the center of the river. At this time, the autumn flood had just passed and the river was flowing rapidly. When a bamboo pole fell into the river, it was like a pillar in the middle of the river, showing its extraordinary martial arts. Brother, with your martial arts, why are you working as a boatman here? Of course it's to earn money to support the family. Earn money to support the family? Wu Huan found it unbelievable. How could a Khanate expert lack money? His Highness and the guild master said that it's shameful to reap without sowing. Don't think that just because you know a bit of martial arts, you are so great that you can be supported by others. We, the members of the Tianxia Society, have to come from the masses and use our martial arts to serve the masses. A few cheers sounded in the cabin. As expected of the Tianxia Society, as expected of the chivalrous king. Haha, everyone is too polite. My father used to row a boat, but he can row a dozen times a day at most. I can row 100 times casually and it counts as training. Wu Huan lowered his eyes. This devil really knows how to buy people's hearts. You stupid boorish man deserves to be ordered to do this kind of lowly work. The boatman looked at Wu Huan again. Of course, if there are any people with bad intentions who want to infiltrate the northern region, they will have to go through me first. Looking at you, brother, you must be from the southern region. I heard that the reactionary forces there are especially stubborn. Wu Huan's heart skipped a beat. I'm definitely not from any reactionary force, but because I admire His Highness's chivalrous reputation, I rushed here to serve him. That's good. But even if you are, I'm not afraid. His Highness said that all reactionaries are paper tigers. If it wasn't for the benevolence of the guild master who doesn't want to kill recklessly, he would have long flattened those dog-shit aristocratic families and sects. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Huan nodded his head repeatedly. Once he reached the opposite shore, he jumped off the boat and hurriedly headed north. He could no longer listen to the flattery of the lowly people on the boat towards the devil. The boatman stood at the bow of the boat and looked coldly at his back. A peddler whispered, "Boss Zhao, there's something wrong with that guy. Whenever we talk about His Highness, his expression becomes unnatural. He's most likely a spy from the south. I've seen many of such people. I'll report it later. Let's see how big of a wave he can stir up." Wu Huan hurried all the way. Thinking that he was in enemy territory, he somewhat regretted losing his composure just now. But he quickly calmed himself down. He had never thought that he could return alive. So he increased his vigilance. He only needed to see that devil once, and that would be enough. Although it was his first time in the northern region, he did not need to worry about getting lost. A large road led directly to the foot of Beijing, which was the galloping horse city of the past. The weather was already cold and the first snow was about to come. But the road was still bustling with activity. There were villages on the side of the road, and there were even a few small cities connected. It was actually more prosperous than the middle region that he had been to. And the number of experts here was far more than any other place. But most of these experts were not dressed in fresh clothes, riding on horses, or holding sabers or swords. Some were holding sickles and rushing to harvest. With a flash of cold light, the wheat would fall in patches. Some were holding iron hammers, and with a loud bang, a huge rock was smashed into pieces, and then they used the stones to pave the road. The sickles and iron hammers were not only made of fine iron, but they even had spirituality. They were not inferior to those legendary famous swords and sabers. A group of people rushed forward to tie up the wheat. The young man put down the sickle and said to the old man squatting on the edge of the field, "All right, uncle, it's all done. Let's go back to the village to drink after. Drinking is drinking, but we can't be short of money. You're a big man. It's really good to practice martial arts. You've harvested faster than all of us in the village combined." Of course, I'm known as the wheat harvesting expert in the martial arts world. The wind sickle in my hand was personally given to me by guild leader Gu when I was a model worker. All the wheat within 100 miles was harvested by me. Alas, you're really promising. Your father didn't send you to the youth hall to learn martial arts in vain. It has nothing to do with that old drunkard. I was clearly chosen by Hall Master Lei himself, and Hall Master Lei also used a saber in those days. That's the grace of the great hero prince. That's more like it. You little bastard, if I don't get you drunk today, I'm not your uncle. The strong man put the iron hammer on his shoulder and wiped his sweat. He waved his hand. All right, let's call it a day. I'll continue tomorrow. Looking at the progress today, he felt a burst of joy in his heart. When this road was repaired, the town would be able to pass through big carts. He did not start practicing martial arts after coming to the World Assembly. His family had a set of hammer skills, which was considered a little famous in the northern region. But since he was famous, it was inevitable that people would come to challenge him, wanting to use him to become famous. So he practiced martial arts hard every day, so as not to bring down the prestige of his family. But these years the World Assembly had decreed that not only were private fights prohibited, but challenging people to a duel was also a serious crime. The great hero prince said, "Everyone is destined to die. It may be as heavy as the mountains and rivers, or as light as a feather. Dying for the benefit of the people and fighting against evil forces is as heavy as the mountains and rivers. Dying for fame and profit, fighting bravely and ruthlessly, is as light as a feather. Even worse than a pig. Killing a pig can still eat meat. When a person dies, they have to pay with a coffin. So he was finally free from the practice field, and did not have to stay at home waiting for people to challenge him. Compared to smashing people's brains with an iron hammer, he preferred to smash stones to repair the road. Wu Huan suddenly heard a strong wind behind him. Looking back, he could not help but be shocked. A few young men chased after him, wearing the same black clothes and embroidered cloud-walking boots. They looked like they were riding the wind, using the divine wind sect's top lightness skill. Oh no, I must have given myself away at the dock, and the World Assembly has sent people to kill me. Wu Huan felt that his martial arts were above these few young men, but their lightness skill made him afraid. Once he was entangled here, he would definitely attract more experts. So he circulated his vital energy and increased his speed. Looks like that old fellow in front wants to compete with us, brothers. Let's compete, who's afraid of who? The few young men looked at each other and increased their speed, chasing after him. Wu Huan was not good at lightness skill, and after running for another 100 miles, he was a little exhausted. But he was still able to shake off the few young men and thought to himself, if I continue running like this, I will exhaust all my vital energy. Coming to a deserted place, he made up his mind and entered the forest beside the main road. Standing still, he regulated his breathing and prepared to fight, to completely cut off these few tails. Come on, Li Qingshan's hunting dogs. The few young men stopped on the main road, holding their knees and panting. This old fellow runs really fast. Brothers, are we still chasing? Chasing my ass. If we don't deliver the goods by tonight, do you want your wages to be deducted? You're here to deliver the goods? Wu Huan walked out of the forest, his eyes wide open. Only then did he understand why the merchants and travelers on the road were not surprised at all. Hey brothers, lightness skill is not bad. There aren't many people who can outrun us on this road, but one look and I can tell you're not a local. We're not here to deliver the goods, we're couriers, SF Express. Wu Huan was speechless. He had heard too many new words today. In the past, those who had such qigong in the martial arts world were mostly one-legged thieves or perverted rapists. He had never heard of anyone who specialized in delivering goods to others. He watched as the few young men left under the setting sun. It was not that his lightness skill was not good, but his heart was too tired. Even if I'm a perverted thief, I can still roam the martial arts world and live freely. It's better than being an errand slave. Wu Huan walked slowly, and when the sun was setting, he passed by a small village. Feeling thirsty, he quickened his pace. Go. He was about to find a place to eat and drink when suddenly there were shouts from behind the mud wall. His relaxed nerves suddenly tightened. Chapter 12:25. A group of children with wooden swords chased each other through the streets. Wu Huan swallowed his saliva, wondering if he had been too cautious. But when he looked carefully, he let out a cry of surprise. It turned out that those children were not fooling around. Their swordsmanship was very methodical. Although each move and each style looked very immature, it was obviously a very high level of swordsmanship. Especially the dark-skinned boy running in front. He was neither big nor small among the group of children. It was unknown why he was being chased and beaten by the other children. He seemed to be used to this scene. His face was calm as he fought and retreated, waving his wooden sword. Every time he struck, a child would cry out and fall to the ground. Don't be in a hurry to attack, surround him. An older child shouted. The other children did not attack rashly. They took up a defensive position and advanced step by step. Finally, they surrounded the child under a mud wall. The older child laughed. Taidan, let's see where you can run this time. I'll beat you up today. You bastards, don't even think of touching a single hair on Taidan's head. Let's go together. Beat him up. A peasant woman at the entrance of the village shouted, Taidan, your mother wants you to go home for dinner. Got it? The boy shouted, total annihilation. He suddenly bent down and swept the ground. Instantly, smoke and dust flew everywhere and the yellow soil filled the air. While the other children were blinded by the yellow soil, he turned around and leaped 3 feet off the ground. He climbed up the mud wall and flipped over it. Standing on the wall, he raised his wooden sword and laughed, I am the hero king. Then he took off his pants. He took out his little penis and started to pee. The children all dodged. Throw swords at him. 7 or 8 wooden swords flew up. The boy held the wooden sword in one hand. With one hand holding onto his penis, he managed to dodge a few swords. However, his head was still hit. He cried out and fell down the mud wall. He also saw a glistening child's urine flying in the sunset, drenching him. Behind the wall there was a loud cry. The other children laughed and rolled on the ground. They had vented their anger. The cries faded and the laughter died down. They all returned to their homes and went to their mothers. Wu Huan stood rooted to the ground for quite a while. The boy named Tai Dan had clearly cultivated inner force, and he even knew the Qigong method of raising qi. Not only was he a martial arts prodigy, he was also a sword prodigy. What was even rarer was that he was proficient in actual combat and knew how to adapt to changing situations. If he were to join any sect, he would definitely be able to stand out quickly. Although the other children were not as talented, they were proficient in swordsmanship and knew when to advance and when to retreat. Especially the big boy who led the other children, he could be said to be an outstanding person. In the end, he relied on everyone's strength. He had defeated the proud genius. The child's harmless quarrel, in the eyes of a Jianghu veteran, was like a Jianghu fight. A pack of wolves fighting a tiger. But this wasn't some aristocratic family or sect. It was just an ordinary village in the northern region. If another 16 years passed, who knew how many more experts would emerge? At that time, how would martial union contend against them? That demon's ambition was simply too frightening. I'll definitely die on this trip. If I can pass on my legacy before I die, I'll definitely die. Planting a seed of resistance in the northern region has not been a waste of my martial arts. Thus, he circled behind the mud wall. Following a trail of footprints, he arrived in front of a farmer's courtyard. A trail of smoke rose into the night sky, and the fragrance of food wafted over. Even the crying of a child and the scolding of a woman could not break the silence. An emotion suddenly choked his chest, causing him to stop in his tracks. Who's sneaking around outside? I'm a traveler from afar wishing to join the World Club. Can you sell me something to eat and ask for a sip of water? Wu Huan regained his senses and walked into the courtyard, only to see a woman pressing the child named Tai Dan onto a bench. She pulled down his pants and spanked his buttocks until they were bright red. However, the child's clothes had already been changed, and the swelling on his head had subsided. The woman was in her early 30s and had a handkerchief wrapped around her head. Surprisingly, she was very beautiful, and her figure was also very graceful, unlike the stout peasant women. It was obvious that she knew martial arts. Along the way, he had already gotten used to this sight. Almost everyone in the northern region at this age knew martial arts. However, it was not profound and he had not reached the innate realm, which proved that the child's talent did not come from his family. An old man squatted by the side and smoked. He grinned and said, "Are you here to join the World Club? Come in and take a seat. Don't mention buying, it's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks." The old man did not know martial arts, which made him heave a sigh of relief. "Sister-in-law, I saw just now that this child is very powerful. He fought against many people alone. He's a martial arts genius. Alas, he only knows how to fight all day long." "I'm sorry, sir." The woman patted the child's head, but she could not help but smile. The child immediately stopped crying when the woman stopped hitting him. He pulled up his pants and ran to the dining table. "Taidan, why did you fight with them?" Wu Huan touched the child's head. "They said my father is the opposition." "Where's the child's father?" "Dead." The woman's face darkened. "How did he die? Could it be that the World Club?" Wu Huan hurriedly stopped talking, afraid of giving himself away again. "How do you know?" The woman looked at him strangely. "I came to join the World Club. I also want to know what the World Club does, so I asked around along the way. It has a good reputation, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen." "Then forget it." The child's father was originally a member of the World Club. Later on, he was sentenced to death for kidnapping a civilian girl. Wu Huan was speechless. He hated this kind of behavior the most in his life. He looked at the woman and said, "Could it be? Yes, I'm that civilian girl. Hurry up and eat, the food is getting cold." The woman touched the child's head. "Taidan, if anyone scolds you in the future, just say that you don't have a father." Taidan took big mouthfuls of rice and answered vaguely. Wu Huan did not know what to feel, but he thought of that beautiful face again. "Li Qingshan, ah, Li Qingshan, you hypocritical hypocrite. You can sentence others to death, but you can't sentence yourself." She must still be suffering now. But this was an opportunity. The hatred of killing one's father was irreconcilable, even more so than the hatred of stealing one's wife. This was God's will. The dishes were very plentiful with fish and meat. The old man even took out a jar of wine. The wine was clear, not like the village wine. "I heard that the northern region suffered from continuous disasters. I didn't expect the days to be so good. It's all thanks to the leader and the prince's grace. We built many reservoirs and canals so floods and droughts can't affect us. We don't collect taxes so our days are much better. The seeds are also different from the past. Now there's a lot of grain and meat is very cheap. Otherwise how could Taidan grow so strong? Sai, when I was young I wouldn't even have enough to eat, let alone learn martial arts. Father, you're endless again. It's just one newspaper but you can't forget these words. The old man said anxiously, that's a news bulletin. My portrait takes up an entire page. To be continued. Chapter 12:26. The woman laughed. Look at you. If no one teaches you, you won't even know what to say. Drink up. Wouldn't it be a lie if someone else taught me? Wu Huan could not help but say. The old man was furious. What lie? You're the one who's lying. These are my heartfelt words. I just don't know how to open my mouth. I misspoke. Wu Huan apologized. The old man felt embarrassed and touched his head. I'm the same. If it were in the past, I wouldn't even dare to look you in the eye. Why? You're an expert. Killing a commoner like me is a piece of cake. Now that the king of chivalry is standing up for us, you have to pay with your life even if you're a Khanate expert. Father, he's a Khanate expert. Forgive me for my poor eyesight. Let me toast to you. Taidan also looked up from his bowl and stared at him. It was only then that Wu Huan suddenly realized why he felt that the atmosphere in the northern region was so different. Usually, when he traveled in Jianghu, not to mention the commoners who did not dare to provoke the martial artists, even the acquired realm warriors would stay far away when they saw the innate realm masters. It was unlike the few young men he met today who dared to catch up to him and compete with his lightness skill. If it was another place he might have been killed. Now, an old man from the countryside dared to scold him, a Khanate expert. How strange was that? Without the vigilance between people, even though there were many martial artists in the north, there was no sense of danger in the pugilistic world. If not for his deep hatred, he might have to admire the king of chivalry. But there were all kinds of feelings in his heart. This unforgettable hatred would never change in the slightest. Li Qingshan, it's either you die or I die. That's good. I'll punish myself with a cup first. Wu Huan raised his head and downed the wine in one gulp. The dishes were delicious and the wine was also top-notch. It was said that the omnipotent guild leader Gu had changed the method of brewing wine. Wu Huan was slightly tipsy after drinking a few cups. He had the intention of taking the child as his disciple. Sister-in-law takes care of the whole family alone. It must be hard. The king of chivalry said that women can hold up half the sky. Women can also become peerless experts. My martial arts are good and few men in the village can compare to me. Who dares to gossip about me? I'm going to slap him. Taidan isn't a coward either. In the future, when he enters the youth hall and comes back with peerless martial arts, let's see who doesn't envy me. Youth hall? After asking around, Wu Huan found out that it was a hall of the World Club, with the son of the seven slaughtering demon lord, Lei Lai, as the hall master. It specially recruited talented children from all over the world. Learning martial arts in the youth hall did not cost a single copper coin. If they could pass the final exam, they would be able to join the World Club directly, which was the dream of all the children in the northern region. The woman stroked the child's head. Everyone in the village who knows martial arts said that. Taidan is a talented child, he will definitely be chosen to enter the youth hall. Mother, I can definitely do it. Wu Huan was speechless. If it was in the past, a Xiantian expert taking the initiative to take in a disciple was something that commoners could only dream of. Many legends began here. But in this case, a person of unknown origin like him was obviously not as attractive as the youth hall of the World Club. Unknowingly, it was late at night. The hostess invited him to sleep in the same bed as the old man. He was unwilling to accept it, so he took the opportunity to agree. In the middle of the night, a black shadow came to the child's bed. The white moonlight shone on his face, making him look ferocious. He muttered in a low voice, "It was the people of the World Club who raped your mother and killed your father. You're a bastard and it's all Li Qingshan's fault." The child was sleeping soundly, completely unaware of it. Wu Huan stretched out his hand to pat him awake, and then awakened the hatred in his heart. But it affected the emptiness under his ribs, and he felt lost again. No one knew better than him how painful the taste of hatred was. What did all this have to do with this child? And that woman, hadn't she suffered enough? She had already suffered so much, and this child was all she had. If I had married her and had a child back then, he would be this old now. He would definitely have such talent, and I would teach him martial arts. In an instant, an infatuated smile appeared on his face, and then he suddenly sobered up. No, I want revenge. After a while, he stumbled out of the door, crossed the wall, and rushed away. Sir? The woman heard the movement, put on her clothes, and rushed to the child's bed. She shook him hard. Taidan, wake up. The child rubbed his eyes. Mother, what's wrong? The woman heaved a sigh of relief and found a bag of silver on the bedside. She thought, what a strange man, but he looks much better than those old bachelors and rascals in the village. Wu Huan ran wildly in the wild, howling like a wounded beast. The moon was as bright as frost, and the autumn wind was as sharp as a knife. He didn't know the path and just headed north. Li Qingshan, come. Let's settle this. When the sky was just beginning to brighten, he came to the city of Beiping, the legendary Devil's Den. He followed the flow of people to the city, and saw the city full of people in mourning, and his heart was even more desolate. Could it be that there was a plague in the city? That devil went against the will of heaven, and you ignorant people dared to stay here and follow him. This is retribution. However, the flow of people on the street didn't seem like there was a plague, and they were all gathering in one direction. He pulled out a pedestrian. Where are so many people going? Whose family is holding a funeral? Sai, Master Fu Ku is going to pass away and we are all going to send him off. Could it be Abbot Fu Ku of the Pudu Temple? Wu Huan was surprised. This person was already famous when he was young, and then he suddenly joined the world society. The whole martial arts world was in an uproar and they couldn't believe it. Some thought he was enduring the humiliation and preparing to assassinate Li Qingshan. Some thought he was doing it to protect the lives of the monks in the temple, and had no other choice. There were many different opinions, but no one thought that he was a coward who was afraid of death. Later, the World Society didn't send troops south, and it was said that it had a lot to do with his advice, and he still enjoyed a high reputation in the martial arts world. Sai, I didn't expect to die in this devil's den. He didn't have time to sigh, and he felt that he was getting closer to revenge. The temple was silent, and the old monk sat alone with a lonely lamp. Success chased after failure, and life and death were fated. If he couldn't go through the tribulation and ascend, his time would come. His chances of breaking through the void were not high, and he had almost no time to practice martial arts these years. If the youth hall was the hope of the world society, then the Pudu hall was the last safeguard, responsible for taking care of the orphans and the disabled. For the past 16 years, there were major disasters almost every year. Even though they fought the disasters well, there were still many orphans left, and they were all taken in and taken care of by the Pudu Hall. As the head of the Pudu Hall, he was the provider of food and clothing for these children. The World Society's financial resources were limited, and they had to build bridges, roads, and dams. At most, they could only ensure that these people wouldn't die of hunger and cold. In order to have a good meal for his children and a new set of clothes, he had to run around begging. As a former unsecular sublime being, he could no longer sit in the temple on the mountain, and had to enter the homes of ordinary people. Sometimes he had to perform religious rituals to earn money, and sometimes he had to perform a dozen religious rituals in a row, supported by his vital qi. For the past decade, his reputation in the northern region was only below that of Li Qingshan, and even higher than that of Gu Yenying. He was like the Buddha of all. At this moment, the sound of crying in the city was proof. In one night, he finally made arrangements for his funeral so that there wouldn't be too many omissions after his death. He could finally calm down and reflect on his life. He suddenly realized that he hadn't reflected like this for a long time. He was so busy that he almost forgot about the good thoughts, not to mention the evil thoughts. He couldn't help but recall 20 years ago when there was a great drought in the middle region, and people were starving for thousands of miles. He led the monks to chant sutras and pray for blessings in front of the Buddha for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep. Compared to the days he had lived these years, it was a kind of leisure enjoyment. He had almost forgotten the sutras he had chanted at that time, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Am I still a monk? The vital qi in his dantian began to disperse, and his face was pale, but his eyes suddenly shone with a clear light, as if he had woken up from a dream. He suddenly realized that he might have been possessed by the devil at that time. But when he recalled all these years, he didn't feel a trace of regret. On the contrary, a kind of warmth filled his chest as if a lamp had been lit in his chest, and he had an explanation. Hero Prince, are you good or evil? The sun shone in, the morning bell rang, and the lone lamp was extinguished. Master has passed away. To be continued. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.